Let's try this. Hello, welcome. This is our spontaneous evening stream. What had happened was I took a nap this afternoon and I just woke up about an hour ago and I'm wide awake and I know I'm going to be awake for a while and I'm sitting around and there's nothing on TV. I've heard the same music over and over 100 times just this week, and I had the urge to hang out with people. So, let me turn my banner. So, open panel. If you're not doing anything, I don't know who's streaming tonight. I think Machine streams on Saturdays, or he used to. Flo might be streaming. Talcott's probably over. But I said, you know what? Let me open up a little stream and see what kind of mix we get in the evening. Chris and I had intended a while back to do the noon streams and then several evening streams throughout the week when our schedules fit. And it never really got off the ground for whatever reason. I think probably because we ended up hanging out in the Discord, playing around on the streaming services. But I do want to expand. Hey, Daniel Barry. I do want to eventually expand to just beyond noon. I would do this all 24 hours a day. If I could make a living at this, I would keep this open and going as long as I could, or like a team for 24 hour, like a permanent stream. Oh, okay, Starfield. That sounds familiar. It sounds like a video game. Are you streaming it? I watch Frank play sometimes. He was doing it's a game where you drive cars around and he was a big burly Russian. He's kind of hot looking actually. This young Russian thug looking guy. But he wasn't very good. He kept running into things and I don't know if I had him against my grandma to bet on. I don't know which one I would like if this was a death race or something. I might back my grandma. And then he tried to steal a motorbike. He doesn't know how to park. He didn't know how to obey traffic signs. Nothing. Like you see him in the chat. That's about how he drove in this video game. About how you would expect from Frank. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Oh, so you're not streaming at all lately until you get to upgrade? Speaking of, that reminds me, my camera's still doing that weird thing, or it was earlier, where it flashes. I think I have a light source here and here, and I think it's like two competing light sources, so it's trying to adjust to each. I don't know. I'm just an amateur, a hobbyist. I don't really know the tech side of this. I do plan to upgrade when I can, when I'm able. In the meantime, though, this is fine. Oh, okay. Well, we do look forward when you do. I like that stream you did the other day from the workshop where you were just doing stuff. I don't know. I love that real life. And that's another thing why I streamed today, because there was nothing on TV. There was nothing to watch. Hey, Britt. And I'm like, isn't that interesting that it's actually more exciting now to hang out on the YouTube than anything going on the streaming services, the TV shows now? And it could be my narrow niche taste, but regardless of why, there was nothing that interested me on the actual services where they have like production companies and budgets and they put out series and all that. This was more interesting than all of that. Oh, you were, yeah. Sharpening the chainsaws. That's right. And I'm just hanging out. This is an experiment. It's what, Saturday night, to see. Like normally, if I were half the age I am now, I would. This is like where you want to wonder what was going on Saturday nights at the bars and or whatever house parties might be going on. So it's like, what, you're ready to be social, you're ready to leave the house, you're ready to be around other people, doing stuff with your friends, et cetera, et cetera. And it's kind of this is my version of that at this life stage. Let me go see what my friends are doing on the YouTube. And I think it makes me officially like part of the panelverse now, where this is my go-to entertainment, hangout, news. This is becoming pretty much my one-stop social media hub. Yeah, that's one thing that drew me to it, was the interactiveness of it. It wasn't just me passively consuming content. I could interact with the content, and then the content itself would start to interact with me. It started from the comment sections. I was kind of not really a troll, but I was myself. But in comments, I challenged and questioned and picked apart and that, and the host would start interacting with my questions, and I'm like, wow, I can interact with the entertainment that I'm watching. This is better. It's like the next level. This is one dimension deeper into the experience. And I kind of never really went back from there. I wasn't into a lot of new stuff anyway. Like, I don't have Netflix or Hulu. Yeah, I think it is. I've said that before. If not the future, I think it's the current underground, what punk used to be. It's the new punk. It's the new I was watching some documentaries the other day about the no wave scene in New York City in the late 70s, and they had a cinema scene along with it, like where these like really poor kids with vision and something to say, or like artistic inclination that wanted to experiment with the medium, would just get these like really cheap lofts, and this little scene developed where they would create movies and make music and put on concerts and film festivals for each other. And it was very low budget, like very grassroots and ground up. And it reminded me of what we're doing on these streams. Like that, this is the digital version of that. Panel punk, yes. We are kind of the panel punks. Uh, there's a little circle of us. What does Cynthia call them? Sectors. We're the punk sector. What's going on with everyone else tonight? I don't even know where y'all are. I looked at my analytics for the first time today to see if I could figure out who watches. And it said it doesn't have enough data, but it did say that like almost all of my viewers are from the United States and some from Canada. And we're like, yeah, we know about the Canadian ones, but hardly any international. And I'm like, but we got Dolbez, so we should have Norway. I think we've had a few Irish British people, so we should have that. So I don't know how to read those stats. Oh, is Bex 0? Hey Bex, what's up? Yeah, Kentucky did show up. It can narrow it down to a few in Nashville. So, but yeah, we got our Kentucky, our Tennessee represented. Maybe my goal should be to get all 5 states and some countries. I could start with the states, like the people that RV. They have that map, and as they go from state to state, they like fill in their states. I could start filling in my states. Chuck's Tennessee, Jeff's Kentucky. We got Texas, California taken care of. Washington State. It seems like Oregon should be. We got Idaho with Uncle Fatty. Buskers in Maryland. I'm sure we have some Floridians. So anyway, yeah, I think that map could get filled in pretty soon, and then I could work on countries. I watched your channel a few times way back. In fact, I think that's how I found Flow State. He was on yours one day, and I thought he was about. I wasn't sure if it was like telemarketing, like Flowbee, like Flow State was a brand of products that he tried to sell, or if it was new agey, like Flow State, hippie, peace and light. And then when I started watching, I'm like, no, I don't know how I got those connotations from this guy. Well, maybe the telemarketing thing, but yeah, I did see some of his stream. I love his. I want him to produce for us. I love his graphic. I don't watch him so much for the content as for his attempts at production. Really wild. I like Fatty a lot. I love the characters out in these streets, and for once in my life, I feel so normal. No, just kidding. I felt like that growing up too in Louisiana. So, what do y'all normally? So here's my okay. This is what I'm curious about. What are the kids doing now? Because for my generation, it was going out time. It was like we didn't have screens and all that. Yeah, hey Joe. Yeah, I had a long nap and I just woke up a while ago, and I actually drove it was there was nothing on TV. Like the current entertainment services was not providing me the like the nutrients that I get from these streams. So I said, I'd rather stream than watch TV, and I think that kind of confirmed my. I don't want to say devotion, but to the panelverse. But what was I saying about oh, my train went off its track. Hopefully it'll come back on. Anyway, yeah, I've kind of always been French too. I was thinking about this earlier. I'm real big on nature over nurture, like innate genetics, biology, instinct, that kind of stuff, as being a very salient, if not the salient factor in um the explanations. I use the 3-factor model: nature, nurture, and the third factor, which is will or consciousness or autonomy, whatever you want to call it. Um, I'm losing my train again. Oh my god! If you can help, don't get old if you can help it. This is horrible. Um, I, I lost it. Oh yeah, being French. Like I'm real big on nurture. Like that I think kind of takes precedence over environmental factors if the nurture is if the innate like trait whatever is strong enough. Um, but then I was thinking about things like family systems and roles, and even something like because I was the scapegoat, if you know family systems growing up, because I'm brainwashed. Well, yeah, maybe they made the tracks a little too clean, and my train is sliding off now. But I was the scapegoat, and if you know family systems, like you fall into these roles. It's made for like alcoholic or originally I think alcoholic families, and then dysfunctional families in general, et cetera, et cetera. Which ours wasn't. I love my family, and it wasn't terrible. We were. I wouldn't say we were the most functional, but I wouldn't necessarily say we were dysfunctional either. Um, we were more or less healthy-ish, normal-ish. But how these roles that we fall into seem to be independent of any individual or like any kind of one nature nurture. Like, is it nurture? nurture that somebody might bring to it, like hardware and software. I used to think like it's mostly hardware and the software can just be swapped out, but like particularly the Cartman triangle that I talk about a lot, the victim, rescuer, perpetrator triangle. I've seen that happen so many times. I've been involved in it so many times. And when that dynamic gets triggered, it does not matter who the individuals are or what their natures are. And the roles in the triangle, that's one thing that makes it so unstable, can switch off between person very rapidly sometimes. And so that seems to be like a social influence that we can fall into as individuals that's larger or maybe more or takes priority over our nature, because I've just seen it happen so predictably and consistently every single time, regardless of the individuals involved. So I was thinking of stuff like that. And then there's a healthy version of the triangle. So the dysfunctional version is victim. Somebody cries victim. A rescuer comes in. It's usually like a codependent dynamic, and the rescuer comes in because they get a payoff from doing the rescuing of the victim, and then somebody gets cast as a perpetrator, and you see this with the woke, like where white people are the perpetrator, black people are the victim, and they're the rescuer that comes in. It's a very maternal gynocentric dynamic, or I see it happen with women a lot, or gay men. And if it's happening at all, there's almost always, from my experience, a woman involved somewhere away, somewhere on the triangle. But shit, why do I keep losing it? Yeah, it happened to me. I got fired behind this. It happened to me at work too. It's happened to me it happened to me in person. Um, Here in Seattle a bunch of times at workplaces, social settings, volunteer groups, community groups, et cetera, et cetera. But then when COVID started, it started happening in online groups with people outside of just Seattle. So I'm like, okay, because at first I thought it was, well, these people are weird. There's something about me and this culture that's just not meshing. But then it started to happen online, and I'm like, no, this can happen with anybody under the right circumstances. And so there's the dysfunctional version, but then there's a healthy version, which is instead of the victim, you have somebody that's suffering or struggling or facing adversity. The rescuer is somebody who cares, and the perpetrator is somebody who's assertive. And if you can become aware of the triangle when it's happening, and you have awareness of the healthy version, and the people that it takes at least two, hopefully all three people in the triangle. But the more people that can be made aware of, you can consciously shift it to the healthy version if you all cooperate and collaborate together. And I was also thinking of that in the context of our free will discussions, because how can that happen if there's no ability to will that change from the dysfunctional dynamic to the healthy dynamic? And I also kind of realized that I think in these free will discussions, it's not whether will exists. I think they both can see that will exists. I think it's the degree of freedom that will possesses. And I think there's a relatively, they're absolutist or dogmatist. There's no freedom at all. We are complete. Everything that we think is a choice is an illusion. It's already been determined, either uh, in time, like before this point, I forgot what it's called, or biologically predetermined. Like our brains made the choice before our consciousness realizes what the choice is, etc. And my argument is there is some degree of free. Yes, there are parameters that the will operates in. There are constraints on the will, but there is still this little window that the will has to move in. This little range of freedom, and that's what they're disputing. And I think that's where the argument is how free is the will, not whether it exists. The discussion itself seemed loopy. I kept referring back to older streams because I remembered the conversations from previous streams, and it got kind of shifty and slippery in spots, but that's the surface of it. Beneath the surface of it, it seems like we kind of had a little breakthrough here and there. Just Dan and I on our interpersonal dynamic. That I feel like went positively and felt like maybe made some progress there. So in that sense, I thought it went well. But then I don't ever trust my read on people. That's my read on the situation. Often it's the complete opposite of the actual situation. So I'm horrible at interpreting these things. Okay, let's see. Human thought genesis. Yeah, I'm not saying we will our thoughts or our desires or anything like that, but we do. We do have some control in our response to it. Like the whole everything I do in my work depends on people's ability to have agency or to gain, like gradually gain agency and awareness over their challenges, and then learn how to actively take a role in directing the outcomes. And so I couldn't do what I do without not the illusion of, but something actually like free will. And that's why it's so hard, because I see it in practice every day and I use it every day. So it's so hard for me to just disbelieve that away. And it makes me wonder how they're doing. Like, what are they doing to look, personal growth, post-traumatic growth, recovery, even things like it. How do you have education? How do you teach and learn without the ability to take an input, compare, contrast, decide, weigh, make choices? That, like Head Start, kindergarten, first grade, it seems so fundamental even to that level of education. Like someone brought this up today. I don't know if it was you. I think it might have been Culture. That the whole free will, like the trend now in free will discussions is hey freak, that maybe that had some kind of hidden fingers behind it. Somebody was pushing a free will agenda lately for a purpose. And these are all human concepts. Like, I don't believe any of this exists outside of human perception and conception. These are like cultural terms. Like, like other cultures have different cultural concepts that emerge linguistically from their culture that are hard to translate. These are like our things like determinism. That's just a Western cultural concept. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to hang on one second. I'm social media. And as usual, if anyone wants to come up and talk or has topics or comments, Joe's asking questions in the comments, which I like. Oh yeah, well that's Dan and I's next conversation, if I remember it, because one of his purposes, his larger goals of the free will debate is the implications it has for our criminal justice system. Yeah. I mean, I not only do I not know how you have society without free will, I don't know how individuals like go about their individual life without some sense of free will, regardless of other people. So it seems essential to our ability to function as humans, individually and societally, regardless of the technicality that underlies it, which it's just speculation and inference on their part anyway. And they've yet to post a single link to any of this science. Steve did when he was on, posted a few discussions. Yeah, and you know, so often with these discussions, they're rarely about what they appear to be about. Like I said, that's the surface of the discussion, but then you start to get into their personal histories, their childhoods, their experiences with authority, with system, with whatever their obsession is, their experiences with that, and then the story starts to make more sense as a reflection of their own life. I call it psychology turned inside out, and so often that's what it turns out to be. Probably a little bit in all of us. Like we can't avoid talking about ourselves when we talk about the world. In the boat of um okay, I don't know what that means. It sounds conspiracy. Oh, sorry, I'm still I'm multitasking. That's I love that it's even though it's extreme, it's some of the same familiar faces. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's the most important to me. I have a philosophy background. I have a minor. I was very passionate about, you know, and it's always kind of been a hobby of mine. And for me, just doing basic philosophy, it like 99% of the time, it came down to making sure that we were both talking about the same thing when we used the same words. So doing that kind of semantic sifting and filtering and aligning and realigning was just a basic part of philosophy. And so I ask it out of that context. Really, I just thought anybody that approaches an issue, those are the questions that would naturally arise. And epistemology, I'm real big on that. I have a particular interest in that too. Epistemology, ethics, ontology. Um, I like the language, so like the Wittgenstein and the language stuff. Those were probably my favorite areas of philosophy. And then I like the political philosophy, but I probably appreciate it more now as an adult in the last decade or so than I did when I was actually studying it. All right, almost through. Um, Authenticity. It's always come easy for me because I'm bad at masking, but I put that down to the autism. Um, I do observe neurotypicals do seem to struggle with it. Like they find it easy to lie to each other, and like in little small ways, like in big ways too, but little small ways. And so there's always kind of this play acting, and but I don't know. Like, do we ever? My theory is we never know. Like, do we ever fully know ourselves? And if we can't, if no one person can know themselves, then how can any of us ever like truly know another human being or know each other? So it's all partial. It's all guesses. Our brain simulates reality anyway, and it selects and all. And I think that may be outside of the will. And so, what is authenticity in that case? Yes, I'm a horrible liar, and like in board games where you have to bluff and lie and stuff, I hate those parts of the board games because I'm so bad at them. I have pulled it. Like one of my favorite genre of board games is the hidden traitor games, like Mafia, Werewolf. resistance, those types. And I am good at those. I can play. If I'm the spy, I can pull it off and like work with my other spies, see all that. And in that context, my brain can operate in that context because it's a board game, etc. But I have like I'm horrible at poker. I have won poker games because people have assumed a skill in me, a basic skill that I did not have, and so they assumed I was making decisions based on an ability to bluff and read people that I did not have, and so they overestimated my skill at that. It it is very tough for me. I especially pointless lies. Like I could pull off Santa for the kids. You know, I think I could get into it. There's a purpose behind it. I understand. Like it's like the noble lie, and the purpose is joy. The kids get magic out of it. They don't mind. None of us cared. Like we didn't feel lied to or betrayed or anything. It was a lot. It was a positive pro-social lie that I would want to experience again. I would want to be lied to in that way again, and I would want to lie to my kids in that way. So I could pull something like that off because there's a larger benefit to it. There's a purpose behind it I can understand. It's not just lying to deceive. I could pull off surprise parties. Like sometimes it's hard, but if I need to keep it under wraps for a day or two, I could pull off a surprise party if I had to. Things like that. But the thing about lying for me is it creates like information asymmetry. So then all of a sudden you're the only one with the knowledge that the reality that this person's in is different than you have, like both realities, and you know which one you're making the person think it is and which one it really is. So it creates this like power differential. It's kind of a sneaky way of getting one over on somebody, and that's hard for me. It's hard for me to put myself in that position. I don't like. I'm not comfortable. I like the seesaw where people are balanced, and I'm not comfortable if I'm too high or the other person's too high. So when the seesaw starts to do this, then my alarm, like I'm wired that it's just wiring, go off, and I start to get that panic reaction, and I have to restore that balance. So I don't like to put myself too much up here either. And I had said before when I started teaching in the classroom, that was one of the hardest things for me because that was one of the first times in my life I had been in a actual position of authority where my role was clearly different and higher in rank than and I had a responsibility for the people under me, and they had a responsibility to me. And that was a new situation for me. And getting adjusted to having to operate like this instead of getting to be like this with the kids. Now I kept it here when I could and to the extent that I could, but I was always aware that ultimately it had to be this. And that was hard for me to get adjusted to. I was a sub in Las Vegas in the mid 2000s, and I eventually ended up in special ed. They're called vacancies where they don't have enough teachers for the year, so you get your own classroom with your own kids until they can fill the hole. And sometimes you're with that class for months, so you are their teacher. So I ended up doing the vacancies, mostly special ed. What I did, because it's a database, so when you get hired, you just pick your jobs out of this database. Like different ones are available each day, and I was curious about which jobs, like what are the jobs that are the most open that people want the least, and it turned out to be special ed classrooms in the inner city or the underprivileged schools. And I'm like, great, let me go check those out and see what's up. Like, why nobody wants those. And I love them. I was such a natural fit. I was a natural fit for the special ed kids because I am one of them. I was a natural fit for the underprivileged and minority kids because I come from that same background. And the schools were so happy to have me, and I was so privileged to be able to teach. And I taught at a lot of the They had like special schools and programs, like creative schools and tech programs and stuff. So I did a lot of work in those little special schools and programs. I found my niche very early, and so oh, cool, Joe. Yeah, nice. I have a I never had an issue with principals growing up. Well, they my first one paddled me for running in the halls. That's the only time I've been paddled in my life. My sixth grade teacher did the ruler on the hand, but it wasn't a paddling. Um, and then my high school principal, it was rumored, was in the KKK, and like so, none of the kids ever talked to. He was mean, but looking back, I was thinking about this the other day. How silly and how could I think my principal's in the KKK? That's exactly what the left tries to paint about the right, and even in high school in the 80s, in the Reagan years, we were walking around thinking that, and this was before social media, even before media, because that certainly wasn't on TV that the principal was KKK. This was something that like came from the kid, like from the ground up. Um, we were demonizing people that we thought were against us or whatever. So, and then in junior high, that's where school was the roughest because we switched towns and it was a larger town, different culture. And I had a lot of adjustment difficulties. I was a new kid. This was the height of puberty. All that was happening at once. And I was bullied. I had a lot of targets on me in that environment. And one of my bullies was the son of the school secretary, so that he was kind of like part of the system. So nothing ever happened, and the principal and the assistant principal, to me, were in on that. Like, so I associated all of them with adults that were not addressing this bullying problem and kind of just letting me be the scapegoat for everything going on in that school. And I didn't necessarily have a negative relationship with the principals. They were always kind. They seemed like concerned and everything. So I'm not saying they were like deliberately neglected or anything, but I just associate them with that experience. So my experiences with principals have been neutral to those are the negatives. But as a professional, like as a teacher, I had a respect for all the things that they're responsible for, like throughout the day and ultimately for the school. It's not a job I would want at all. I couldn't take on that responsibility. I was there like just when No Child Left Behind was starting, and I was there like the first year of No Child Left Behind was about my last year in this. A lot of people's last year in the school, and a lot of um, teachers were leaving at that time because all of a sudden everything became about the test, that not about teaching and making sure they learn the material, but about can they pass this test. And it just became like factory, like rushing, processing, and it became much more technocratic and less humanistic. Let's see. What? Let's see. What was inauthentic, Joe? Oh, and thinking about God. Y'all can come up and talk about God. Y'all know my thoughts on. But I did, and I looked down and I like scratched my head. Or I don't. I used to. Not so much now since I have a religion of my own. But like I respect religious people, but most of my life I did. I never hated them. I never had a problem with it. I loved my religious friends. It was just curious that they thought all that stuff. Um, but then I got to remember, like my whole childhood, I thought the same thing, and it wasn't weird. So all of a sudden, I have a change of perspective or worldview, and I see other people differently that were exactly like me, like one day earlier. That doesn't seem fair. So I have to remember that, like I knew what it was like to think and believe all that stuff and have it be my reality too. So Like, I shouldn't be as judgy about it as I am. And I don't think I am now. I was way worse in the past, believe me. Yeah, that's what one of my principals said. He came in one day and observed me. He just snuck in unannounced, and he sat in the back and he watched me teach. And I saw him come in, and I'm like, okay. I just kept doing what I was doing. And then after the class was over, he pulled me aside and he said, "You cannot teach the kind of teaching that I just saw in that classroom." And he said one of the problems the schools are having is that these young teachers are coming fresh out of university, and they're taught the material, but none of them are taught how to teach. And the question of is the art of teaching transmissible, or is it a talent? Is it innate? And they're coming out of the universities with the knowledge, but not with the experience, and not with the actual pedagogical skill. They might have the know-how, but they don't know how to implement it or put it into action. Because teaching is, I found it to be an art. It was way more art than skill. The skill was, to me, anybody could teach, anybody could present pre-packaged information. But there's an art to how you present it, and there's an art to knowing your audience, like your grade level. And because I had some gifted and some advanced classes too, and I had to teach them differently than the mainstream classes. I had to teach the special ed classes differently. With special ed, and this helped me a lot in my mental health work, you had to each kid had a very unique way that they learned and that they needed to be taught, and you had to learn from each kid how to teach them. So you had to let each individual kid teach you how to teach them, and not consciously. This was a process that just emerged through observation and interaction. So you had to really be able to tune in to unique individual differences, and you had to be able to learn and adapt your teaching to their different. You had to meet them where they were, because a lot of them were not going to meet you at the standard, like at the mainstream standard. Yeah, and it was a small town. It was one of those small, like, kind of isolated rural town. And they were kind of set. They had their little families and their little systems set up. We were the outsiders, so like it wasn't just my whole family. Like had initial difficulties adjusting socially, and that was common for people that moved to that town. But me in particular, because I drew so much attention to myself. I quit going to school in the 7th grade. I just dropped out. I quit. I said, this is pointless. I'm not learning anything. I'm bored as hell. Why do we have to keep learning the same shit over and over and over? I remember this from 4th and 5th grade, and I'm getting bullied all day, and the school's not doing anything. And I could stay home and watch educational programming on PBS and learn so much more than I'm learning at this dumpy little junior high school. And so I quit going. And they wanted to expel me, and they ended up put me in a residential gifted program, and I thrived. That's like all it took was putting me with teachers that understood how to teach me, kids that I like, that were my peers that I could relate to and talk about all the weird nerdy stuff that I like to talk about. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I've been that from birth, and that's when Britt said she's always been kind of like a freak. I know what that's like, because even in my family, I was the oldest, and you would think that would like set the tone for the rest of the family, but it didn't, because my sister and my siblings came along, and they were way more similar to each other, so that I stood out and became it's the scapegoat role. Like, I was responsible for everything. Like, if anything went wrong in the family, I was the first suspect, always. I could be in my room minding my own business, but if the assumption was, unless proven otherwise, Jeff did it. And I don't know why that was, because I was by far not the worst kid. Like, when we were playing the games, I was not the kid thinking of the games that were getting us in trouble. So it was stuff like that, and then that carried. Because my theory is that how you were treated in childhood, and as you develop, like strangers pick up on that in the adult world. And so if you were treated as a scapegoat as a child, and then consistently, and then at school, and then by teachers, etc., adults, strangers on the bus, the barista at the coffee shop, etc. Yeah, the black sheep, exactly. Both of them. I was both. Um, and then they wonder why I'm a Satanist. And so if you're treated a certain way, like strangers are going to pick up, and they're going to cast you in that role of scapegoat without even realizing it. And then they're going to start treating you the same way because they can pick up, or you somehow were shaped into that role, and strangers respond to that. In a completely selfish, was the world fair to you? I didn't expect. I had little. I was a very. I grew up in the country. I was a very carefree, happy-go-lucky kid that just played and explored and just lived in the moment. So I didn't have a lot of expectations from the world. If anything, I feel like I let the world out. I did not live up to the potential that I had to bring to the world. I don't feel the other way around. No, I feel like the world, and if by the world you mean the educational system, the school system, the social system, the whatever community infrastructure that's responsible for kind of initiating people through society. Um, I am blown away at how expertly they handled me, because they did not know what to do with me. I was the first kid like me. It was a very small school, and I was the very first kid that had ever been identified as gifted or twice exceptional in that school. And they had no idea what to do with me, and so they were figuring out as they went along, and they did an amazing job. And my gift, because I was identified as gifted, and people are like, well, what's your gift? I don't know what my gift is. It's in educational terms. It means I learned well. I'm an accelerated learner, is what I knew it as. But for me personally, my gift to me is the people that showed up in my life, like the mentors at the right time, the right counselor at the right time, the right teacher at the right time. Like, I totally did not deserve these people. It felt like a complete, like, here, we're giving you this amazing person for no reason at all, and enjoy them, like they're gonna benefit you. And that was my gift. It's the people that showed up in my life to help me and teach me and all of that. I'm not. I had a good childhood. The difficulties really started in adolescence when we switched towns, and I was going through puberty at the same time. So all like the gay stuff was coming out at the same time, and it all converged to like one experience. And that's when I stopped going to school. I just dropped out of society completely. I said, I'm just gonna do my own thing, and I'm still kind of like that. Like, that kind of set the tone for the rest of my life. But there was, the support system was in place somehow, that they knew how to help me do that. If I was going to do it my own way, they were going to help me do that in a way that was going to be productive and constructive. And they did everything that they could. I'm still not thriving. I'm what many people would consider a gifted underachiever. Although by my standards, I don't feel like I'm underachieving. I feel like I'm doing exactly what I set out to do and want to do. Yeah, people. That's what y'all. That's what I said today when y'all talk about his picture. That people actually used to call me Forrest Gump. That was one of my nicknames when that movie. It kind of helped, actually, because when that movie came out, it gave them something to. I was less weird. It gave them something to relate to. Oh yeah, he's Forrest Gumpy. It's cool. He's not a big threat. And when I first showed up in this town, that was part of it, because it was kind of a closed, like, in group. And I was an outsider. I was an unknown so that, and I was an intellectual. I always had a book with me. Just reading like threatened people. If you even read books, you were a threat. And I was like blatantly in their face every day with a book, not consciously, but like intending that. But that's how they were reacting to it. And so it was that feeling of being a threat, like unknown and a threat. And but then after, this is what turned it around for me. It was several years later, after high school. I skipped my senior year and went to college. So I was in freshman year of college while the rest of my class were going through their senior year. And then no, they're not too awkward or person on this street. No. Are you kidding me? And so when I got back from, when I finished up my freshman year of college, and that was the first time, believe it or not, I'm from Louisiana, but I was one of the few people that did not drink as a teenager. I had no interest in that. We grew up, we're Cajun, so it's like a French culture. And we grew up with wine, beer. Like we had beer with our crawfish, and we had like little sips of wine with our meals. And it was, so alcohol was not a big deal. It was not taboo, it was not stigmatized. And it wasn't uncommon for kids to have little sips of wine here and there. So that's about all the drinking I did. I remember one Christmas, me and my sister got plastered on these rum balls that somebody had brought and put out with the hors d'oeuvres and refreshments, and we kept eating. They were strong, and they would hit our brain and in weird ways, and we kept eating them, and we were under the table giggling, and that was my first experience with like actual drunk, because alcohol had always been part of our life. So that end of freshman college was when I actually, like, my last day of college was the first time I got drunk. Everybody got drunk to celebrate the end of college, and that's a whole separate story I'm not going to tell tonight on stream. But I'm like, what the hell? Let me give it a try. And that was my initiation into kind of drunken debauchery. And so when I got back from college, they still had a couple of weeks of senior year left. And one of the things they did was the senior skip day, where they picked one day out of the week, like the last week or two of school, and they all went to this creek and they did this canoeing, and they had a sandbar, and they had alcohol and ice chest and barbecue wieners, all kind of shit. And there was like 50 or 60 people out there. And because I had just come home from college, I got invited. And these people never really liked me. I never really liked them. We never really got along, but we were all seniors. It was I'm like, why not? Let me go check it out. And oh my God, it was a disaster. But that was the first time I had drank with these people, and I got so plastered. I made a fool of myself. I woke up buried in the sand, and my friend that I went with he had to knock me out. He had to punch me in the face and clock me and knock me the fuck out because I was being so obnoxious, and then bury me in the sand to control me. And he did me a favor, and I thanked him for it. But that experience of getting drunk in front of the people that we had been clashing, had all this friction with all this time, that's what did it. Like from that moment on, I was one of them. When I'd see them around town, it's like, hey buddy, how you doing? Oh yeah, hey, nice partying with you. That I needed that drunken initiation. They needed to see me as not this nerdy, gay, weird goth kid that was aloof and above everybody. They needed to see me as one of them, and I needed to experience myself as one of them. And once that happened, all the problems were over. So I wish they had let me get drunk with them in junior high school. It would have solved it just as much as all the educational resources. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Alrighty. No, Joe, I got hazed. I hazed myself. That's what I did. I did it to myself. You could say that. They my sexuality came out for sure, in front of my entire class. The one that had been teasing me about being gay the whole time. It's like surprise, surprise, no surprise at all. Um, and then after that, for like a year or two after that, that's all I did was I'm like, drinking is so much fun. I started drinking and smoking. I'm like, drinking is so much fun. How come I didn't know about this earlier? Oh my God, this is all I want to do. I just want to drink with everybody. And I started going to parties, and I was like the new cool party kid. Everybody was inviting me to house parties. And if I had known about any of that earlier, I would have probably done it. And then smoking too. I had a friend, my sister's friend, taught me to smoke, and I didn't do it right. Like, she's like, "No, you're not doing it right. Try it this way." I could never get it down. She's like, "Well, you're just not made to smoke." And I'm like, "Oh, that's probably a good thing." I was up 16, 17. And then like a year later, we're sitting outside, and she's trying to get me to smoke again. She's like, "Try it one more time. You didn't do it right the first time, but it's been a year. Maybe you'll do it right this time." And so she coached me through it again, and somehow was able to get it right. There's a way you have to draw it in that I wasn't getting. And I loved it. I'm like, oh my God, this is what smoking is? This feeling is amazing. I want more of it. And so I said, I smoke. I love to smoke. I'm proud to smoke. I'm not trying to quit. I love this and I want this. And I was very unapologetic about it for years, until at some point I was ready to quit, and I did. Um, so that was my experiences with, and then it went from the alcohol and the nicotine to the LSD and the mushrooms and all the fun stuff. Hey, Denizen, I was just talking about you earlier. I don't remember what I was saying. I just remember I was talking about you. You had come up in the conversation. So the house party era is over. What are you talking about? Well, it's hard to tell from up here in Seattle because they don't really. None of the people up here know how to party. I went to my first few parties up here. Nobody knew how to host. They would just stand around. They had so much social anxiety. They'd all stand around and look at each other, and nobody would talk, and the host wasn't facilitating things or offering and they were all friends. They had known each other for years. I thought they were all just meeting for the first time. No. This is like their crew, their friend circle. None of them knew how to interact with each other. Oh yeah, a long time ago. I don't think I could do them today. I have way too much. I've acquired way too many new demons. I did them when I was younger, like 20s, and like even then they make me face all my demons, and I've acquired way too many demons since then to risk mushrooms. No, my psychedelic phase was pretty much my 20s, and by the time I graduated college and entered the adult world of work, I was that was all behind me. I think there's a certain point where you get all you're going to get out of the psychedelic experience. I don't regret having them, but it's not something that I've been able to prolong successfully. Now, I have heard about the microdosing trend lately, especially for autistic and neurodivergent people. It seems to help. I do know that when I was on LSD, that is when I felt the most balanced. Like my chemicals were all balanced, and I felt like, oh, is this how I'm supposed to function if I wasn't so wacky all the time and had the like, is this how my brain is supposed to operate when it's operating like it's supposed to? It like I when everything was coordinated and in sync and it flowed, I could think of something, and then the words to say it came, and I could speak the words fluently, and people could understand. There wasn't this clunkiness or this disconnect that I have now. That communication difficulties, misperception, all that timing. A lot of with me, it's just timing. I'm just out of sync with not only internally with myself, but then with other people. Because I'm trying to, my brain moves faster than my body, or part of my brain moves faster than the rest of it and my body, and then I have to coordinate that with the time it with the people's brains around me. So it gets very complicated very quickly. And when I was on LSD, all of that seemed to just flow. I didn't even have to think about it. I felt harmonious internally, and I felt in sync socially. Like, because that's what like autistic. I don't know how neurotypical people sync up. I do not know how all of a sudden, without talking, they know how to all get up and leave a room together, or they all know how it's time to stop one thing and start doing that thing without even having had a conversation. I don't know how they're doing it. But when I was on LSD, I was kind of I kind of could flow. I could pick up or tune into the flow, and it felt normal. I think I'm more process oriented just naturally, and I'm more like I think in processes. I think best when I can process out loud. I'm very aware of my own processes. I've taken formal logic so I can follow an argument and I can follow a thought. I'm good at identifying patterns, etc. So that tells me more, I think, long term than any particular content. Like maybe form and content, and I'm more oriented toward form. Wow, we have a good amount of people watching, about as much as we do during the day. I definitely appreciate that. If anybody wants to come on, hip hop. I remember Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight, the Phony Macaroni, the Chicken, Hotel Motel. Oh, don't copyright me, YouTube. I'm just babbling. I'm just talking out my head. But I remember that, and of course the great. Oh my God! Funny you should ask. I was listening to Rapture by Blondie just before I got on this stream. I was in a Blondie mood, and that was one of the songs that came up. But the real hip hop for me that I remember started with Run DMC. You be illin', it's tricky. Proud to be black, y'all, and that's a fact, y'all. Uh, I had the Run DMC tape, and it sounded like no other music I'd never ever heard. I could not put my finger. I didn't know if I liked it, hated it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew it was definitely different. And they would listen to it in the dorms. And the Beastie Boys was around that time too. And I never got much into the Beastie Boys, but all my friends were. And Run DMC and the Beastie Boys were the two big ones that they were into growing up. And then from there, my brother was into hip hop way more than me. Bones, Thugs, and Harmony, Snoop Dogg, and I was like, I was probably around college, just late high school, early college age when hip hop started to take off. Run DMC was what, 86, 87. Um, and so I was older. Like my music was different than hip hop, and so I saw the younger generations more get into hip hop, but I feel like I had aged out of music by then. The same with techno. I never really got into techno. It was just a totally different style, texture, timbre, just everything about it for me got on my nerves, especially being on LSD. That was some of the most annoying music. It was like little gnomes and dwarves hammering my brain. Techno, it's not melodic, it's like percussive, and it's just a lot of little over and over, and it just hammer at my brain. Like, how do people get pleasure out of this? But it was a different drug. It was ecstasy, I think. That was the drug that was paired with techno. Although my LSD friends did it and enjoyed. There was this one techno song. Was it Josh Wink, and it kind of this high pitched sound that would go up the scale like and it would reach a peak and everybody would get all excited about it. I remember that song on LSD because it like you could feel your your brain, your consciousness keep ascending as this little tone would go up the scale into the peak. It was like actually being taken up a roller coaster or a tower. So there were little techno moments like that, but it was definitely not my psychedelic music of choice. I like the classic rock, the indie alternative, what today is dad rock, all the dad rock, guitar rock, and the ambient was good, the gothic. You got baptized as an adult, where they take you in the I've seen friends do it. I had a friend, he did a YouTube video, but he took it down. He totally faked a conversion to get baptized and film it, and like they show him with the preacher, they show him walking into the tub. They're real nice. They're letting me film it, and then he goes on YouTube and shows it. It starts trashing the church, this preacher, and laughing about how he was faking the whole thing. Yeah, I have some friends that are really into Tool, and I like the artist. What's his name? Alex, not Alex Jones. Is it Alex Smith? Alex, the psychedelic dude, Rainbow Skulls and shit. Alex, somebody. Um, and then what's their? Is it a perfect circle? A never-ending circle? The project they did after Tool. I listened to some of that. Alex Gray, thank you, Dan. Yeah, that all came at like my generation was Sonic Youth and the Pixies, and then you had like spin-offs like Dinosaur Jr., Swans, REM, that type of stuff, and Nirvana was the tail end of that. But everybody after me experiences Nirvana as the beginning of their brand of music, and by the time I had got to Nirvana, I was already steeped in the original stuff, and so all the music after it didn't sound as exciting to me, but it did for the new generation. So I didn't listen to a lot of the newer stuff after Nirvana. I didn't even really listen to a lot of Nirvana. I tried to. I don't. There's something about Kurt Cobain I just don't like. I mean, I should be into mental health and gloom and doom and all. He just. It's not even that I don't think he's insincere. I think he is sincere. I just don't care. I don't. His music does not move me. I want to like I'm a goth punk. I want to tap into that angst and that darkness, but coming from him, he just seems whiny. he he just doesn't pull it off for me for some reason, and I just get irritated by it. I feel irritation, a little bit of pity, but not in a good way. I don't when I say pity, I don't ever think pity is a positive thing. And I don't know. I didn't like him when he came out, and I've tried several times as an adult to listen to at least Nevermind, and it has the same effect on me every time. I just there's something that I have to grit my way through it. It feels teenagey and whiny and not. I think he's sincere, but when I listen to it, I don't. It doesn't seem like real darkness. I do remember when he died, and we were on mushrooms. We had just done some mushrooms. We were flipping our MTV. That was like our go-to channel because they had 120 minutes and Alternative Nation and Liquid Television and all that stuff. And we were giggling and the shrooms were kicking in, and all Kurt Loder broke in, and he's like, "We have some news. Kurt Cobain was found dead," and we were processing. We were laughing, and we're like, "Oh, MTV with their prank. Oh, that quirky MTV humor. Oh, ha ha ha. Kurt Cobain." And they were like, "Wait," and we did that moment where you're like, "You." and Denizen, this is a good one to think about with free will. You think reality is one thing, and then you start to realize it's not, but you don't know what it really is. And there's like that middle ground where it's like this fog, and you're trying to reorient. And we're like, are they joke? What would be a joke about Kurt Cobain dying? This sounds serious. And then as it would play, they'd have the news and the cameras and the news crew and the document, and we're like, wait, guys, I think Kurt Cobain just killed himself. And this was like our John Lennon moment. This was the John Lennon moment of our generation. And we were high on shrooms. We had just dropped, and now we had to live through this Kurt Cobain. Oh, look, I'm getting emotional just telling it. And I didn't even really like the guy. Wow. Let me take a moment here. Yeah, where reality is still in flux. So then you use your will. There's some kind of, but what I realized earlier, and I don't know if you were around to hear this. This is how your name came up. I don't think we dispute that the will exists. I think it's the how free it is. I think our dispute is just how free is this will. And I don't deny that there are influences on the will. There are parameters that it operates within. There are constraints, both naturalistic, moral, cognitive, societal, etc. But I do still acknowledge some degree of freedom to the will. And I think you and Steve's position is that is an illusion, that there's zero freedom. And that seems a little dogmatic to me. Yeah, it really did. It was more, it wasn't even about the music. It was Kurt as a representative of our generation. And for me, I was like, what, 20, early 20s, 22, 3, something. And but the younger generation, the high school kids, the kids going into college, it was a cultural moment. It was representative of something very primal in the culture at that time, and it did. And I remember for days afterward. And the other one that was River Phoenix, did the same thing. And that was around the same time. Yeah, I think so too. That's definitely how it seems to me. And they insist that it's an illusion, but they don't. They haven't convinced me yet. Put it that way. Yeah, I think that is the discussion, and then we're going to apply that to the criminal justice system next time you come on. The Kurt Cobain thing felt like conspiracy. Joe, I had a fiance before. This is before gay marriage, and I had proposed to him. This is in the 2000s. He passed away in 2007, and then eventually we did get married. We did get marriage. So I would have been gay married if we had it, and I would like to get gay married at some point. I came up here to Washington State to get gay married, in fact, but it has not happened yet, and I mean, I haven't dated in like 15 years. I think I'm too singular of a person. I don't think that the person out, even though the person out there for me was out there once before, obviously, I still don't. I'm not optimistic about my dating prospects. So I haven't really like pushed the dating thing very hard the last decade or so. But yes, I'm open to getting gay married, but they're going to have a lot of hoops to jump through and a lot of high bars to clear. And I've probably like priced myself out of the dating market with my standards and my fussiness and pickiness. Fatty, fatty, fatty. Yeah, it totally seemed to me that seemed like something that would happen. That he, I mean, eventually we figured out that they weren't joking, and he really did kill himself, and it all made sense. Like it just clicked. Like that definitely seemed like something that was real and that had happened. Lane Staley. Who is he from? Oh, I didn't know he was dead. I know that Scott, what's his face? Stone Temple Pilot Scott. What's his name? Whelan. And the one from Soundgarden. Yeah, him. Well, we have secular marriage, Golden Renaissance, and that was way before. Like that's the straight people started that. That's all we wanted, not the religious stuff. I don't care if religious people. I think religions should be allowed to do religious marriages, however they see fit. I only want the secular institution of marriage here in the U.S. open for us. Who are like your well, even in the 60s, like I think of what's name, like Brian Jones and Janice, Jim. Rock is not a safe. Maybe that's why I clash so much with the safetyism because I'm a Gen X rock and roll kid and a BDS like gay leather bar, like all this safetyism and consent stuff. That's not part of the rock and roll lifestyle. That is definitely a grab your helmet type of lifestyle, and so is the gay underworld, or it used to be. What like I don't think anything's left of it now. But so I don't like I was not part of the helicopter generation or the safetyism generation, and so maybe that's why I clash with it so much. Like if rock and roll is an ethos, it's rock and roll is the religion of Satanism or the devil to me. Like rock and roll is so fundamental to my religion, and like in some ways it's almost identical to it. If all you do is adopt the rock and roll lifestyle, whatever that is, or in my case, the slacker lifestyle from the 90s, that alone to me is satanic enough. But it definitely either draws a set of values to it or helps to foster a certain set of values that are seem very opposed to safetyism and all the woke woo-woo snowflakey stuff we have now. A leather skirt. I don't think I've worn a skirt in my life. I did. I've done. I, I don't call it doing drag. When we were little, my mom, the Catholic church hall was having a Halloween part like Bob for Apple's candy haunted house thing, and she thought it would be cute, and it was come in costume. If I went as a girl and my sister went as a guy, so we would like gender swap her kids, and girl meant I looked like Thelma Harper from Mama's Family. It was this old lady, big rainbow colored dress. It was like an old lady wig, an old lady purse, some old lady shoes. And then my sister was like a little hobo, and she had a little mustache drawn on her. And we show up at this church dance, and I saw my class. Like everybody was clustered with the people they knew from their class. They were bobbing for apples, and I go and I stand with my class, and I thought it was so obvious that it was me. Like nobody's gonna buy that this is an actual female, and nobody recognized. So I'm sitting here like talking to my friends, like we're on the playground at school, and they're like, "Who is this girl?" Like they thought I was a new girl from like a neighboring town or something that had come in for the Halloween thing, and then like finally somebody recognized, like, "Jeffrey, is that you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I thought y'all knew it was me." And so um that was drag experience number one, and then I was like 18 or 19, and the junior high school. This was in the new little redneck town. Um, was having some Halloween thing, and my sister and her friends wanted me to go or something, and I didn't have an outfit. So the only thing we had, I went in the closet and I said, well, I'll just like grab one of my mom's dresses and some lipstick or something and see if I could pull off something that looks like a costume. And I found some shoes. It was a blue dress. It was like a one-piece dress. And I had my hair dyed black at the time. It was short and black. And I put on the lipstick. I did all this myself. I stuffed, I don't know what I did. A bra with something in it. And I didn't do a wig. There was no wig. So I had to like comb my hair up a little bit, like a little butch lesbian haircut. And I showed up at the school in that outfit. Like people recognized me at least, so they weren't fooled this time. But I looked like Linda Dano. I don't know if y'all know who that is. She was on a soap opera, and I think she had a talk show at some time. I looked exactly like her with this short black hair. So those are my two drag experiences. Oh, and then during COVID, I had a drag friend. He does professional drag, and we were all zooming together. We were going to do a Mardi Gras party, and he talked me into creating a drag character and debuting her for Mardi Gras. And I think I have a video and a few pictures, and it was the stupidest thing in the world. I called her Kitty Lemieux, and it was a purple wig and like a leopard skin shirt. It looked stupid. And when I was, this is how I know I'm not a drag queen. This is how I know I'm not a transsexual. When I put the wig on, like people talk about when they put on the panties or the wig or the dress, they experience this, like their real self can come out. They're free for the first time. And I don't feel any of that. I feel annoyed, uncomfortable. I feel like it's a nuisance. I feel like it's all kind of extra work. And when I put that wig on, I had to comb it out, and it didn't look, I never did get it to look like real hair. And I'm like, I hate this. I never want to have to do this. I'm not feeling anything but like Jeff in a wig that's irritated and about to take it off. And I'm only doing it because I said I would do it for this friend. And so I'm not having any of the reactions that transsexuals and drag queens describe when they put on their first wig or their first dress at all. My reaction is, thank God I don't have to do this for real in life, because this is a whole lot of work and I'm feeling stupid in it. I'm not feeling free at all. Jonathan, well, I swapped my bedtime with a nap earlier, and that's why I'm up here doing this. But then, for some weird reason, like they talk about gender nonconforming and stuff, and I want to talk more with Lib about this. Like, is trans the new gay? But even growing up, like 5th, 6th grade, and this is at my old school, like the cool school where I wasn't having any problems. Even there, some of the kids would ask me if I'm a girl, like, are you a guy or a girl, or call me sissy, or there was something feminine-ish, or even though I was guy clothes and everything. There was one time I was at a rave in San Francisco, of all places, and I had just dropped ecstasy for the second time, because the first time didn't do anything. So it was kind of like my first time taking ecstasy, really. And it was starting to peak, and they wanted to go up to the rooftop. It was some nightclub that they had in San Francisco, in the middle of south of Market, Soma. I had on some Dockers, some khaki slacks, some shoes, a t-shirt. That's it. But while we were dancing, there was this girl going around with some glitter, and she came up to my friends and she was throwing glitter on it. I'm like, oh, I want some, because we're at a rave and I'm on ecstasy. Like, why? That's didn't seem weird to me. And she paused and she's like, are you sure? I said, yeah. Why wouldn't I want glitter on my face at a rave? And she's like, okay. And she dusted me with glitter. And then at some point we went up to the roof. So I did have glitter on my face, but outside of that, I had a t-shirt, some slacks, and some street shoes. And I was just sitting there on the rooftop, and there was this like Latino thug next. He had the wife beater, the tattoos, the gold chain, the greasy hair, like straight out of a a movie, and he was just standing next to me, just doing his thing. And all of a sudden, he looks at me out of the blue. I didn't even say a word to the guy once, and he's like, "Hey, man, are you a drag queen? Are you a drag queen, dude?" And started like getting in my face about it. And I'm like, why does this guy think wait, I'm in San Francisco at a rave. Everybody's on ecstasy, glitter on their face, like weird rainbow kids, and I'm being harassed like I'm back at the redneck town growing up in Louisiana by this Latino guy for being a drag queen. So I had that experience of somebody mistaking me for but it was so weird of an experience to happen. Even today, I can't explain it. But then I did realize that only the girls were the ones with the glitter. Like none of the guys had the glitter on their face. I was the only guy with glitter. And I found that weird that even in San Francisco, like the heart of San Francisco, like there was this obvious gender norm of only the girls knew that. And that's why that girl hesitated when I asked her. She's like, "Are you sure you want the glitter?" And I thought it was like something you do at Ray. Like everybody has glitter. And no, it was a gender thing. And I think that's why that guy was reacting. Like, "Are you a drag queen?" Because he was noticing there was a guy with glitter on his face and it threw off his processing circuits. It is the worst. I hate glitter. I really do. I find it for days, weeks afterwards. Yeah, I was just like, because I think the thing was I didn't even plan. It was spontaneous. I didn't even think I was going to be at the rave. They wanted me to try ecstasy, and they were planning to go to the rave. So once we dropped the ecstasy, they're like, "Oh, well," I think I was just with them in the car or something. And so there wasn't time I lived on the East Bay at the time. There wasn't time to get dialed up or anything. So I think I was just in whatever my street clothes were. And so my ecstasy thing crashed right there after that guy harassed me for my glitter. My peak just dropped. I was miserable. In fact, we ended up going home, and then we sat in the apartment for like 2 days, just grinding our teeth and eating on our fingernails. I hated ecstasy. There was nothing fun about it. Oh Lord, I can't believe I've been going an hour and a half. We've been going an hour and a half because I definitely could not have kept this going without the comments. Yeah, if I really I'm not a vindictive person. I don't hold grudge. I guess if I wanted to prank somebody, but if I really wanted to go irritate someone from somewhere, I would go put glitter all over their house or somewhere in their car. I wouldn't waste my time on a lot of expensive, overwrought, overthought out pranks. Just go glitter them. I do like sparkly things. That's like the one gay thing about me. I love colored lights, shiny rainbow sparkly things. Just any colored little bright thing in front of my face. I like that. My brain gets such a pleasure from it. I think I told this story before when I was like 2.5, 3. It must have been. I was probably 3 years old. The Christmas of my 3rd year. It was like midnight. Everybody was asleep, and I wanted to see. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I wanted to see the Christmas lights. The Christmas tree was off. Everything was unplugged, and I wanted to see the light. I was so excited. That's the first thing I did when I woke up, was run to the tree and try to see the lights, and they weren't on. And I knew enough to know they were unplugged, and I had to somehow get the plug in the socket, but there were other things in the socket that I had to get out first before I could get the plug in. And so I knew what to do because I'm a smart child and 3 years old. So I run to the kitchen, and I remember feeling around in the drawer, and I pull out a metal potato peeler, and I run over to that socket so I could pry out one of those existing plugs, and I stick that potato peeler in the socket, and it goes, and and there's like this pop, an explosion. My whole hand turned black. I remember my mom and dad woke up, and the lights come on, and they're standing in the doorway, half asleep, and I'm crying, and my hands all black, and um, just that's how much I want to see these Christmas lights. So this was from a very, very early age. This is deep rooted. My love for shiny colored lights. Denizen,
Greetings.
what's up with you?
Nada. I just woke up.
Oh, you too. Yep, that's what happened here. So I don't want to be the one to bring up the free will topic, but we can talk about the criminal justice thing if you want.
I just came up to say glitter is violence.
Oh, I think it is too. Yeah, I don't know why Antifa and BLM don't use more glitter. They could have accomplished way more with glitter, I think, in 2020 than with cocktails and whatever they were trying to do in the Chaz. I might have gone and been part of the Chaz if it involved glitter and colored lights.
Did they accomplish anything?
No, oh my God, it was a trash pit. It was so embarrassing. It was like a homeless encampment and kids. And I went and I didn't go in, but I stood on the border and I looked in. And it was just trash. It looked like after a music festival where the ground's all torn up and there's trash everywhere. They had this sad little garden they were trying to grow, and they had like a black person garden and a white people garden. Like this garden is only for black people. They
Where
had
is this?
like military cosplay security people running around like a military zone. It looked unorganized, messy, like trashy and stupid.
Chaz had segregated bathrooms?
No gardens, like to grow your
Nice.
food.
Nice.
They had little
Come
signs
on.
like black. Please respect this garden. For this is only for black people.
Wow.
Oh no, that's not Denizen. That's
Tim
Tim Robbins.
Robbins.
Yeah,
Director Tim Robbins.
my room. Oh, you call this a room? Okay. Yeah, Lindsay doesn't really hang out here much. People ask me about you, Lindsay. I'm like, I don't know. She really doesn't hang out. She's really not one of mine. I don't know much about her. Okay. Well, what do you do on Saturdays?
I don't have like a different routine aside from the fact that trading right now is taking up most of my time and I don't have to do that on Saturdays.
Training? Do you work
Trading.
from home or you go in person?
Trading. I'm pretty much retired, but I
Is
do stock trading is the main source of my income.
Oh, okay.
But
Like
I take work
right.
like if I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also trying to learn a new field, so I kind of have a boss right now, even though I'm not employed, because she has all the knowledge and resources that I'm trying to learn from her.
What field are you trying to learn?
Mortgages,
Oh.
loan processing.
Mm-hmm. That definitely sounds useful.
Yeah, I've wanted to learn how to do it for a couple of decades now, and I have an opportunity to learn from someone very experienced for free. So
Is it shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Oh, is it something that's easy to learn like outside of if somebody did want to learn it? Is it easy to learn now on your own with technology? or do you
Uh,
still need
I,
access to specialized people?
I think it'd be easy for you to learn.
I'm not. I'm horrible with finance, and they had one thing that I wish they had a business math class in high school, which really nobody took unless you were going into business or secretary, but some kind of basic financial literacy. Like they taught how to balance a checkbook and stuff like that, but something more than just that. As a kid, nobody taught me anything about money or finances or stocks, retirement, interest, none of that shit. And there was not even a class outside of business math I could have taken to learn it.
Are you talking about stock trading or are you talking about real estate?
Anything financial, like whatever, like if you're going to be a citizen of the United States in 2024, what is the basic things you need to know about money, finance, the economy?
Oh,
Schoolhouse Rock did a Money Rock series when I was older at some point. It talked about allowance, interest rates, even something like that as a kid would have been more than I have now as an adult about finances.
we don't educate a lot on finances here. You have to figure it out on your own. And if you're poor, it's going to take a lot of failure and be difficult and cost a lot of money.
Yeah,
At least that was my experience.
I'm still trying to do it.
I think that's something that families share with one another.
I
And that
think
is,
it's particularly, and this could just be my biases and me stereotyping, but particularly it seems like father. It seems like my friends that have stable fathers or like
right.
doesn't necessarily have to be the original family, but an intact family, a step. It could be step, whatever, but some kind of stability. And for, like my grandfather had that. My grandfather was very stable. He had a home, a wife. There was a lot of stability growing up, but that didn't get passed on to us because there was no male around that had that. It seems like the males are good at that and good at passing it on, and people that
We're good
don't
at
have
resource
that.
gathering.
Yeah, so people with like normal fathers that are functional, that raise their children and pass on their wisdom, those kids seem to get all that and know that. And my family has it. Like all of my siblings have it because they had fathers that could do that. I didn't grow up with a father figure, but they did. And so they got that kind of stability. And I've seen it in my other friends that had that versus the ones that didn't. And we're kind of the ones that are lost and still struggling trying to figure all that out. And I really don't know how you figure it out without somebody teaching it to you because it is
You,
very complex.
you can't really. I mean, you could be some kind of idiot savant, or
I mean, the
genius.
basic formula is income, like having some kind of income, some kind of stream, whether it's a job or self-employment, or being able to acquire resources and use those resources to build and grow. So yeah,
Buy low and sell high.
do what?
Buy low and sell high.
You thought I was a
That's
troll? Oh yeah, I was a mistaken identity. There probably are some trolls named Jeff out there, and I have trolled before, not on purpose trolling, um, but yeah, it probably is good that you're learning this mortgage. Like any skill you can market, I think is good. So if you have this opportunity,
yeah. Plus, I'm looking at investing in property for the first time, and
like as a landlord or to flip.
all of the above,
Hmm.
and I kind of like doing things myself, right? So like when I got my first car, I had to learn how to do an oil change type of thing. So now that I'm
You taught
getting into
yourself.
these areas, yeah, I'm getting into these areas of finance in my life where it's going to be necessary for me to engage in the market in that way. I can't just trust, that's just not how my mind works. Like I go to the yellow pages and confide in a stranger, that's just not how I operate.
Yeah, well, no, that makes sense. I mean, it's a your self sufficiency is admirable. That's for sure. Yeah, that's what my grandfather instilled in me growing up. That's one of the little lessons I remember the most is like if you don't ever let go of property. Once you own property, hang on to it because it's so valuable. I don't like property. We had property in Vegas, me and my partner. And when it was two of us, it was fine. But me, myself, it's way too much responsibility for me to in my brain to keep up with. I like a very scaled down life that fits me and my where I'm at. And so I have no problem like renting a modest apartment or a small little home or something. I don't need a lot of property and stuff. I'm not trying to leave a legacy
When I
or
get
anything.
to that level, I plan to have like a friend, like a what I would consider a family member, be the property manager and handle the stuff that like would defeat the purpose of me having another source of income. Like so I'm not having another job. Basically like you're describing. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of responsibility, and then I would pay her, a fraction of what the income would be on the property.
Yeah, that'd be a good business opportunity for someone. I have friends that do it. They own property and flip and rent and that kind of stuff. So it's people are doing it. It seems way easier to do these days. Cool Jeff. There's OG Jeff. Is it is it Jeff and his dogs? Also known as Chopper Jeff, or original OG Jeff. Or I guess original OG is redundant. OG Jeff.
That's what I said. Late night Jeff.
Hey, midlife. I watched some of your streams. They're quite entertaining. You're welcome to come up and chat if you want. Especially, you do one. What's the latest one that I'm actually interested in? I was like, yeah, I'm glad somebody's doing a stream on this. Let me try to find it. I'm gonna drop midlife's channel. Well, I can't find the one I was thinking of, but I will drop your link. Oh, I get caught all kind of thing. I think it was Dan that was calling me brainwashed, but he thinks everybody's brainwashed. And
Programmed.
doesn't see what. But when I think of, I was thinking about that metaphor program. Like when I think of program, like software running, it's like somebody putting something. It's very passive. It's somebody putting something in you, and you passively accepting it and following it. That's not ever been an experience I've had. I always have some kind of say in what I internalize from other people and what I choose to act on. Hey,
Feels like that, doesn't it?
it doesn't to me. It doesn't feel like programming. What's up?
What up? What up? What's happening?
What it do, Ski?
What it do, Ski? Indeed. Thanks for inviting me, Gen X Jeff. I'm Gen X myself. What's happening? What's the topic? Where's the show headed tonight? Tell
What
me.
an honor. Well,
Uh-oh.
it's going to end up being free will unless you have something else. Or the criminal justice system.
Criminal justice system?
The chat
Well,
was
the implications of free will or lack of free will for the criminal justice system. Like if nobody's responsible for what they do, then what does that mean for justice? And today, Denizen said that the criminal justice system can be reformed around the principle of no free will.
that I think maybe in let's see, when did I change my mind about free will? Probably around the 2000 area. So in the last 10 to 20 years, I maybe once or twice have I heard my position on the whole thing steel man to any extent. It's just a lot of like, that's it.
It's,
It digs at some of the very core and fundamental beliefs that people have, so they tend to freak out. And
I think, well, I haven't been able to fully grasp it, and whether that's a limitation
yeah,
on my end or on your ability to articulate it. But I think we're getting there.
well, I
It's
don't
just
think
gonna
those
take
two
some
things have
time.
to be mutually exclusive. I
Yeah, it
am
could be
fully
both.
aware of the fact that I am both impatient and inarticulate, but it's just a lot of things that I don't say get thrown around. So most of it's cleanup work.
Well, good thing we have all these streams to capture that and make that work easier. What's on your mind tonight, midlife?
I mean, that this is a pretty in-depth, very thought-provoking question that you threw at me. Mind is kind of blown a little bit, and I'm not even sure I precisely know exactly what you're talking about. When you say free will, my mind first went to people being mentally ill, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, oh, you're probably not talking about mental ill, are you? No, you're probably talking about like some kind of godly thing, preordained something, or what are you talking about? I want to clarify. Or maybe I can just keep ranting if you like. So, and let me just go down the mental illness area. I think a lot of people are mentally ill. I think people that commit some of these heinous crimes or even lighter crimes, there is some type of mental illness there. That their reasoning has come to the point where, hey, I would rather rob somebody and break into their house than to just work a 9 to 5. Like, to me, that is like mentally ill. Yeah, I get it. Jobs are boring. Jobs are not fun. I understand. I'm not in disagreement there. I mean, sometimes jobs are great, but it is in my opinion, a form of mental illness to rather want to rob somebody. Where does that come from? That's a good question. But
Does that mean we can cure it?
does that mean we can cure it? Well, there's probably ways to cure it, but what I wanted to really say was, and this goes back into one of my positions, I suppose, is that even though maybe this person committing these crimes is mentally ill, that doesn't mean that they should be allowed to run free in public. I think we should bring back these old mental asylums that we used to have. I think Reagan closed them down in the 80s. It's maybe if you are a fan of older movies or great movies or famous movies, there's a great old famous movie, I say probably 60s, 70s, called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Exactly. And then the Angelina Jolie movie too, or with what was that girl Interrupted or something? It kind of goes
girl.
over.
Yeah, girl. Winona Ryder.
Yeah, Winona Ryder. It kind of goes
And
over.
Diane Cannon has a good one called End of Innocence too. It's really good.
I am not familiar with that, but I think we need to bring back
Who's going to pay for them?
Institution. Well, I would rather my taxes pay for that than pay for the Zelensky's bill. Like, let's put the money. I mean, this is like a whole political thing now. I can think of 1,001 ways of America not to spend our money, and then really, does money even exist? That's a whole other thing, which is like insane because I don't understand money.
Baby.
Like, money is what?
I think I like this guy.
Money is like a way to control poor people like me. Like, I need it. I need it to survive.
You feel controlled by money, like whether you have money or not. Washed up. Who are you? Show us on camera or type in the private chat. We're trying to filter out the spammers.
There's have you been porn bombed yet?
Yeah, once.
Yeah. It's I mean, honestly, it's kind of funny, but except for the fact that it like probably gets you in trouble, it's not funny at all. Yeah. Does that make sense? Like, otherwise I think it's like hilarious. Like, please come up with some crazy crazy porn. But since it's YouTube, no, it's not cool. But what can I say there? I don't know. How was that? Was that a good take?
Yeah, that's a good conversation about, because we could tie that into criminal justice too and free will, but they went to the community mental health model where mentally ill people don't need to be locked up. They can live just like everyone else in the community and be part of the community. But that depends on the community collaborating and signing on to that. You can't just throw them into the community and call it community mental health if the community is not on board and doesn't know what to do with it.
Look, there was a famous thing, I think, in the 80s. And do you know who Geraldo Rivera was?
I remember Geraldo. Oh, yeah.
He's still around. He's like 80. He looks really good, actually, for an 80-year-old dude. I think he's on like steroids or something.
Last time I checked.
And other people's blood, probably.
Probably. But he did an expose back in his early days of a mental institution where this one person was not mentally ill. They just had like cerebral palsy. I don't remember what it was, but the dude was like, it's a really tough life. This guy, it's not funny, so I'm not trying to make fun of it. But he was like, "Get me out of here! I'm not mentally ill. I can't move my arms or whatever." And it was quite a tragic situation there. Like that man didn't need to be stuck in a mentally ill institution.
Well, now the theory is they're only for the extreme cases that really can't be in society, and
like capitalists,
small enough to only require
people who think employment is healthy. Those people, we should lock them up in those asylums and give them free money and free food.
Can be healthy. I think it can be a great stressor for people, but I think it also can have mental health benefits if it's the right employment, if it's the right fit, the right setting.
Sure, that's a big
having a purpose, contributing, etc.
Especially in America,
social contact. Yeah,
and those things could be done outside of an employee-employer relationship. One could argue. Like, in other words, having a job is not the same thing as work. Work is virtuous, but being employed, perhaps not so much.
Yeah, I left the workforce after COVID, before COVID, and I may have to take a part-time job soon, but outside of that, like I made a vow never to go back into the workforce, at least not up here in Washington State. It's just not where I'd rather do it on my own. And so yeah, I understand that part. But I
almost rather be homeless than have a job ever again. Work.
Well, why are you doing the mortgage?
Are you serious? You're just joking? What is this?
Pretty close. It's pretty close.
You'd rather be homeless than work?
It's close. It's pretty close. Yeah. I said almost.
That sounds crazy, man. Being homeless is like a fear and of mine.
Why are you doing the mortgage thing?
Employment is a future fear of mine. I'm not employed. Like I said, I had a unique opportunity to learn a new trade from someone for free who is an expert in the field.
Right, but you're an independent contractor, right? So you're kind of self-employed. You said you just do freelance work right now.
I take work if I want it. I can't remember the last time I took a job.
That doesn't sound like employment. It sounds like you do have the ability to generate an income for yourself outside of employment.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, technically it would still be self-employment in some cases.
But yeah, are you opposed to that?
Not so much. I think that's a step in the right direction.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is it seems like if you have that and have the ability to acquire this mortgage skill, homelessness seems extreme of a option or a solution to even be considering.
Well, that's why I'm doing all these other things that aren't employment. I don't want to be homeless. I'm just saying I really, really, really don't want to be employed. Holy shit.
I understand you. I'm with you there. I may have to attempt some employment, but I'm kind of in the same place. Maybe not for the same reasons, but I understand. I understand that goal.
Well, how do you make money? How do you survive?
I freelance. I'm an independent contractor, and I freelance.
Contract what?
Self-employed. I have my own LLC. So I'm trying to do the same thing Denizen is. I'm trying to do it on my own outside of the employment system.
But you're a carpenter or what?
With it, huh?
You're a carpenter? Like what kind of contractor?
No, I'm a peer counselor. I work in mental health.
Oh, you work in mental health?
Yeah.
I had no idea. Well, listen, here's what I think. I think there's this, back to what I was saying earlier, the movement is to, I get it, patients' rights, maybe not locking people up. I understand all this stuff, but all of these these ideas, I think ultimately just lead to more suffering. And I think it just leads to more homelessness.
Mental health is suffering sometimes, and there's not a lot that they know what to do about it.
But the suffering is brought on by being homeless. And I think homelessness should be a crime, and the punishment should be locked up.
You don't
That's
think
how I
people
feel
have
about
the right
employment.
to choose homelessness?
What?
You don't think people should have the right to choose homelessness?
Not if they're in the city, stinking it up, and causing problems. I feel like they're mentally ill and they need help, and we should force them.
A lot of them are a lot. It's mental. It's a combination of mental health, substance use, and right now it seems like the substance use numbers are higher, and that the mental health is co-occurring. But either way, substance use, mental health, that's the biggest fact. Like the ones that are homeless for reasons other than substance use or mental health are also the ones that are easier to transition out of homelessness into housing.
But that goes back to what do you classify substance abuse as? Do you classify that as a mental illness? It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? And yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what they're pulling now. At least here in Washington State, the maneuver is to call it all behavioral health now, so they don't have to make the distinction. And so now it's all called behavioral health, and whether it's mental, substance, whatever, the services are designed to address
it. Jeff, do you have any idea what percentage of the homeless population would be considered to have some sort of a substance abuse problem?
No. I mean, the numbers are probably out there, and it probably varies by region. I know just from having worked a little bit in that field, substance use, it was present probably more times than not. Now, the peers here in Washington State did a survey project last year, just kind of among our organizations, and it's something like 75% of people that are currently in services are in services for substance use and or mental health. Only 25% or 20% were solely mental health. So 80% had some kind of substance use issue along with the mental health or substance use or mental health. And so all of the resources, all of the money now is being shifted towards substance use, because that is what the dominant, that's the dominant reason that people are seeking services. And so all of the substance use people are getting to drive the conversation and the policy now, not the mental health people.
You were speaking earlier about nature versus nurture, and you ranked them. I can't recall which one you said was more important.
It's so hard to tell because to me it seems nature plays a huge role, but I brought up things like the family systems and the Cartman drama triangle and these kind of group interpersonal dynamics that people can fall into that seem pretty predictable and independent of anybody's individual nature. So it's not that our nature is how do I want to say this? I don't think we're marble. I think we are shaped to a degree by our environment. I think we're more like clay, but I don't think like we're this really soft plastic material that is complete. It's like a blank slate that's completely imprinted on by the environment either. So I think there's some nature there that resists or the environment works on or against. But that nature itself can get caught up in certain dynamics that don't necessarily shape it or change it, but that do constrain its or strongly influence its choices.
I'm trying to think from a perspective of treatment. Like I knew some people that were in the same industry, and they talked about different types of addiction. And one of the things they said is that for certain types of substances, if you got into them, their experience indicated that sometimes there wasn't a very good chance of coming back out of it. And the question the other fellow asked is pertinent, I think. Are we predisposed to these kind of issues, or is it by chance we fall into that environment and then fall prey to them? Does that make sense, what I said?
Yeah. Those are all good questions. I think for some, maybe. Yeah, because if I understand genes correctly, it's our let's go broader than genes, just instinct, biology. I use the the 3-factor model from Kashmir Dabrowski. The first factor is biological, the second factor is social, and then the third factor is your ability. It emerges from those two, and it's your ability to be aware of and kind of direct the first two factors. And so the biological part, it's like tendencies or predispositions, and then they interact with the environment. On the genetic level, you have the epigenetics, but on the individual level, it would be you interacting with the environment, and then that would kind of help shape or condition how those tendencies actualize. And so we're prompted by instinct, we're prompted by drives, and we're prompted by our social conditioning or whatever, like even like toddler stage, but pre-conscious. But we don't know in any given situation how much of one is the dominant factor in that particular situation. So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, period, but it's hard to take a concrete situation and try to tease out how much is the nature or nurture. Sometimes if there's a very obvious factor at work, you could look at it, but then how much control do you actually have over your biology? It seems easier to work with the social and environmental side of things because that seems easier to change. You could switch environment, find healthier people, create healthier support systems, networks, etc., more easily than you can alter your brain wiring, structure, biology, chemistry, etc. But I mean, you can work at it on both ends, and whichever factor seems like is contributing the most and is going to be most responsive to whatever intervention. But in general, it seems like even though I think nature plays a strong role as tendency and predisposition, whatever goals you're trying to achieve with that nature, it seems easier to use the social environmental influences to shape that nature.
So if we were to play with two ideas at once, let's say we accepted the fact that free will didn't exist, how would that influence our treatment process for people that were suffering from addiction and homelessness in the complete absence of free will? I mean, there would be a more narrow focused conversation around pragmatically what would it mean for us as a society if we were to just full stop acknowledge determinism. And now from a deterministic perspective, we're going to tackle the homeless problem in Seattle, let's say.
False dichotomy.
No, there's nothing false about it. It's a hypothetical. So
I would say that nature and nurture are in a constant feedback loop with one another.
Yeah,
And
but let's say they weren't. Let's say they weren't.
Thinking of
This
them
is hypothetical.
adversely, that's part of the problem.
Are you able to do his thought experiment though and just grant determinism and then extrapolate from that how like solutions to the homeless problem if nobody's really willing their fates? Or does that, like, that assumes we even have control over the homeless problem? Because why wouldn't the solution be as much at the mercy of determinism as the problem itself?
So let me throw an attempt out there, and then the panel can maybe banter it around a little. let's say we accepted determinism, which would basically mean we're difference engines. We're stimulus response machines. So there should be a fairly predictable result from any given stimulus. Once you found that pattern, then it might be simplistic to apply it. Based on research, you could say these conditions determine a response from a human being. So let's institute those conditions and we should see the response on the other end, just much like a mathematical equation. Does that make
I
sense?
believe we do that.
What do we do?
Exactly what you just described.
How so, though? What would some examples be?
The education system, the mental health system, the law enforcement system, the justice system.
Well, we seem to get varying results, right?
Yeah.
We seem to get unpredictable results. What I'm saying is, in a deterministic
I don't know.
world,
Some
world. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example that's right in front of us now. How would the education system let a guy like Jeff down, who clearly has the ability to articulate?
You think it let him down?
Oh, I think so.
I think the education system is designed to quell creative thought and to create productive consumers and employees.
So how would you apply that thought process to the homeless problem then to solve the homeless problem?
Solve is a little bit, yeah, I don't know if I can talk in
for purpose of our conversation, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
we don't have to solve it. It's an interesting conversation to have.
I would just say, like, right now, everything we're doing is the antithesis to easing the homeless problem. And in most cases, we should do almost the exact opposite. Practically, a good example is requiring people to get off drugs and get a job before we help them with housing and income.
They've tried that. It's not working.
I know.
Okay.
That's
it's really hard to get people
we should
to
do the exact opposite of that.
Is it fair for me to say...
when they're not ready to stop?
Is it fair for me to say that in a deterministic world, we would not convince somebody to do something because that would imply they had free will and choice? We would rather induce them to do something by laying the appropriate circumstances in front of them. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. I mean, first we'd have to go into what
deterministic perspective.
First, we'd have to determine what your idea of a deterministic perspective is, because I already am at odds with it, I think.
Okay,
so we're having two different thought experiments. First of all,
sure. So bring me into line with yours.
But to answer your question, no, I don't think that we need to like. There are plenty of Jewish atheists, so we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Acknowledging some of these things are conditional and not as an agency of free will doesn't mean that we don't have to pay any reverence to the concept of free will, or that we can't go on believing in the illusion and even having rituals and health, practices that are formed around it. And you might get better results that way too, instead of trying to pretend like the two things are completely at odds with one another.
So what are the things you said earlier that I'm curious about, and maybe I didn't do such a good job this afternoon, is you said maybe only twice in your experience have you had your position around determinism steel-manned. So what I'd like to ask is for you to do that for me now, so I know where you're coming from.
I don't talk about determinism that much. What's the issue at what caused this original stir on this panel was when I said that I don't believe free will exists to the extent that the people who believe in free will think it does. I don't think that they have the level of agency or control or freedom over their own choices that they believe. And some of the new emerging science implies that what they consider is their ego and the experience they have making choices with agency is somewhat subjective. And that when I've gone looking for evidence of what people refer to as free will myself in my own investigations, I've come up empty-handed and found more evidence to the contrary.
Okay, so I think part of your statement is completely fair. If you say that you don't agree with free will to the degree that others do, I think that's I
Yeah,
totally agree with that.
it's
But
okay to call me an
this,
extremist too.
no,
Like I'll go out on that ledge as well. That scale. I'm saying you have way less control. You know.
okay, but would you disagree with a pure determinist who says that we have no free will, that we have no agency?
But that's not determinism as I understand it.
Whether
I
you
think
understand it or not, I'm asking whether you disagree with that position or not.
you're asking me if I disagree with the position I don't understand. I can't answer that.
Somebody who claims that we have no free will, that free will is entirely an illusion.
That's
If
what I
somebody's-
thought they're claiming.
If somebody claims that, to
Sure,
you,
that
would you
yeah.
disagree with them?
Not necessarily. No, I wouldn't say I believe that, but it's plausible.
Okay, so where does your position lie? That we have some agency or none?
Well, I think
Or are
I
you
did a
not
good
certain?
job.
Or were you, because not certain is a fair answer as well. I
Well,
respect that.
I'm not certain about any of this shit.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. Which way are you leaning?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Would you lean?
I lean toward the ego is a projection and free will is an illusion.
Okay, so here's another thought experiment. So like I'll give you my take on God. I don't know that God exists. I think some people are who say God exists and this is what God is are overconfident in that premise. But I'm leaning towards the fact that some form of intelligent design is at work in our lives. That's where I'm leaning. So if you had to say you were leaning in one direction, either entirely deterministic world or partially deterministic. In other words, we have no agency or we have some agency. Where would you lean?
You'd have to elaborate on that.
Sure. So let's say you have a person like Sam Harris who claims we have no control over the thoughts in our mind. They happen to us. This is a quote from him.
I would think he would say not the control we think we do.
No, there's a difference.
What control do we think we have?
There's a difference. Yes, exactly.
That we're the prime mover.
So you would
I don't think I'm responsible for my thought. I can do things with them when they appear, but I don't think I originate them. At least not consciously.
Well, I mean, shit, that's news to me.
Okay, let me lay.
I've acknowledged that before.
I know I'm not accusing you of lying about it. I'm just saying that's news to me.
Well, that's just you not listening closely. Welcome back, bro. Mid-bro.
This is the first time you've said that in my presence.
So
I assure you it's not, as anybody that goes back and looks at the streams could see. But go ahead. I don't want to detract.
Gaslighting.
No, I'll lay my position out on free will, and I'll lay it out concretely.
You think I didn't say that?
I know you didn't, but go ahead, old man. Please.
Not on a stream somewhere. Okay.
Oh no,
I'm sure you said it on a stream somewhere, just not with me.
How's it gaslighting if it's on a stream somewhere?
I haven't watched all your streams, bro.
Quit accusing me of gaslighting. You don't have to watch them.
The gaslighting is that you told it to me, and that if someone goes back and watches a stream you and I are on, they're going to find out that I suddenly missed something that happened.
Okay.
That's the gaslighting.
I didn't want this to hijack the conversation, so go ahead with what you were talking about.
Okay, so I'll lay out my position concretely, at least where I'm sitting now on free will. Doesn't mean it's accurate. And then you guys can banter that around. I think the genesis of our thought, human thought, a thought that pops into your mind. I want to buy a dog today. Something like that. I think we have very little control over that.
It's like Tourette's.
But I do think that how we respond to that thought. For example, I want to have a cigarette. I want to have a drink. Those things may be chemically induced in part, but how we respond to them is where we execute our free will. That's my belief.
Are you describing two different we's or me's in that scenario?
I'm describing
like if you're not
myself.
responsible.
There could be many me's. I've often been told, people who
so
say
one of
this
them
is a different you. But for the purpose of this discussion, I'm saying This is the position I hold.
So
see,
one of them is
I find it far easier to have discussions when we're very concrete on, okay, I hold this position. Now, either argue against it or agree with it, right? Like I've just laid out my personal position on free will. The me being me that's speaking into this phone right now.
right, but me isn't responsible for the thoughts that pop into your head. So is that another you, or is that somebody else?
No, my position, where I'm leaning to now, is that they may be divinely inspired thoughts.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's a possibility. But I can't argue with as much conviction that that's the case as I would that I would say we're not certain where our thoughts come from. The
And you
better
must.
argument,
They come from our
is
brain.
the better argument is the original genesis of our thoughts is unknown to us.
No,
Okay.
it's from our brain. It's
And that-
synapses and neurons firing and electrical signals and information and chemicals.
Deals a
Yeah,
man.
but what starts that process?
What?
What starts that process, though?
That we don't know, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the only point I'm making.
I'm pretty sure there's a naturalistic explanation, I guess.
And
Well,
so
well,
agreed. So you and I would hold different views on that particular part of this discussion. And this is the part where Denizen struggles, is to express concretely where his view is and how it differs. Now, Jeff and I have just come to a conclusion that we hold two differing views on the same topic. And that allows the discussion to move forward, right?
Joe,
No, I don't accept that. Just because I'm not willing to believe what you believe doesn't
No, I'm
hold
not
the
saying that at
conversation
all.
back at all.
No, that's what we said.
It pretty much
Ojo
is.
might not belong here. He makes way too much sense. This might not be the panel for you.
Well, see what I'm trying to get, because I was rude to Denizen today, and
I can see what you're trying to get at, buddy.
Well, but here, what I'm trying to do is make the point that I made earlier this afternoon in a way that's has more tact and diplomacy to it, because I don't.
Lord.
When
it's slightly more tactful now than it was before. I'll give you that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, because one of the
it's
things
still pretty insulting, though.
Well, and here's the thing: what is insult?
Only
Define
if you make it
insulting for me.
I mean, I'm not insulted.
No, but what is insulting? What does it mean to be insulting?
See, I think people want conflict.
I'm just gonna, and I know you won't answer, Denizen, so I'll answer for you. Insulting implies insulting implies that you're afraid of a trap. You're afraid of a trap, and I'm laying a trap for you, to be quite honest. But I'm not
afraid of a trap. I'm just wondering where this is going.
Because you're afraid of a trap, and you're
are we? Let me ask you a question. Are we discussing the nature of free will right now?
Well, we will be once you answer the question. It's the same reason I asked you why you.
Once I agree to tell
Denizen,
you.
Why do you?
To tell you what I think on your terms.
But tell me why you interrupt me. Why do you ask a question and then interrupt me before I can finish?
Sorry, I meant to play with the mic.
What question?
So, what does insult mean?
It's meant to be disrespectful and offensive.
How is one offensive? What is it? How does one be offensive? How does one mean to be anything?
Mean to be anything?
Yes. What is required? What is required for me to mean to be offensive?
You have to will it.
I have to be intentionally willing to do so. So when I said to you earlier today that you behave in a fashion like free will exists, this is exactly what I was talking about.
And no one argued with that.
You act every day like free will exists. We all do. So the determinists all acknowledge that even if they don't think free will exists, they still behave like it does.
To a certain extent,
right? This is what I was trying to point out in your behavior. But the way I did it, I'm not happy with. I'm not pleased with how I did it.
I don't understand the point of it.
So if there's no free will, then he could not have intended to be disrespectful to you.
Sure, I mean,
so
in the ultimate
an illusion. You're acting to the illusion.
Yes, in the ultimate sense of things, he has very little control of the fact that he deliberately came up here to be an asshole.
Then why are you offended by it?
I'm not offended.
Maybe
I'm not
you really
insulted
are
either.
the super troll.
I said you were trying to be offensive and insulting. I didn't say I was offended or insulted.
No, but I wasn't trying to be offensive and insulting. I was making a point. How I did it could have been done in a different fashion. And the
Yes,
fact that I'm
even
here
more
saying I should
tactful
have done
than
it,
you.
the fear,
Than
Denizen, the fact that
and
I'm
you
here saying
you
that,
did achieve an increase
Denizen,
in tactfulness.
you interrupt constantly. I am afraid that you are concerned about meaning being established because you don't want to be hemmed into a position you can't defend. And I just modeled how you do that by giving you my position on free will and allowing you to criticize it. And then
You didn't allow me to criticize it, though.
Jeff gave his position on free will, and we agreed that we don't hold the same position. And now we can move forward having a discussion because both of us have clearly stated our positions. And this is something that I find you
What are
don't do in
scared of?
conversations.
Oh, let's see.
I still don't know what your position on determinism is.
I think I explained it.
I asked you to
You
steel
can
man
you
it.
can feel free to
So
ask
this
some
is a
questions.
common theme of Denizen feeling like he's explained things and other people saying, "I'm not clear on what you're trying to say, dude."
Okay.
I definitely
Not
know.
just me, it's
I
happening.
listen. I'm just gonna. The only way I can get a word in edgewise is if I just keep talking, no matter who else is talking. Otherwise, I don't get a chance to talk. So, I am totally in agreement with that. You guys don't understand what my position is, and I've also admitted to many times being both impatient and inarticulate. But that's not all that's happening here.
Where does it
The accusation is that the conversation can't move forward because of me, and that I do it deliberately.
No,
That's what's on the table.
I do not. I'm not accusing you of doing deliberately.
That is what he's accusing me of. And has it
you
driven the conversation forward? The conversation about Denizen, absolutely. And don't worry, it's one of my favorite topics. Let's talk about me for the rest of the night, old man.
How about you steel man free will for me, or determinalism? I'll listen to both.
Steelman free will?
Steel man, your position on determinism.
I have less of a position on determinism. You keep trying to change what the topic was about. So if you want to make it more about determinism, most of the information is going to have to come from you in that conversation, and I'll do more listening.
What would you like to discuss? What are you here to discuss?
I can't even remember now. I think it was music.
We could do that. What about music?
We could discuss free will too without your shitty fucking accusatory attitude, which is the same thing. That's the same thing that causes a problem every time we talk about this topic. So if you want to let go of your bullshit and have a conversation instead of a dick measuring contest, let me know and I'll do it chill with you. But that's on you, not just me.
Okay, so I'll leave that up for everybody that's listening to decide whether I was participating in a dick measuring competition. But let's talk about music.
Denizen, I came up here to demonstrate how you can't have an honest conversation, and that's why these conversations don't move forward. And I didn't do it as well as I did just now earlier. I was not particularly proud of it, but now I've done it. God damn it.
And music?
That's a lot of defensive-ness. I would love to hear about
that's what he said.
The Cure is. Are they? Wait.
Yeah, there's more gaslighting. More gaslighting, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming out with a new album. What are we gaslighting about now? Your accusations
Don't worry about it.
Gaslighting are the gaslighting.
That's for the record. That's not you.
Okay.
You won't engage me on that subject, honestly.
Are the Cure? I've engaged you honestly in everything, just like I have everybody else. That like you can go and watch me engage honestly on the same topics with other people just fine, but for some reason I'm not doing it honestly with you.
I'll repeat it one more time. My positions upset people. They don't like them, and their emotional reactions are how they. Here we go. I interrupt all the time. Their emotional reactions are how they choose to interact with what I'm proposing as a thought experiment on a panel that has nothing to do with me or any of the other people on this panel for that matter. It could be a completely abstract conversation without any ad hominem whatsoever. It's nearly impossible to do. And it's as a routine method, not only is the ad hominem thrown, but then the accusations that it, or the implications that it never happened, is thrown directly after. That's what I'm referring to as gaslighting. That's a person who's ashamed of the behavior they've just engaged with, and as a defense mechanism is trying to convince the other person that reality did not just occur. That's what I'm referring to as gaslighting.
Has auto-tune made music better or worse?
Oh God.
I don't know, probably worse.
Worse.
I think so too. So
Yeah.
how much auto-tuning is going on at live concerts? I think I saw it was Britney Spears, I think, where they took out the auto-tune and, you know, played the live performance just so people could see, and it was stunning how much difference there was.
It was worse.
Oh, horrible.
Oh.
And
Well, now we know what they-
but then I don't know, in the old days musicians weren't jumping around on
Well, this
stage.
because people that could sing made. I think that changed with Madonna. She was one of the first people I remember that was somehow famous without being able to actually sing.
No, wait, stop. She is not. Look, she's not like Christina Aguilera or Dionne Warwick or whatever, Whitney Houston. Yeah, sure. She doesn't have this huge, projecting, beautiful, fabulous, total control,
average.
Mariah Carey type talent, but she can sing. And
She's-
shout out
she's
and
okay.
and shout out to Madonna. Not that I've ever been to a
She's okay.
Madonna concert,
She's not.
but
She's
but
not.
listen.
She was not getting by on her voice. That was not what was.
Listen,
and she didn't even make her own music, really. So she was one of the first pop figures that showed you didn't have to sing to be a pop star.
I bet there's someone before then. Is there? No, I guess not. Yeah, but to her credit, man, watch. And I know this comes off as like, I mean, say what you want, but whatever, man. She sings. If you watch the YouTube videos, like she really sings. You know, she's not like Beyonce, who when she was going to sing the national anthem for Obama, it was a freaking recording and she lip synced it. Madonna may not be the best singer, but she has integrity, right? She does actually sing, even when it sounds bad. And I would rather have that than fake singing, lip syncing, or some type of crazy auto tune. Just wanted to put that out there. It's kind of weird
Yeah,
that
that's what she worked her image more than anything. She gave the people just what they wanted at the time they wanted it.
I just got back in. I know this sounds gay of me or whatever, but I just got back into the I got back into Madonna song, man. It just happened recently. It's embarrassing, and it's that video. Time goes by so slowly. The ABBA song. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where she's like, dancing.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And the thing that's funny is, she in the video, I think she's like 47, and now I'm 47. And I remember when it came out, I was like, you know, it was like, it's funny. She's like, well, she looks pretty, but she's kind of old. But now that I'm her age, that I'm the same age as that video, it's just weird. And I really like that song. And now that we have YouTube, it's an actual ABBA song. I don't know. Do you guys know anything about ABBA? She
covered an ABBA song?
Do you know that song, Time Goes By So Slowly? And she's like dancing around with doing the splits, and she has like a leotard on.
Is she still performing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she is now. She has like a butt injection, and she looks crazy. Totally
yeah,
insane.
that's right. I heard about that. I'd forgotten. Yeah.
Is it called Hung Up?
Hung Up. It's called Hung Up. That's a famous video.
Check out the video.
I heard you were like a gay dude, right? I thought, gay people like Madonna. I mean, sorry, am I allowed to say
I
that?
remember her when she came out. I had her first album was really good. I had her first album, and I listened to it all the time. And then when she came out with Like a Virgin, I did not see the appeal. I was so disappointed in that album, and I did not see the appeal. And then she became like this slutty pop star, and I'm like, how could I ever have liked her? I was a Cyndi Lauper kid, and then a Susie and the Banshees kid. So I had different.
I never heard of Susie and the Banshees. What is that?
Oh, she's gothic. Like, she's like the gothic Madonna.
Sort of
gothic
80s
punk.
version of gothic.
Yeah,
I Google it?
The
I
Cure,
don't know.
Susie and the Cure. In fact, Robert Smith he was their guitarist for a little while. He stood in and helped them out when they lost their guitarist. So he played on a couple of the albums.
Are they English? Is that why I never heard of them?
Yeah, they're British. They started the same time as the Cure. In fact, they recorded their first album almost at the same time that the Cure, slightly before the Cure did theirs.
I mean,
Late
Cure came out in the 70s.
Yes, late 78 is when they were recording.
All right, what's the name? Susie and the Banshees? I mean, we
Susie,
served the question.
Siouxsie, like the Indian tribe, Susie and the Banshees.
Siaux.
Sie, yeah.
But you
Juju
don't like
is
Madonna.
good. Peep Show's good.
See, that's weird, man. That's weird. I mean, Madonna, she's got a whole. There's usually everyone likes at least a few Madonna songs. It's so odd that I meet someone that doesn't like Madonna.
Who doesn't like Madonna?
I used to get in
Apparently,
trouble
Gen
in
X
class.
doesn't like it.
I would get kicked out of class for singing Madonna songs in class. I would sing "Live to Tell," and because we were singing it in our chorus that year, so we had all like the sheet music and stuff, and I would sing it in class, and the teacher would kick me out for interrupting
changing
class.
the lyrics.
Hey guys,
No.
I'm going to jump back down, but it was fun
Disrupting
chatting.
class. And I would sing Annie Lennox songs too.
All right, bro. I mean, you wanted to talk about music, so I changed this topic. I hope I didn't.
That's perfect.
No,
that's perfect.
I'm a music nerd. I love
That
music.
was perfect. No, the change is good. Hey, thanks for the
Especially
conversation.
60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
Well, the thing I like about that era is like good rock bands would have like tons of ugly dudes, if you notice, right? And you know that they didn't get by on their looks, like bald like ugly dudes. Dude, they make great music. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like before MTV, I guess you could say, because video killed the radio star or something like that. And
yeah, I was an MTV kid. That was man. I don't think there's ever been a time like that since.
I didn't like Madonna either, but like now I do. Like, how can you not?
I mean,
As an adult who appreciates music,
as a cultural figure, just not as a musician. Like musically, she doesn't really stand out much.
You're kind of right.
Yeah,
some of the songs
you're
are
right,
good,
but the songs are good. Some of them.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true though.
She's got great hits. Listen to Hung Up. Everyone go and listen to Hung Up when you get a chance. And then listen to ABBA. Because
did ABBA didn't do Hung Up, huh? Did they write it?
So ABBA is like a Swedish.
Yeah, I know.
band.
I love ABBA.
And so that's an ABBA song.
I've never heard. Let's see.
Dude, the famous Madonna. I can't even.
Oh, they sampled "Gimme a Man After Midnight."
Yes, and it's
that's what.
And I didn't know that when that song came out. It's like or whatever, however it goes, and it's epic, man. It's like wow, when that song came out and the video came out, she's all dancing around, looking fit. You know, that's back when like yoga became popular, and they're like, oh wow, you can get a good body from just doing yoga, and Madonna was kind of like the one who brought that to the forefront, at least in my eyes.
Fatty,
right?
you do open mic. We were wanting to get an open mic started. So let's talk. Tell me about that. Yeah, 60s, like late 60s, early 70s. That's when rock was really good. That's what it was like, raw and developing. And then the 70s kind of refined it and innovated. And then punk happened at the late 70s. That was kind of the next generation.
What do you listen
to? And that's the original rock took talent and skill. So it didn't really go by looks. If you could play the guitar, you were gold. And then punk was developed for like to open it up to all the other kids who couldn't necessarily play at that level but still wanted to make music. I like the punk look better than the rocker look personally, but I do like the music from all of it.
I don't like any of that crap. I can't stand it. I want to like it because it looks cool and fun, but I don't like
rock.
No, punk. It's just so stupid.
You don't like punk? Yeah. What?
Yeah, I know. It's so cool. I'm like, look at me. I'm so edgy.
Well, punk itself.
A whole hour to do this stupid mohawk because I'm so edgy. It's all being a poser.
punk itself, like the few cards, that itself is kind of simple, and that didn't last, but maybe a year, two at the most. But it's the post-punk and the new wave that developed out of it that we mostly like when we talk about punk. It's that era, the punk era, and all the music that came out of the wake of it.
Well, I'm a big headbanger. I know that Slayer, I don't know if you like that kind of music or not, but they're big punk fans. And actually Slayer came out of that, honestly. So respect to that. But I just don't like punk, man. It's just like whatever. Like I got to buy my Doc Martens. I got to grow a mohawk. I got to be so cool.
That's that's the goth punk image that developed later. But that didn't really. I mean, the music is separable from that.
But let me ask you about ABBA. Do you know about ABBA? Like
ABBA.
I
used to call them ABBA too, and it's their initials. It's just an acronym.
So I was reading about them because I was listening to this Madonna song. I was reading all about it. I went down this wormhole, rabbit hole, whatever you call it, and apparently it was two married couples. Do you know that?
Yeah.
It was like two husband and wives that made the music. Yeah. And ABBA is like freaking huge, like bigger than they're like as big.
After the
they're
Beatles,
like Michael Jackson
ABBA
big.
The record. They had the world record for the most like records. So outside the Beatles, they were huge worldwide.
Huge, like Beatles level, which is insane. And then it's crazy. Could you imagine being married and then being in like the biggest group? And then I always wonder what it was. And you know what it was, man. You become a rock star, you got to bang groupies. You know what I'm saying? And then like it's your dream to become a rock star, and you do it, but you're like married, and it's like, oh. So then like, how do you bang group? And like maybe your wife isn't amenable to that, and you still want to bang these groupies. And I'm just guessing, I don't know, but that's probably what happened. Same with like Fleetwood Mac, I bet. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love Fleetwood Mac. They had some drama though. Lindsay and Stevie were married, and they had some drama there.
Yeah,
that's
did
the whole
it with
thing.
each other, didn't they?
And, Christine
not even
and
just groupies.
With Ring Ring. They're about to put out the 50th edition of Waterloo. I saw ABBA's second album.
But the thing that's crazy is, man, like they went through divorce and they were still like touring sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine being divorced and like it's like, oh, I have to go on tour with my ex. And then like maybe you have a new partner or a new wife or a new husband, and it's like
something drove him to keep working.
He said, really I would definitely cheat on my wife.
I can't.
That's fucking base.
If I'm at the point where I need to cheat,
you need to cheat. What are you talking about?
I can't imagine cheating on somebody that I'm partner with, that's trusting me and thinking we're monogamous. So if I'm at the point where I'm starting to think about cheating, there's reasons for it. Like
listen, hold on, stop.
It's called being backstage at Motley Crue with like the most beautiful fucking 19 to 24-year-olds on the face of the planet who all think you're the most attractive man in the entire planet.
That's the problem. You have to put yourself. Remember what it was like to be in your 20s, right? Not now. And think of like if just groupies were throwing themselves at you, and you're horny as like remember how horny you were when you were like 21, 22, but is like insane. And that's all I'm saying. Yeah, like you and me or whatever, we're just normies. We're average people. We fall in love. I get it.
I'm in control of how much I expose myself to all these groupies that are trying to. Yeah, like I wouldn't put myself in situations where it could compromise my.
But if you're a rock star, you're in that situation, man. They want it.
But I could limit my exposure to it. I don't have to sit there and like stay around the groupies the whole time if they're harassing me and trying to get a piece of me.
Harassing you.
Take myself out of that situation. So the ones that they're not like helplessly at the mercy of these groupies. They could take themselves away from the groupies if they wanted to.
They could, but listen, you got to think, man. Again, most rock stars are not. Most rock stars are not born. They have to. They work and they make themselves up to that. And just to, I can't imagine just like having 10 on 10 hotties wanting a piece of me.
I have the free will to decide if I want to succumb to temptation or not. So like
this is what we this is the free will we should talk about. If you're a rock star and you're 20 and you have these groupies, is it free will or not? It's like, does your dick have free will or not? I mean, really,
In the
that's
very
the
first conversation we had about it, I did
it
get
has
most of the
desire. Like it definitely has things that it wants to point toward, or people it wants to point toward, people it doesn't. Like
now
so
it's an it.
we don't will who we're attracted to.
Fucking
but
fearing so hard right
it
now.
definitely has specific ideas of what it wants. So it has some kind of will, a preference, or desire that it of its own that we follow. At least that's how it works with me.
I'm a little uncomfortable with the way you said it points or something. It's I don't know.
Well,
I wasn't ready for that. Like
doing.
Orients toward. We use a different word.
Orient still.
We're
That's
very
that's
flexible with.
That's still
terms
pretty
of-
bad.
flexible. Orient. These are all very these are the wrong choice of words, my dude. It points at. I mean, it's if you were a rock star in your 20s, it would point at all your groupies, my dude. And then
if you pointed it there, like well, it
No.
might
you
have
just
been
said it had
pointed
its own
but
state of
you
mind.
ultimately you are in the driver's seat. So wherever it
Huh?
point, like whatever its navigation system is set to, you are still in the driver's seat. So you are not at the mercy of the groupies are not doing it to you. You are participating consciously with your will in that exchange. And I'm sure there are plenty of musicians that somehow managed to go home to their wives and just treat it.
Robert Smith. I know a few actually. I mean, maybe they had an agreement. Maybe the chicks were into it, right? Or maybe they weren't. Like, oh, here's one for you. Robert Smith is still married to like his high school girlfriend, and guess who else is? Freaking Bon Jovi. I mean, look,
I think there's
Bon Jovi married his high school sweetheart. I mean,
there's a charm about
And
that.
he fucked up.
He's still married, bro. I guess it made him happy. Maybe his wife let him have some
I
action on the
guess there's a
side.
chance.
Maybe they participated, or maybe he's just truly in love.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
possible.
met a person that you could do that with.
I mean, there's plenty of like super hot chicks.
When you
but none
meet
of them
that
want me.
person, it's very easy to spend your life with someone.
No, that's because you're a normie. I'm a normie. Yeah, it is. It's fine.
Normie.
You're a normie in that you're not a rock star with 50 of the hottest
I don't think all rock
trying to
stars
find your GPS. You're trying to find your GPS.
your archetype of the leader.
What?
I don't think all rock stars conform to this groupie stereotype either.
I think you're wrong. Like, what's the point of? Why else would you want to be a rock star than to bang?
Because the
chicks
music,
or-
the rock, the music, the
Well, yeah,
spiritual
sure.
power.
You can do
Like,
that
I'm not
without-
a religious person, but there is spiritual power in rock.
You can do that without the infamy and the groupies.
And that alone is enough of a reason to get drawn into it.
Okay, you're right. Music is awesome, but come on, bro. I mean, I'm just saying. I wish that my biggest trouble in life was trying to figure out how to not bang these super hot groupies. I mean, that is like a problem that I want to have, man. That is a problem that I want to try to deal with. But
You got to find your scale, man. That's what it's all about. You have to find wherever it is, whatever that niche is in this world, where you, midlife brologic, you are the rock star, and you got your own groupies. You know.
I mean, I have my fans, but I don't have like LA 10s, if you know what I mean, lusting after me, right? That's
You have a
no.
channel though.
We can't all have LA 10s.
You have your
Huh?
channel.
I mean, I would love to be a world famous YouTuber. Absolutely, dude. Like, but making content, trying to get subs, and it's a grind, man. It's
What's helping you so far? How do you where do you get your most growth?
freaking Monograph. Do you know this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like him? Oh,
I-
don't say
I-
anything. Don't say anything bad about him in my
I
presence,
want to have to turn to a rely on Monograph for my growth.
bro.
What are some other strategies you found helped?
Dude, Monograph hooked me up twice. He recommended
he
me on his
do?
channel. He's like, he just left a comment under one of his channels, on one of his things, like, check this guy out. He's cool. And then yesterday, he was like, we were both streaming at the same time. He's like, he told me he's going to send some people my way. And I just, boom, got like 30 subs. I mean, bro, I'd go through days without subs. and then you get like 30 in 5 minutes, bro. It's like, I mean, I hate to be such a clout chaser. I hate to sound so pathetic, man, but it's like, you know, you watch these YouTubers and you watch a good YouTuber and they make it look so easy. And it's true with anything in life. If you see anyone that's good at something, they make it look so easy. You're like, I can do that. Yeah. And then I try to do it, and it's like
math is hard.
It's not as easy as it looks, is it? It's like, I'm not getting the subs, you know, if I whatever, you know, it's there's no secret.
It's the getting the subs part that's hard, but making the content I find is easy. It kind of makes itself.
Well, yeah, no, I do enjoy the content. I have a lot of thoughts, and it's just kind of a way to just get out there and say what you want to say. It's a bit of therapy there, I think, too. Mm-hmm. Just to express yourself. It's nice to get it out there. And then, like, it's fun, man. Yeah, I got like a few fans. They pull up, and it's nice. It's nice. It's and then it's also like this type of social, you know, it's online presence. It replaces like bars or clubs or whatever you want to call it. You know, I'm not trying to, you know, I like to be at home, honestly. I don't want to go out and drink, or, you know, I don't even like drinking anymore, honestly, at this point in life. So I don't know, was that a question? Got any insight on Baltimore we haven't heard yet? Dude, check out yesterday's stream. You know, the bridge collapsed or it didn't collapse, it got smashed. I mean, you know about that, right, Gen X?
Yeah. Are you in Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You in Busker? Yeah. I did see that, and I saw some earthquake in New York too.
Yeah, some earthquake in New York and New Jersey, and then like Taiwan. I don't know if this is all connected. Then there's like some kind of eclipse coming. I mean, if I was like some whatever, it might be the end of the world. Maybe, I don't know.
The Black Keys, really?
I think so.
I didn't know that. It didn't show up on my streaming service. I'll have to check it out.
Let me double check.
I like that one song they
got. I love Fergie.
Who's that?
She used to be from the Black Keys.
He's what?
Oh, the Black Eyed Peas. I'm thinking the Black Eyed Peas. Never mind.
I'm not Herbie. Fergie, you're trying to say.
Fergie, yeah. She hasn't done anything in forever either.
Well, maybe she's done. I don't know. What do you think?
She only did 2 albums, like her whole career. She only did 2 albums, but they were good.
I guess, you know.
She started as a Mouseketeer or Nickelodeon. So many of those pop stars started as little kid on those little kid shows.
What do you think of that? Is that what it takes?
I don't know. I think they build the skill set early and the network and the connections.
Wow.
To make it easy. But I also think it doesn't happen to just any kid. They have the talent. It happens to the kids that have the talent for it to happen to.
I don't have kids, but if I did, I would never want them to be in that crap. You know, it's like what would you want? You want your kid to make it famous, and then like earn this money, and then you'd earn money off the back of your kid, like Miley Cyrus or something. It's like, it just sounds crazy to me. And then what? Then the kid's going to start bossing you around when they hit puberty.
Well, that's
and like when you realize they're making money, it's insane. What?
Some parents live on through their kid, like those cheerleader moms used to do that. They
Dan the Automator
invest everything into their cheerleading daughters, and they live out their lost life through their kid. Or like some dads will do that with the sports.
Football. Yeah.
Well, Honey Boo Boo, I remember. Oh God, I didn't watch her, but
the fat girl that drank like Monster Energy drinks or something.
Moms.
Dude, is she growing up? I need to Google her, actually. I never watched that either, but I remember she was drinking like Red Bulls or something. But what about Miley Cyrus, man? Have you ever heard this woman?
Love Miley Cyrus.
I can't stand her voice.
Came out with the new. I love her voice. She's it's like raspy, like and she does really good 80s style rock and pop.
No,
I like.
No, I like that. I like that song she came out. It's a great break. It's a breakup song. It's called I Can Buy Myself Flowers. What is it? Write My Name in the Sand. It's a great song.
From her new album, Flowers.
Great song. But if you ever listen to one of her interviews, her voice is lower than mine. It's insane. And then she has like
that raspy, like
That face he's making.
And she's got all this like just like I mean I'm not into tattoos.
Like
Right?
Alana Miles.
Like bad
But and she's
pizza.
good. She writes her own stuff and her musically
No, she
she
doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does. She has a really good ear for music.
She's talented. She's hardworking. You can't even deny that. But she doesn't write her own
her
music.
and Taylor Swift both. I like both of them.
I mean, respect
There's
to the
actual
hustle.
talent underneath whatever it is people are critical of. Underneath all that, there's undeniable talent there, in a way very different from Madonna.
Okay, I mean, I don't know why you got to keep putting Madonna down. I feel
Well,
like
she's an example of somebody that's working in music, but the actual musical talent is very average. And I'd say with Taylor Swift and Miley, they're working in music because of their musical talent.
This is all true, but definitely Madonna can sing way better than Britney. Yes or no? I say yes.
I don't pay attention much to Britney. She's from Louisiana. I don't ever want to claim her.
This is odd. This is odd, dude. I don't know. I feel like I should revoke your gay card. I don't know. Can I say that?
I was never into the like all the gay divas and stuff. Like when I showed up, my first visit to the gay bar was in the late 80s, early 90s, and it was when Vogue was popular. Everybody was voguing and dancing. I was so
great song.
I couldn't believe that was gay. Like, this is what gay is. I don't know.
But have you seen Paris is Burning?
Yeah, I did.
What do you think of that movie?
It's a good documentary.
It's like awesome. I mean, I think it's great.
I watch Drag Race and RuPaul, and they do a lot of ballroom. There's some ballroom queens on there usually each season.
No, but the thing about Paris is Burning is it showed.
Good night, Joe. Good to see you.
Peace. It showed it just showed like the tragedy and the hard lives people were living in New York City.
And they
were prostitutes. They were prostitutes too, and it was just like so weird. They were like transvestite prostitutes, and in the end, the dude, chick, whatever you want to call her, got murdered. I mean, it's some real heavy shit. That movie, that documentary, it's like next level. I thought it was like,
I don't think I've seen it.
It's just talks about that.
Who's in it?
Vogue.
They're in the black gay culture, especially urban culture. They have what's called the ballroom scene, where they have these. It's kind of like the pageant contests, and they have these like dance off contests where you get to express who you are and yourself and everything in this. But there's certain dance moves that they look for as well, and there's a whole culture that built up around it, and it's a way of like. Honoring it's people that nobody in normal life would ever give a second look to or pay attention to, and so it's like all the outsiders and misfits, the gays, the transvestites, and they created this little culture for themselves to honor each other's talents and skills and abilities, and they do it through this. It's not just dancing though. It's kind of like Eminem in the rap battles, but with dancing. But it's style, it's look, it's movement. There's a whole package you have to be able to present, and it's these.
There's a lot of
and voguing
pageantry
grew out of this ballroom culture and got picked up by little gay white boys everywhere and became a trend. But the black ballroom culture is where it originated,
bro. But but what you're not. It's raw, and it'll teach you like these weird like gay terms that you won't learn unless you're gay or watch the movie. And like one of these, it's a trans woman, right? So it's a dude, of course, or whatever, whatever your political leanings are. And they follow them in their life, and they live these hard lives in New York City, where most of them are like rejected by their parents, and then they're brought in by these fashion people, but they're all very poor, and some of them are prostitutes. And in the end, it's just like, oh, this dude got murdered, and it's the end of the movie, and it's real, and it's just raw. It's not I don't know. It's just interesting to see another side of life of people that were living a hard life. But just check it out, dude. Paris is burning. I mean, it's like, I thought it was, I don't know. How would you describe it though? Isn't it like some landmark movie for the gay scene or something, or not? I mean, I don't know. I thought it was. But just watch it. I mean, it's
Yeah,
such
it kind of is. It was one of them around that time.
and it came out before like being gay and trans was cool. You know, so it was really like a underground type of thing. Definitely watch it, man. It's very interesting. At least to me, it is. But anyways, am I scaring all your people off? Sorry.
No, you're
No, I
actually
don't think so.
bringing. We just got Mr. Joe Cool in the house.
Right.
You're
On.
actually
He won't
drawing
talk about
people.
white people music, though, I don't think.
He's gonna talk about how hard he had it growing up black.
No,
Who is
I
this?
don't think.
But
He's got more white privilege than I do.
I want to
he would admit to
compare
that, I
other
think.
people that grew up black that had a different personality that he did. It didn't stand out as much from his unique style, and see how much that factored into it. Because Mr. Joe would stand out, I think, regardless of what skin color his skin was.
Hey, Joe.
Where are you going with the gun in your hand?
Yeah, Joe, if you want to come up, we're doing a late night.
Might be
stream.
my favorite. It's hard to pick a favorite Hendrix song for me.
Isn't that not his song? That's not even his song.
Yeah, it's probably a Bob Dylan or something.
It's or is it his song? Oh, wait a minute. I know Watchtower is Dylan. Is it a rock standard performed in many styles? Billy Roberts?
Hang on.
All right. Well, guess what? It's freaking late. It's been fun. I think I'm going to get out of here. Gen X, Jeff, thanks for having me. I don't know, man. This eclipse, all these earthquakes resulting in tsunamis. I don't know. The wind cries Mary. I guess here we go. What are our favorite Hendrix things? I'm going to go, because I'm so cool. I'm a B-side expert. I'm going to pick
shit.
What,
All
Rainbow
right,
Bridge or something? Or what's it called? No. Is it Rainbow Bridge? No. What's that Hendrix song I like? I forget what it is. Anyways, Band of Gypsies is better than Jimi Hendrix. Look it up. It has Jimi Hendrix in it. And that's it. Take it easy, y'all. Peace out.
Peace.
Take care. All right. Well, should we continue to fight or should we call it a night?
C.
Okay.
I take option 3.
Okay. Did you have a choice?
Yes, I had several.
And you had the freedom to make it, but you're gonna say you weren't actually as free to make it as I think you were.
Right, and also that thing that you think has the agency. Where's that? Where does he live? You know, I think that's
in your consciousness. I don't see how you cannot be conscious of having agency. Like, why you think that's an illusion and you don't really have it.
The neurology tends to suggest otherwise, and I find it interesting.
Maybe, but not to the extent that I'm able to draw as firm conclusions from that as you and Steve are. I'm familiar with some of the studies out there about the part of you kind of making the choice ahead of the conscious part of you.
Mm-hmm.
And Dolbez might be able. He's a psychology student. Dolbez. This idea
quick,
that, like, when
literally
the
not
studies
free
they
will.
do when you're given a choice, and then like the parts of your brain light up before you actually consciously press the button, and so like you make the choice ahead of the time that you're actually conscious of making the choice. Those are the kind of studies we've been talking about in relation to making the case for will not being as free as we think. So if you have anything you can add to illuminate that. Ooh, what is that? I love pilots. I the guys in a pilot uniform are very sexy. But I would love to fly. If I ever, I wanted to be in the military to do the obstacle course because it looked so much fun, and I still do. I wish they'd open it up to civilians. But if I did have to pick a branch, it would have been the Air Force because I would love to fly the planes. But I know I don't have the coordination and processing power and attention span, all that it need. It's you need the same thing to fly a plane like that you need to do surgery, and I don't have that brain, that executive functioning. But my dream would be to fly a damn plane, and the next best thing is to date a pilot. But I do want to go skydiving. That's on my list, and they have it up here, like one town over. They have skydiving, so maybe this summer I can do it. Yeah, if we're still here when you're through eating breakfast, Dolbez, maybe you could help us out on this free will thing. Conscious. Okay, let's see what he says. You're talking about waking consciousness is its main purpose is to kind of manage our impulses, to do our automatic impulses. And so
Yeah, I
we have
suppose
to
that
have some kind of will to be able to manage that consciously, right? Like, don't
that would
hit
be
this
the
person, don't spit on this person, don't rape this person, don't throw your feces at this person, etc. We'd have to have an ability to will, to adjust in the moment and will not to do things like that.
it would. I'd say that's like the extreme opposite of what I tend to be suspicious of.
That it's not there to suppress our more
Yeah, no,
antisocial impulses.
nah.
You think it's there to exacerbate them, intensify them?
I don't think there's a
You don't think it's
separation.
there at all?
Yeah, I don't think there's a separation between the two. I think that's mostly an illusion.
We're like animals. We're just a collection of instincts and reflexes.
And programming.
I wish I could recall this experience of being programmed. Like,
How would you?
I don't know who would have done it. Like,
if you were, so
none
here's
of
the
the
thing.
adults around me were smart enough to program me.
I think
they tried.
you don't have to be smart to program people.
I don't know what they programmed me with. Like I
Like
was raised
weird.
Catholic, and that wore off.
The church definitely programs people too.
I think you're using program in a very peculiar way that I'm just not tapping into.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that statement. Because I'm saying everybody's programmed, and you can't fathom that.
What's up? I don't know what programming. Like they go inside of your brain and rearrange your neurons, or what you mean indoctrinate?
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
I don't know how I was indoctrinated, like the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that.
I'd say that's a form of
Well,
indoctrination. Absolutely,
it was harmless. I don't have much of a problem with that.
Well, I definitely don't want to go down the rabbit hole of whether or not it causes harm or not, but
I don't.
That would be another 5-hour
I don't
discussion
think I
about
was
another
harmed
topic,
by
right?
the Pledge of Allegiance. If anything, it still some sense of patriotism. Maybe
So
I'm the person I am today because of it. I don't know.
We're admitting that it's in programming then, or indoctrination, healthy indoctrination.
If you want to frame it that way and see it that way, I don't. It wasn't programmed.
How is
Standing
it
up
not?
in the morning for a few seconds to say the pledge. What did it program me to do or think?
All of the mundane, inane, useless bullshit that's in the pledge.
All that came from having to say the pledge for 20 seconds.
Yeah, the stuff that's in the pledge.
Wow,
at least,
that's a powerful ritual.
Well, yeah, that's how rituals work on humans.
Okay, yeah, I want to get to the bottom of this or as much as possible and give the guy a query. Now, technically, you could say that you don't have pure free will because you're tied to your biology. meaning you have to eat, you have to use the bathroom in order to actually continue living in, particle planes. So that aside, because everyone is dealing with that, we're all in that same boat. What else could possibly be a hindrance to what you would say you don't have free choice to choose in your life?
I don't understand your question. Can I give you an answer that I think might address it anyway?
All right.
You don't have anywhere near the level of awareness that you think you have over what controls your decision-making process.
But you do.
I mean, maybe like 0.000000001% more, just because I acknowledge I can't find
you
that thing.
presume a lot from that 0.0000001% more.
And you
Or the
presume a
presumption
lot
of
in the assumption of free will. Much, much more, I would argue, is packed into free will than the illusion of it.
but the illusion still leads you to I don't know. So it's the same position, really. There's no gain in it.
No, admitting you don't know something is definitely a gain in my experience. Most of what holds us back and fucks us up is everybody thinking they know all this shit that they don't. And that's why they don't change, they don't do better, they don't experiment. They
Well,
don't
what are you
forgive,
doing to
they don't
change and do
accept.
better and experiment?
Me, myself, everything.
Yeah. Okay. Are you satisfied with that? Is that enough?
I don't know if what's satisfied is the right term, but I'm enjoying the experience thus far. It's been far more productive for me to admit that I don't have control than it was when I thought I could control everything I think and do.
I want to believe you, but affectively, I don't get joy off of you. You don't seem like joy is the emotion you're
Well,
experiencing.
I don't experience a lot of joy being interrogated on this panel. So like
Well,
when
you say interrogated, but I'm assuming you're coming up to have a conversation just like anybody else, and I
well,
think we're having, and all of a sudden it's interrogation.
not all of a sudden. It's not all of a sudden.
Like this
Eh,
is all voluntary.
do you actually go back and rewatch your own streams?
Very rarely.
You should.
What
I'll
about
leave it there.
before you
Okay,
had this revelation?
I'm happy to take
I am
a look
programmed.
at specific parts.
See,
if you want
here comes the straw man. It's starting. So I want you to, maybe you won't have to rewind if I point out every little part of the process. The straw manning has already begun. I am programmed. So everyone is programmed except for Denizen. That's not true. I never said that. I just explained how I was.
No, I thought you said we were all programmed.
Yes, correct.
And I was trying.
But see
to
how he's
understand
straw manning me already? Me in the chat.
I was trying to understand two things.
That's where it starts.
The mechanism of the programming. How is
Now
this programming work, and who's doing the programming? But then when it turns out to be the Pledge of Allegiance, then I no longer
This isn't the
understand
interrogation,
what
Lindsay.
you're talking about.
This
'cause
is
that's not
fine.
programming.
It gets way worse than this.
In fact, as a kid, when I was reciting the pledge, I wasn't even conscious of the words. They were just sounds that, like, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. I wasn't consciously even
I am
thinking about
relaxed.
each individual word, the message I was saying. I was just reciting Kant.
Here's where I start to told how I'm feeling again. I don't feel joy. I'm not relaxed.
I wasn't telling you how you feel. I was telling you.
Not
how
you. I'm talking
it
about Lindsay
appeared
in
to
the
me.
chat.
Oh, in the comments. Okay.
And you're not really the worst offender what I was describing either, Jeff. And when it's me and you, is usually not that much of a problem.
Oh, well, I it seemed different to me. I'm not the best at reading these things.
But you're convinced about whether or not I have joy in my life.
No, I gave you my initial impression of what it seems like to me. Because I was surprised when you were talking about how much improved your life had become once you accepted that you didn't have free will, but it contrasts with the emotional like tone that I experience from you on these panels.
When you say
So
these
I
panels,
believe you when you tell me that you're happy with your life and it's a lot better since, but I don't. I don't get that from you, experience wise. You seem aggravated, irritable,
yes,
irascible, impatient. the world is on your nerves. That's how you
I don't know.
see
I'm going to
all these
disagree with
panels.
both of you. I think you're both overwhelmed with joy right now because you're actually intellectual people, and the exchange of ideas like this is bringing you joy. But there's that inner troll that just always wants to come out. And Denizen, I
Mm,
think
Well, our
that I can
troll has
just
to
relate
come.
no, you
to.
The
see,
troll
that's the
wants
kind of
some
thing that
joy
takes away
too.
my joy.
You can't.
I experience joy having these conversations on plenty of panels where the ideas flow freely and it doesn't become personal. And everybody's position on free will and determinism doesn't end the sentence with "and Denizen." So after 5 hours
How
collectively
much of some of that do you
of
think is
people accusing me of being
okay?
dishonest and deliberately trying to troll people and telling me how I feel and telling me I have no joy in my life. Strangers, by the way,
All
who
right,
know
then
nothing about me.
here's my next
After a
question.
while, and then all the interruptions and talking over me
Okay,
and
here's
never
here's
allowing me
one
to
more
finish,
interruption so I can
I
get this
tend
question in.
to raise my voice in order
Having
to get
all of
my
that
point
being
across,
said,
and then
why do you
and then
continue
and
to
then it's
expose
met with
yourself to all
Denizen.
that
Chill
time
out, dude. Why are
miserable?
you so
Why do
miserable
you,
all the
for
time?
3 hours, expose yourself to that treatment?
And I'm pretty sure that if you had
Are
heard
you a
anything I said right
masochist?
now, it would explain whatever
It's
question you were
masochism.
asking
That's the
while I was
only like
talking.
it's the same. It's the same thing I ask myself about people who stay in
So you
dysfunctional
don't
or
want me
abusive
here, Jeff?
relationships. Like how, or even at jobs that are making them miserable.
You don't want
Why
me
do you
here?
continue to get up and go and stick yourself in that miserable, awful environment where all this stuff is happening to you over and over and over?
It's not miserable and awful all the time. It's just when you get butthurt about free will.
No,
The rest of
you
it
the
is
one.
quite
You just
enjoyable, and I
rattled
have a
off
good
all
time.
the negative
I'm
emotions
not even really
you
having
were
that much of a
experiencing
bad time when you're
because
all
of
butthurt
all
over free will.
the
It's just
treatment you were
nowhere near
getting
as
from the people on
joyful
the panel that were
or
constantly
inspiring to
instances
patience.
with
That's
Denizen
all.
telling you
It's a
how
lot
bad
more
you are.
contentious when we talk about
That's
free
about
will, and it's more like a
it's not
verbal punching match
negative.
because you
It's
all get your
happening
panties in a
all
bunch.
the time. Like you're just in a war zone.
There's a lot more joy when we're talking about
Plowing
Madonna or some shit
Denizen
like that,
over and over constantly at you. Why do you continue to stick around for that? I would just go to a different panel if
I'm having a good
how
time, and
bad
I think you're reading it wrong.
okay, then that's why I brought up masochism. If you're enjoying what you're describing, because it didn't sound
I
like
don't have to
it
internalize
sounded
what you're doing.
like you were having a negative experience of being told all of that. But if you're enjoying it, fine. There's way more where that came from. I can almost promise.
Incoming.
Way more of what? The stuff I described?
Yeah.
Oh,
If
so
you're
it's
actually
real.
enjoying
Cool.
it, and
At least
that's
they stepped back from the gaslighting.
great
Now
to
we're
hear.
admitting that he's
You're
deliberately
a
doing it.
customer. I look
That's
forward
fascinating.
to finding ways to make your experience here.
Hold on, let me ask
That
you.
was a
Let me
plot
ask you.
twist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming either.
Let me. All right, hey Dennison.
What's up,
Before you
buddy?
had the revelation of the the non free will position, um, what I mean, what did you think before then, and how has it actually benefited you?
I wouldn't say there was a revelation. I am slowly becoming less and less convinced that such a thing, like any free will, exists. And as far as how it benefits me, um, I found that trying to take control in scenarios where control is illusion just added additional barriers between my intention, my desire, my actions, and the outcome of my life. And where people would call me a victim in order to try to get me, triggered or whatever, I would say I'm more of an observer, and that's given me an autonomy. And to the extent to which we can have any control is reliant more upon awareness than it is freedom or agency or any of the other bullshit stuff we teach ourselves, philosophically speaking. And so I see a connection between that awareness and what will I possess.
All right. So, and the way you talk about free will and control. Now, when you talk about the self, you can control that free will, but when you talk about control, like I'm assuming that you're talking about, trying to control other people and how they react, and that's where we, our assumptions always fail.
Absolutely. And I think if you extrapolate from there, it kind of admit that to about yourself to a certain extent, the same gain that you get from admitting you can't control others, there's a similar one when you admit that you're not in control of yourself. Especially, and this is a part that is like the least black and white, but what people think of as themselves when they say I, me, Freak, Denizen, Jeff, etc.
How much of this, realization emerged from, say, something like, AA or something?
It AA is a recurring theme, which obviously you understand, right? You recognize it, so I don't have to run my mouth and explain why. What I would say is, as an atheist, there was some. I feel that a lot of what people get out of AA is real, and it works for a reason. It's just slightly like the terminology is incorrect, is inaccurate. So, like, admitting the implication that there's an all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe is not the same thing as admitting that there is no higher power than yourself in the universe. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. So you're saying higher power. There isn't a problem with higher power. You just don't want to make it, say, a singular, definable thing that is, what do I quote unquote known by mankind.
Right. Oh, and that there's a mind or intention necessary. And then I would also start to pick apart at the word higher and power. But ultimately, we're still saying the same thing. More to the point, though, and this is, where I get sloppy with my language. Because I didn't even mention this. The real point of all that is that there's the worship with God and the surrender to your own shadow. This is a similar archetypal experience. And so the way I could convey it to a theist is, if you kneel before Christ and you feel empowered, this is what I'm describing when it comes to that what is in AA, which is really the point is surrender. That's where the strength comes from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I understand that, what you're saying there now. Okay. Now, when you get to the neurological portion of it and, what we kind of understand in terms of the brain and the function and how it works and stuff, the emergence of consciousness from the brain, you said something like, it's the electromagnetic, synapse pulses and whatnot, and whatever that, our consciousness emerges from. How does that tie into, say, like having dreams?
What do you mean?
Like, if we're not conscious but we're still having thoughts and things are still happening in our mind, how would you explain, like, the difference between that and then being awake and having your life experience?
Yeah, I would say that I find much less of a separation between the two the more I look into it.
Between dreaming and waking?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I notice a difference when I compare the two with my waking consciousness, but when I'm actually in the moment of dreaming, I can't tell a difference. It seems real.
Do you have
It
dream
seems
lives?
identical. Huh?
Do you have dream lives?
Like where it picks up from dream
Yeah.
to dream? Not really. There's certain real life experiences that, like, dreams that are very realistic, that are taken from life, that kind of show up now and then consistently in patterns, but they're not like entire plots or anything.
I have several. And sometimes it can be difficult to stay asleep when you're aware that you're dreaming.
Like you're asleep dreaming and you suddenly realize you're dreaming. and you wake
Yeah,
up.
and I have many different lives in my dreams too.
Oh, like the waking life?
Sometimes when I go to bed, I'll pick up at the previous dream, but I have several of those loops.
Are you
Do
in
you have
Not-
control
pure
of
free
that, or
will?
it just happens randomly?
Say again.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Are you in control of which thread you pick up, or does it just happen randomly?
No, and that's not to say that I can't be, but I have not been able to develop that ability.
Would you say you have pure free will when you're dreaming?
Yeah, probably a lot closer than when you're awake. On that scale, you gotta. Another part that becomes difficult for some people, and I understand it, but again, I am an impatient prick. The I don't hold a lot of binary black and white beliefs. That's just not how my brain works. I'm not made that way.
Well, this seems very black and white, like very dogmatic of there is no freedom to your will.
I think what people think they have, they don't. I see no evidence for it. But like,
That seems
what are
black
we
and white.
really talking about? We break it up into these things like agency, freedom, independence, power, control. And then I think we get a clearer picture of what it is that we're doing.
All right. Now, how about the emergence of what do they call them? Near-death experiences. I don't know if you've ever had one or been like an out-of-body
I have.
experience or drugs or something, but how
Several.
do you compare that experience to the real conscious and the dream experience?
I have a difficulty integrating them. I always have since I was a child. And it could easily lead to the belief that, there are because I've astral planed and had a near-death experience.
So you're not a material, like you believe in extra physical
I don't.
dimensions or realms?
I don't. It would be easy to believe in those things given my experiences, but
what even astral? Is that just psychological?
I believe it was ultimately, but like you're when you're dreaming and you're exploring the capacity of your own psychology in an unconscious but semi-aware state. You kind of are authoring your own universe.
Hello, people.
Hey, Busker.
It's interesting the talk about the dreams and shit. Like I used to dream a lot. It was so almost so life changing. It was I can't explain it, but in certain ways it was life changing. Some certain dreams I've had. I can't explain that. Can you? I can't.
You sound like you might have been dreaming now. What time is it there?
I haven't had a dream in a long time. Right now it's 3:52 a.m.
Oh, Lord.
I'd have to hear the dream.
Oh man, so many dreams I've had. Like back in the day, that they were weird. Like I had a dream one time. It was like so real, and I felt like I was there. Like so many times, I felt like I was there for real, and I was in this house. And I didn't know whose house it was, but it was this house out in the middle of nowhere. The sticks, probably, I don't know. And a bunch of people in the house that were from different eras of the timeline of humanity, but mostly probably from the 30s till mid 20s or something, till now. It was so weird. And I got out in the front porch and I sat down, and the fucking whole house lifted up into the sky, and I was like elevating into the sky, and I could see all these things that was like UFOs in front of me. It was fucking bizarre. Like that was the most dramatic dream I've ever had. That's the one I was thinking of.
It was recurrent. You had it more than once.
Well, I've had dreams kind of like that. Like, there's some that were just weird, man. I had one of this bold green person on this like unicycle, like riding by and looking at me right in the eyes, and like, and just had this look on his face, and I don't know, man. That was fucking weird. I'll never forget that. That's some of these dreams stick, some of them don't. But I know I've had so many dreams, dude, that back in the day. But I think once I started taking this benzo that I'm prescribed and smoking weed, I think it takes away
Oh,
my.
weed definitely does.
Yeah, dude, I haven't had a dream in since before the dispensaries opened in Baltimore and Maryland.
Yeah,
And
when you stop smoking weed, you start having all these crazy vivid dreams as it starts to come back.
oh man, I kind of can't wait to take a break like that, but I can't see myself taking a break because I'm always stocked up.
And you use it medicinally. It helps you.
Absolutely, it helps me urinate. There's certain strains that take away like I have prostate issues because sometimes I piss. I did have problems pissing myself and then pissing my bed, and like that was prostate related, I believe, and also probably neurological, like the opposite of what I had before, the retention. See, it can help retention, and it could help keep it. Fuck it, I can go out to do anything and not worry about peeing myself.
Oh, the marijuana does?
Yeah, the certain strains, if it has a fair amount of CBG, which like 1 point some percent would be great. CBG, George, like as in George.
Oh, that's the new stuff I keep hearing about.
It's in lots of cannabis strains that like
It's one of the terpenes.
No, it's a cannabinoid, and it's in certain sativa. Mostly, I've seen in sativa dominant, but some hybrids have it too. Like I got some stuff that's kind of sedative that I can dig, but I don't like that when I go to sleep feeling all the time because I'm already.
No, I don't like it either.
Yeah, I have to balance it because I'm on pills that make you tired to begin with, and fucking I don't need any of that shit. Indica is not my thing. That's not my bag,
Yeah, I don't like the couch locky stuff either.
Absolutely. That's like I don't know. I'm rambling.
I think we all are. Oh my God, it's 1 a.m. here.
Where are you? Oh well, I don't.
I'm on the West Coast.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's 3 hours behind me.
The left coast.
So going back to your dream, you're in a somewhere in some field, maybe back east where it's nice and green, and a house out in the middle of somewhere, and there's a bunch of people inside, men and women, and you go on sit on the porch, and when you sit down, the house just blows up and up straight up into the air, and then
Yeah.
you see alien UFOs.
Well, I don't know if it was aliens or what it was. It just was like these brilliant, weird looking crafts that was just like going in front of me. And it was so real that like I felt like it was like I was in it, for real. It was just, it was so, I don't know how it was life changing, but it was just weird. It was just like it kind of maybe was a little bit life changing. Maybe like made me think maybe there's something else, but maybe it's just my brain, that's, whatever.
Well, have you ever done any like LSD or mind altering?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean,
Oh yeah, Dolbez, hop on. There's plenty of room. We're not really. We're just
yeah, the back
chatting,
in the
just
day,
talking,
back in the day, and I had mostly bad trips when I'd smoke. I'd take acid, and but sometimes it was okay. But then sometimes a little dirty acid from you get fucking illicit shit. It's you never know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And like back in the day, us kids, we used to talk. Oh well, it's laced with strychnine or this or
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. And
I thought it was.
yeah,
I
I think
believed it.
I think so too because I noticed it felt like something a little dirtier. I didn't. And I noticed when somebody said this is strychnine free, I was like, yeah, right. Like most of this shit just feels weird. And then I had stuff, and he was right. I was like, wow, yeah, it's decent. But then I never got any real visuals from that. But then I had bad trips over and over and over again. And then I started having panic attacks when I'd smoke weed after doing that. But it's a balance because now I'm on a benzo, and it helps balance out because I can smoke the doobie and I don't have any panic attacks anymore. If I wasn't on a benzo, then I'd be fucking. But I don't take it for that reason. That's just a cool side effect of benzo.
Mhm. Hey, Dolbez, welcome.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't notice anybody came in. Here we go. I gotta blow up the screen. How's it going, Dolbez?
I don't know if you're talking,
Muted.
but we can't hear
He's
you.
working with his sound
Oh,
Yeah,
or
cool.
her sound.
spiritual detective.
So, in terms of the realness of the experience of that dream versus those bad trips of the LSD, I mean, which seemed more real, quote unquote, real to you?
Oh
Yeah,
man, like I've had some real terrifying, like very lucid, terrifying dreams, but like I usually forget them. It takes me a while to forget them, but I usually forget them. But fucking LSD is like a whole different ball game because you're really in it, and because you're on this mind-altering substance, and when you have a bad trip and you're in a bad situation, it's just like hell, man. It's like you're in hell.
yeah, it's
Uh,
pure anxiety.
yeah, it's definitely anxiety, but it also like the drug itself like kind of latches onto the anxiety, and yeah, it's just not a good way to go. I don't, if I mean I've taken shrooms and I can take it now because of the benzo. If I wasn't on the benzo, I wouldn't be able to take the shrooms, dude. I either have to have alcohol or benzo, and I quit drinking, so I'm not gonna choose that path ever again.
You have heavy anxiety and paranoia.
Well, it's more than just paranoia. It's just like it's like a feeling of impending doom, like that I can't explain. It's unless you feel it, it's hard to really understand how it feels. It's just like impending doom is the only way I can put it.
Do you wake up screaming from it sometimes?
No, well, wake up from what the trip? What are you talking about?
Like really intense dreams?
Oh no, no. Well, no, I don't wake up. I never woke up screaming, but when I'd have sleep seizure, that was fucked up. I used to have sleep seizures before I started taking these benzos. I'd have sleep seizures. It totally took that away. Um, those are real fucked up. Like you feel like you can't breathe, and you wake up and you just kind of. I used to sit up straight up, like catching my breath, like I'm like ran out of breath. And like I just like it was. I don't know. I didn't have any oxygen in my brain. I don't know what that was, but I had sleep seizures, and I know they were seizures because I had this flavor of metal in my mouth, like a waft of metal, like pennies or change in your mouth, kind of shit. And that's indicative of having seizures. If you study up on seizures, you'll find that people have that flavor in their mouth when they have the seizure, when they come out of it. Anyway, I'm rambling.
Let's see if Dolbez got connected.
How you doing, Dolbez? Nice avatar, dude.
Thank you. It's Odin, you know. So I'm from Norway, so of course it has to be an
Resident
old
Viking.
Norse god. That's only natural. But I'm sorry, but you won't see my face today because I just woke up. I do not want to have on the camera this early, and it drains the batteries too, and I haven't charged the phone yet, so no
Yeah.
face for now.
Oh, well, welcome.
We will have to settle for Odin.
Yes.
From
Well, to be fair, that's a
Norway.
better face than mine, so I don't
Right
think
now.
we should complain.
Is Norway?
What's been going on?
Yeah.
What did you say, Busker?
I was just gonna say, is Norway parallel to Sweden, like geographically?
Oh yeah. We're neighbors, best friends,
Exactly.
like brother nations.
Yeah, I have a.
And,
Yeah, go ahead.
well, yeah, I'm half Swedish too, so I
Yeah, cool.
definitely have a connection to Sweden.
Yeah, cool, man. Like I have a Swedish friend. He's learning to play Cajun accordion. He's doing really fucking good. He plays it almost as good as like people from Louisiana, if not better sometimes. I've been hearing him play. He keeps improving.
Is he the
Norwegian
punk
women
guy?
are so hot.
I'm sorry. Who was talking? Jeff or?
Is he the punk guy?
Well, he used to be into punk. His name is Tampa G. I don't know what that is, but that's his name on YouTube. But he plays Cajun accordion, and he used to play slide guitar, and he's really inspired by shit. We've been friends for quite a while. We've been talking on Skype since I don't know, probably fucking 6 years now. Holy shit! So maybe 7 years. Anyway, yeah, so that's pretty cool, man. So how's the weather in Norway right now? I heard it was really snowy in Sweden.
It's horrible. We've had winter for 6 months, and then finally it starts to melt, and we think like, yes, it's over. Finally we can go outside. No, it started snowing again like 2 days ago. So now it's all covered. It's a winter landscape again. It's like waking up back in December.
Wow,
We've
shit.
had this winter for 6 months.
Yeah, that must be hell. How many inches are? I don't know if you don't measure in inches. How do you? What would it be?
They're metric centimeters.
Yeah. What is usually deep, like a deep snow, like lots of snow, like.
And of course, it always depends on like where in the country you are. For example, like 1 inch of snow up in the very far north, that's very abnormal. That's like not much at all. But if you have that down in the far south, well, that's still abnormally low, but like it's not as abnormal. But currently, like this weekend when it started snowing again, it was like 20 centimeters, so like 7 inches, 8 inches. But
wow.
But back at its height, like in I think it was early January or late December, it was in places like in my lawn that maybe like half a meter, not even close to a meter actually. So that's like
that's pretty. That's a lot of snow.
What is a meter in inches or in? Well,
that's a lot of inches. How many?
Around 3.
Yes.
Is it around 3 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, it doesn't melt. That's the big issue. Like, if it's cold, it doesn't melt. Like, we just stack up more and more snow as it grows. Like, on the path to my school, there's one place where the tractors that mowed the snow, where they pushed it, it was probably like 10 meters tall. So
Wow.
like
Dude.
very high, and just of snow. And I wanted to climb that, but I never did.
Yeah,
I have already killed that child in me.
man. Fucking
You
that's
killed the child? I don't think you have. It's gonna come back, or
Nah,
you're gonna be
I
trying
haven't
to
killed it.
bring it back
But,
at some point.
yeah, man. Fucking that's crazy, man. We used to get snow in Maryland. Like sometimes it would get deep. Not anymore. It's just like it tapered off. Like we haven't gotten really bad snow in years, maybe a decade, over a decade. Maybe a little under a decade, but around a decade. So, and Jeff, you don't get much snow out there, out where you are, right? So you don't.
We
So,
did last year. We got a little bit this year.
yeah, that's like a rarity. That's pretty cool. That must feel like awesome. That like you got to change of climate, you know.
it is awesome, but it's also annoying.
Yeah.
At its peak,
Oh yeah,
it was
man. Dude.
-25 degrees.
Oh god, I
And
hate
like
that.
that for like 2 weeks.
That's Celsius.
Yes, Celsius. That is -13 Fahrenheit.
No, no.
Holy
It wasn't like
shit.
that for like
Oh
3
my
weeks
god.
whilst I was walking to school
Holy
and stuff. The train tracks froze over and all transportation stopped. The capital was basically isolated. Like hundreds of thousands were stuck there because all the. Okay, so a bit of context. A few years ago, the wonderfully smart Green Party kind of forgot that Norway is a very northern country. Who would have thought? And so they switched all the diesel buses to electric buses. And now when it was like super cold, all of them shut down. Not a single bus in the entire
shit,
capital
dude.
worked. And so they had to
Fucking,
walk back.
that's no surprise, man. Holy crap. Holy crap.
But not even diesel was safe though. Like my mother's car, it's a diesel car, and it broke down. One of those, like the diesel just froze in the engine, like it didn't work anymore. So,
Jeez.
but this was a pretty extreme winter. Like usually it's only that cold for like a weekend or two, but this time it was like for 3 weeks straight. So this was a pretty abnormal year.
Oh yeah, dude. That's fucking. That's
Still, it's the only year I'm traveling like far with with the trains and stuff. Like I was going on a trip to Sweden, taking the train from Oslo to Gothenburg, and of course that's the exact time the train tracks just we won't work anymore. So all the mechanisms to switch the trains over to different train tracks, they just stopped working. So the only way to move forward was for us to like park beside another train, walk out into that train, and then it goes backwards back to where it came from, and then that train has to do the same in our train. And so you couldn't really switch tracks. You just had to walk out and go backwards, and that was one hell of a trip. Like it originally should have just taken 3 hours? No, 2 hours. It took 5 hours. So it was funny though.
Are you at
But
a place
I feel bad.
where you only get no sunshine for like 3 months or something?
I'm not that far. I don't live in the Arctic Circle, but the day length varies a lot. So for context, the shortest day of the year, that's the 22nd of December. That's winter solstice. Then the day length, as in the amount of time the sun is up, is about 5 hours. So
Wow.
not much at all.
Oh.
But in the longest day, which is summer solstice, so 22nd of June, that is 18 hours. So like there's an extreme variation between, but I'm not that far north where there is no day. Although
yeah, my buddy from Sweden, he says it's dark there all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Like when in the wintertime, it's like dark all the time.
Well, there's a reason.
Because he's far north. That's right.
Yeah. Norway and Sweden, Scandinavia are very far northern countries. Like Europe in general is. Like Europe is much more north than most people imagine. But it's like, I think Spain has like the latitude of New York or stuff, but because of the Gulf Stream, it has the climate of like the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Or,
What
but
though?
I'm not exactly sure with the latitude, but yeah, definitely has the climate. Like Mediterranean climate is hot and comfortable and a bit annoying too because it's way too hot. And I'm a northerner. I don't like the scorching heat.
Oh, I need that heat.
My
Oh,
preferred
feels good.
temperature range is like 22 degrees. That's like the perfect amount. And I know
What is
friends who
that
like
in Fahrenheit?
handy that I have this converter here now.
Oh, I can.
71 Fahrenheit. That's like the best temperature.
yeah,
That's
that's
perfect.
decent. That's you're in
That's
the
perfect, man. That is
It did
perfect.
good in Flagstaff.
72 is kind of the standard here for
Yeah.
summer.
Like 72, 75 is, something like that. Maybe 80 if it's dry out. If it's humid, I can't do that. Humidity and heat, I can't deal with it. My MS can't
barely
deal
notice
with
it.
it.
Yeah.
That's the thing about like Maryland. It has high humidity in the summertime, and like Louisiana has that too, right? It's like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with it. I'm so immune to humidity. But tourists come in and they could sweat and complain and just having a miserable experience with it.
Yeah, like it probably, especially the fat ones. And excuse me, the language, but I can't say
Hey,
that.
Dolbez, did you hear about the bridge in Baltimore that was hit by a ship, a container ship?
Oh yeah.
How much of the news there in Europe or in your country is like allocated about America? Or is it just vary every night?
Well, of course, to America in general, a lot, but to that bridge incident, nothing at all. Like the only reason I saw it was some posts by some Americans, like on
Interesting.
other social media platforms.
Social
Like the
media.
news, never heard
Wow.
of such small stuff.
I
Like America
don't
is
know
important,
anything going on
yes,
in
but
Norway
that
right
kind
now.
is not important.
I would think it'd be the opposite, but that's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, we have our own stuff to worry about. Like this is probably the most important year for Europe in like decades because so many countries have elections this year, in addition to general European parliamentary elections and the Ukraine war, of course, which is still ongoing. So like we have more than enough to worry about. We don't really, of course, there's the American election, and that's worrisome. Well, not kind of. Norway doesn't. Europe doesn't really care who wins. Just that the support and I don't leave NATO. Like that's the only thing that we care about. Don't leave NATO, and you can do whatever.
Do you
But
think
like
that
we
the
don't
British
really
Prime
care about that
Minister?
right now.
Trump it is.
Is
Do you
Trump
think
going to
the
keep us in NATO?
Trump has, well, of course, he won't be able to leave NATO because it's so entrenched, but he has, he is threatening a lot of European countries that you have to meet the 2%.
Oh, you have to
or
pay.
else I'll kick you out of NATO. Which,
Yeah.
controversially, I think is completely right. Like a lot of Europeans were like, "Boo-hoo! I don't want to have a military."
Was
like,
that part of the original
mm,
agreement? Like NATO?
no, it was part of an edit to the clauses. I think in like 2002 or 3 or something like. It wasn't part of the original deal, but it was voted in as a part much later that all countries
they're
have
just
to have
not
2%.
They're
Yeah.
just legitimately not able to pay.
Not able to, not willing to. That's the thing. Like able to, like we're
that's
rich.
what I'm trying to figure. Like if they can't pay, we don't want to kick them out of NATO just because they fell on hard ties, but they just don't want to pay.
They
Don't have to.
Jeff, be a bit more aggressive. Like it's not they, it's we. Me. Like I'm part of the problem. Well, maybe not I in general, but like I as in the Norway too. Like we don't.
Right.
need
So y'all just
together.
don't want to pay for NATO.
Just don't budget
A
it
lot
in.
of people want, but also a lot of people don't want to. Like I think we still have. Well, I know we still have the trauma from the world wars and basically the entire Victorian period before. Like we are deathly scared of militarizing ourselves because last time Europe was heavily militarized, the entire world suffered twice on grand scale and once for entire centuries. So like there's still a deep trauma with that.
Why did
How
y'all
come
agree
France is
to
so okay with it?
NATO? Why did y'all agree to the
because France still has their empire. France is still fighting wars down in Africa to contain terrorism and well, quote unquote, contain terrorism. Also a bit of imperialism, but that's fine, you know.
So you want it both ways. You want the protection, but you also don't want to pay.
Sounds human.
Yes, we're spoiled. We're like, you
Yeah,
know,
that sounds like a neuro. This sounds like big girl panty time, and
yeah.
get
Well,
the rest of the world needs you to be an adult.
well, the only reason that this works is because America accepts it. Like
Yeah.
America just okay, sure, let's patrol the world. But currently, with ramping up tensions in China, America has to put more and more of its European forces in Asia, and well, with the Ukraine war, we actually are soon meeting our 2% rule. Like Germany is militarizing really, really fast, like extremely fast, and you know,
Uh-oh.
I don't
That's
know
always
if
a good sign.
yeah, that's always a good sign.
Historically speaking.
But I'm not scared, you know. They will hopefully, if something bad happens, we still have France to beat them up. But they all don't have a good track record of that.
Oh
so
yeah,
who
that
knows?
worked out really well the last 2 times.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Germany's going to be an issue. I feel bad for the rest of the world if we get our spine back, basically, because Europe has been kind of spineless for a whole century. Because we, to put it into
What's
context.
do we have anything to worry about here in the U.S.?
Well, I mean,
Who
you'll
knows?
lose your monopoly on global relevance, but of course, you're an
That's
entire continent.
subjective,
Like
anyway.
continent-sized nations, they will only collapse temporarily. They will always be a contender for the top place. Like China and in America, they're continent-sized. Like you have the resources of an entire continent. Even if you lose relevance for a century, like America did
Yeah,
a few
we only
times,
had it since
isolation.
World War II anyway, right? Like we were
Yeah.
fine before that.
Yes, but you took a break in the interwar period, and you took a break before World War One. You have taken these breaks from world relevance, but you will always be able to bounce back because you're a whole continent. And as long as Europe is not fully united, we don't have that same capacity. But
We
like
don't have the
in the Ukraine war, for
diversity.
example, we are fueling the war. Like the EU is the biggest provider. Like of course, Zelensky
There's some
goes
people
to America.
that don't want the unity. They want to keep the separate.
Well, personally,
vision.
I don't think it will be good long term if we unite as a country, but unite as a kind of a cooperative and alliance. That I think is good, but as a country,
Is that
that's
an
bad.
option? Is that on the table?
Well, the EU currently is.
Oh, it already is.
Say an alliance, like basically NATO and EU. I don't think we should go much further than that because then we lose everything that's good with Europe and the modern Europe is that we have been able to have our differences and compete and evolve and kind of quote unquote fight without actually causing blood, But if we are in one country, then someone is gonna dominate, and it's most likely gonna be France and Germany. Like every other nation in Europe is they're gonna draw the short straw if we unite completely.
So it's France and Germany that keeps the rest. That keeps the unity from happening because the trust is not there.
Well, to be fair, the EU was created as you could say a French geopolitical or realpolitik mission to protect itself.
Oh,
like
okay.
the France created the EU so that Germany could never challenge it because they are so dependent on each other that if Germany tries to attack France, its own economy will also collapse. So, but of course, throughout all of European history, there's always been France and Germany, or those two areas. The general powers in those areas have always been the big boys of Europe. Like for entirety of the medieval period, France was the beast. Like France was what America is today, but for 1,000 years. Like France has been like that up until the Napoleonic War, where they kind of lost that position to Britain and then to Germany, but then kind of got it back today and still competing. So, Europe has never actually been completely united, and I don't think we'll gain anything good long term from doing it. Like short term, it'll be amazing. Like if we, for like 100 years, we can keep all the power and individualism and prosperity of Europe, but unite as a single continent, like that'll catapult us far beyond America and China. But after that, it won't be good. It won't, because we lose what made Europe so good in the first place, which is that we have so many different ideas and people of very high competence and wealth in such a small area that are forced to either cooperate, compete, or die. And we have done that for 1,000 years. Like, it gains us a lot, and a complete unity will lose that. Like, we'll keep the benefits for some time, but we'll lose the generative side of it.
It doesn't sound worth the risk to me, because if you do unite temporarily, like rarely do you see it go back after that. Like once you centralize and get the power that comes from that, it doesn't ever go back. And so to me, it's not worth risking what you would lose from that.
And also, Europe has a tendency for not even a tendency. It is the mother of all extreme ideas. Like, I don't think you can put it otherwise, because everything both bad and good in the current world is kind of a European deal. Like America,
Western culture is European culture.
Yes, well, America is just a whole. Like I've said this before to a few friends, like trying to explain what America is. America is the British culture and ideals being able to just fool around and play on an entire continent. Like that is America is basically Britain in a massive playground being God. And it's a pretty apt explanation, but that kind of America is just an extension of the West, and I'm not saying that one is more important than the other, whilst currently America is kind of more important, but like they are both part of the same civilization.
But the UK is very Americanized. Like, I think a lot of Europe is a hell of a lot Americanized as far as culture,
But
I think when I grew
it's
up,
still fundamentally West.
The West is a cultural unity. Like since we're on that level or that plane, we experience all the diversity.
That's right.
And conflict within it. But if you go one layer up, it relative to the rest of the world, it is a cultural unity.
We're the teenagers.
Yeah, we're like the sibling, like the latchkey siblings with no parental authority.
Yeah, and sometimes
work it out.
Sometimes young culture feeds back into the mainstream.
What culture?
Youth culture.
It's pretty much taken over the mainstream now from
and
my generational position where I'm
living. I'll have to add something. You kind of behave like a teenager, America's a nation, but at the same time, and I'm not old, man. I'm not old. I'm just 18. But you kind of behave.
That's what I said.
A teenager, but at the same time, America is older than a lot of the modern versions of the countries. So, for example, America is older than Norway, technically, by like 40 years. Although, of course, Norway is over 1,000 years old. Like, it is a lot old. But that's the medieval Norway, not the modern rendition of it. Like, America is older than
you're like born again Norway.
Yes. Born again. Well, to be fair, true, yes, we're born again. Because I don't think you can say that a Norway that ceased to exist in the 1300s is the same Norway that began existing in 1814. Like, that is not the same nation. It's kind of, it depends on how you consider, like, national reincarnation. If you have, like,
America's not the same as it was 50 years ago.
True, but I would say
there's still a
it's more like the same person. Yeah, it's like the same person who has just gone old. Whilst Norway is kind of, it's like a father and son, or a reincarnation. Like, you start anew again. Because even though in 1905, when we got our independence from Sweden and we elected a king, we continued the royal titles from the medieval age. So, like, even though we've just had 3 kings since then, like our current king, Harald, is the 5th, I think, because we continue from the medieval lines. Like, we have some continuity with the old ones, and of course it's still our culture.
So
like,
from my perspective, you're super old. You're super old, right? And it was like hip for America to like wear wide bottom jeans And like by the time we were wearing skinny goth jeans, you guys were like, "Hey, check out our new wide bottom jeans," you know?
Well, bro,
We got this cool new independence, bro. You know what I'm saying, man?
we were born. Now we were old and died before you was even born.
I think
Like-
that's true for all the European countries.
Yes. Well, it depends on, like, Germany is also kind of similar. Like, you know, the Nazis called themselves the Third Reich because there have been two other, like, quote unquote German empires before that, and then you have the current republic. It's like the fourth Germany, you could say. But at the same time, except for the German Empire, those before are
America
not
is.
truly Germans. And a lot of countries are like that. And there's some new countries, like the country of Greece. That's completely new. That 1825, I think, or something like that is completely new.
Italy's relatively new. It was one of the first modern.
Yes, but at the same time, the difference between Greece and Italy is that Italy had a medieval counterpart, and I would not count the Eastern Roman Empire as the Greek medieval counterpart, because that is a continuation of the Roman Empire, just on the Greek side, and I wouldn't call that a Greek empire, even though, of course, the West call them the Greek Empire. Where am I going with this? Oh, yes, age, national age. Probably.
We're about 15 now.
Who is the youngest, though? Well, the Balkans, of course. It has to be the Balkans. It has to be like, but not Serbia. Serbia is really old. Same with Bulgaria, and Romania is pretty new, but also not. I think probably one of the minor ones, like Kosovo. That's probably the youngest nation in Europe.
UAE.
True. That is a young nation, but I would think most of Europe. If you want a really young nations, then then you have to look at Africa, because some places weren't. You could actually say civilized, because there was no civilization there before the Europeans came. So, like, some areas were just tribes, and they are nations now. So those nations are probably some of the youngest on Earth, because they are the first one there, whilst in most of the rest of the world, like in China, the current China has been there for so long, and there's been a lot of Chinese civilizations. Of course, there is a continuity, but there's a long, long time since there was just tribal people there, whilst a lot in Africa, that's still in, not memory, but like recent-ish memory, like a current grandpa can remember their grandpa talking about
Republic
this.
of South Sudan.
Oh, yes, that
is it like a toddler then is basically a country? So a toddler is basically a country that's just like, they're still kind of like gunning each other down in the streets and overthrowing crime lords and shit like that. Is that basically what a toddler country is like?
Honestly, that sounds more like a teen, you know, an angsty teen trying to fit in the world, but also crime and overthrowing countries, that happens all the time. Like, that's not exclusive to age. I would say toddlers is more those kind of countries that have not. Okay, I am anthropomorphizing countries a bit and giving them human characteristic, but since they are collections, a collection of people, I think it's correct to give them some human traits, or at least explain them.
I don't, to be fair,
in that way.
What about like Moldova, that is a totally digital economy, and they've got some of the people even have chips and everything embedded in them already.
Where's
Wait,
this?
what? Which talk about this? What?
Like
there's a country that's embedding chips in its people.
Yeah, and they're like totally digitized.
Which this sounds like internet stuff. What
country did you say?
Like Moldova or Macedonia.
Oh shit!
Those.
Let me ask they.
Aren't they super poor though?
I could get down with that.
Do they? Well, I'm no expert on those countries, but I did not expect that, and I'm not sure if I believe that. But I'm gonna give you,
I do know that Syria, or like Syrian refugees at some country, are using the retinal scans to give the aid to the refugees, like the food aid and stuff. So that's the only thing I've seen even close to that.
Yeah, no, I don't know which country would be close. Probably the closest to like such a digital dystopia is China.
I'm not sure where this source came from, especially
Yes.
around here.
Tell us, North Macedonia.
No country
How?
is currently mandating or widely implanting microchips in its citizens. There is some voluntary use, however. Y'all want to guess the country? Dolbez, you want to take a shot at it?
China? No?
Sweden
United
has been at
States.
the forefront of this trend. Thousands of
Oh.
Swedes have opted to implant microchips that can be used
Forefront.
for tasks like making payments. Opening doors? You need a microchip to open a fucking door for you?
Makes
This
sense.
is first world luxury bullshit. Dolbez,
Scandinavians are like,
your people.
they're the toddlers for sure, right?
Well, we are. Honestly, you're not exactly wrong in the sense that Scandinavia has a very idealistic and unrealistic view of the world. However,
Is it unrealistic though? I don't know.
it's unrealistic in the scope of the entire world, but on the scope of just Scandinavia, oh, it's perfectly realistic. Like we can
That's
make
what
this
I'm
work.
saying. They're been knocking it out of the park in a lot of ways.
Yes, although we are kind of committing suffering upon ourselves with our naivety, but that's fine. You know, that's a learning matter. We can learn that, and I'm talking about mostly immigration now, but I mean we have had large scale cultural and people movement before. Well, to be fair, before it was a bit worse. I mean, slavery and all that stuff. But like, we're not new to gaining a lot of people and integrating them into society. So I don't think it's going to be as big of a problem in a lot of other countries. Although Sweden is probably going to struggle a bit more because they have integrated a lot and taking in them out a lot more than most other countries. Like, I mean, proportional to there. So for context, if the amount of immigrants in Sweden is larger to the population than the amount of black people in America, and that has happened in the last 10 years. So basically, not the 10 years, but 20 years.
Are they going to microchip all of their immigrants?
That sounds like
Yeah.
that I want to see. That sounds like one hell of a story and a dystopia for sure. But it would
That's
be
a
funny.
great idea.
Well, hey, if
I'm
it's
not
good
sure
enough
if
for
that's
the
a great
elite,
idea. Like,
they keep that way. All the immigrants can have their doors opened at least.
Hey, Dolbez.
At least relieve
Yeah.
them of that one burden in their
Dolbez.
Yeah,
beleaguered
Busker.
lives.
Do you have in Norway? Do you like? I've heard like really it's bad in Sweden, where like these illegal or immigrants. I don't know if they're real. Like they're just put there or something. Refugees, whatever they are, they rape women and get off and don't really pay any penalties. But they get a slap on the wrist for it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
Really?
oh yeah. Well,
How do
of course, they are
that's-
punished.
I always defend that. I'm like, that doesn't sound real to me. That sounds like propaganda. That really is the case. How do they get
It
away
is.
with that?
Well, for
And
context,
that's not
in,
sustainable.
no, it is not. But I'm not optimistic. But for context, in I think in 2016, the Oslo police stopped reporting knife attacks because reporting them would be, I think their justification, it would lend itself to racism, so we're not gonna report this publicly. All the knife
Because it
things.
was one certain
Yeah, but
cultural group doing
to
it.
be fair, I won't blame the migrants themselves. Like they would have functioned perfectly well in their home country or in a similar country. The issue is that we expect
blame
them to
us
be in
for
the regions, and
destabilizing
they
Syria.
expect. Yeah, we expect them to be in the regions, and they expect us to be like their home. And of course, that's going to create splinters and difficulties. But in
The
Norway,
downside
it's
to
yes.
toddlerism. Like if
True.
that's where you cross the line there, right? Like excellent schools, safe neighborhoods, people are
Yeah.
happier, people have way more like diversity and choice over their living situation. But then you're like, everything's so great, let's share it with the whole world. Oh fuck, oh my god, ow, why? Oh, why is this happening? Oh my god, it burns.
Well, I
Because
am
we destabilized
optimistic. We
Syria
will
so
fix
bad
this.
that's where they went.
But
Do
I
what?
wanna. Norway is not the worst place. Probably the place that has it worse in all of Europe.
France.
Probably the world too in immigration is Sweden, not France.
Oh.
France is probably a close second, but like in Sweden, they kind of fucked up like big time. So it's a bit of history context because history is always lovely. Back in the 50s, I think, the Swedish government started a proposal and plan to build 1 million homes, and they built a lot of these like big, you could say communist blocks, but it's kind of that same style, just residential areas that are really cheap for the purpose of everyone should have a home, but Swedes don't like that. So instead, we just continued living in suburban homes, and so we had like 1 million homes and more just staying empty, and they were kind of removed and placed away from the rest of the people, so barely anybody lived there. But when the immigrants came, guess where we placed them? We placed them in these perfectly already segregated areas and split them completely off, and so there's no integration. Like in Norway,
Oh.
there is a kind of passive integration because the immigrants, they are kind of dispersed across the countries, like the different, not communes, but the different municipalities is kind of taking in a certain quota and not, and it's proportional to their population, and so you can integrate and they won't dominate. But in Sweden, you just place them in these areas where you can like stack 100,000 migrants with not a single Swede in them, and like such segregation is not bad, not good for anyone. Like if like these are people, of course, so if they became a functional part of the society, they would be lovely. Like it would be amazing for Scandinavia if we could, like we've got what 2 million extra people, and that's like a 10% increase across all of Scandinavia. Like if that was integrated properly, it would be a big boost. But since it's not, it's a big negative. Like there's some
They
statistics from Danish SSB, Statistisk Sentralbyrå. Just excuse my horrible Danish pronunciation, but that's the Bureau for Statistics, and I
Wait,
think
say it again.
they. Statistisk Centralbyrå, like the Danes, they talk with a potato in their throat. Like Danish is Norwegian with a potato just stuffed down. Where am I going? Yes, the SSB, the statistical bureau. It calculated basically the economic, you could say, surplus per migrant or negative, and basically throughout the lifetime, the average migrant is a net negative to the state, and a pretty big one too. And of course, that's not unexpected, but it is a bit sad to see it in statistics, and shows that, like, if we just get these people in who have no education that fits into Norway, because or Sweden for that matter, because you have education with standards, and if you don't meet those standards, you can't have those jobs. Like if we take in people who have no real ability to work a productive job from the get-go, and then we don't help them get those jobs, like of course they're gonna become a problem. It's like inviting a homeless guy into your house and then not giving him food. He's just sitting there inside your house without food, and you're eating dinner. Like, of course he's gonna be angry. And it's like, of course, if we didn't invite him in, he would have starved, but we would have been fine. And so we have this moral idea that we should help the world to make up.
So that's
for
what come. It is actually out of Virginia. It's not a. I keep asking how they get away with it or how it can continue for so long. So it's not from lack of capacity to solve it. It's created from this from a moral foundation, morality.
Well, both sides of the aisle supported immigration in the beginning. So you can't. The right side is very dishonest if they just blame the left side for doing this. But the justification for the two sides for why we should have or let in so many migrants, the left side was moral. Of course, it's going to help them. It's going to be so good. Like we have to make up for our bad, evil past. Like we Europeans were so bad, so we have to help people. But the right side, it was more realpolitik. It was okay. we're facing population issues. Our population is crashing, and if we don't do anything, our economies are going to stagnate and collapse in 50 years. So let's take in 1 million migrants, and we can get an additional 50 years to prepare. Like that is the two justifications. But none of them thought that we should be actually think about this. None of them actually thought about what are we going to do. Like if we just take in like 1 million Americans, after they've been taught the language, they're going to function completely fine in the country.
Not me.
Yeah, because they are the same civilization, and it's even easier if you're this similar culture. So like the further away from the culture you are, the more effort it takes to integrate. So it would be a lot harder for us to integrate the Chinese
So how
person
come an
than a German.
18-year-old kid can think about these things, but the people responsible for the solution they never thought about this kind of stuff?
Well, I
It
think
seems so basic.
they thought about it, but in all honesty, this kind of conversation and this kind of issue, it was deemed a racist thing before. It's racist to think about this. It's racist to argue that,
so
but
it's
these people
woke bullshit.
kind of.
I think
wouldn't
that's
call
the
it woke,
excuse
it's
they
just-
use not to talk
yeah.
about it in mainstream media.
Yes, exactly. But like, I don't think it's woke because woke is pretty specific, like postmodern cultural American. But this is just general European leftism that
Most
And
of
in
a
a way-
bureaucracy is unelected dum-dums, right? So that's how we get away with most of this shit, is because we're run by fucking idiots who don't even know their ass from a
So
hole in
they
the ground.
can't address the specific cultural needs and factors involved because they have to see them as just identical as everybody else in the country. So they can't, when they come in, they can't, because it would be racist
Yes.
to say, well, they
Yes.
have specific cultural.
And that's one of
That sounds like
the
an
biggest
excuse to me,
annoyances.
though,
It is an
to
excuse.
stop
but
a
they hold.
conversation. I think they know better than
Exactly.
that. The people
Exactly.
who
They-
implement
You don't
policy
think
know
they
better than
sincerely
that.
believe that that's their
Totally
world.
communist.
No, absolutely not. I think there's plenty enough of them who do believe it. It's because it's easy to convince dumb people of dumb things, but the people who are really pushing, their agenda, people with politicians with weight behind their actions, I think they know better. They have access to the same information that the rest of us do.
But he's right.
However-
the right wanted the immigrants too because they want that cheap labor all the time.
Yep.
So
And the
both
idea
sides-
that the two are in opposition to one another is also a little bit of theater, so that you can feel like you're really making a difference when you goddamn pull your little lever. I'm an American hero. I chose
All right,
option
Alex.
A.
Settle down, Alex.
So,
Yes,
Dolbez,
sir.
do you think that the prime minister in Britain
Yes, ma'am.
allayed the prime ministership to that guy with conspiracy?
Say what, freak?
Dolbez, do you think that the prime minister that resigned in Britain did that? It was a conspiracy.
Truss
I don't know.
or what's she called? Lisa Truss? Liz Truss, is that the one you're talking about, or Boris?
Yeah, I think that's plain Jane that
Boris.
won, and then like a month later she quit.
It
Oh, yeah,
wasn't Trust,
well-
was her name, was it?
I don't. Yes, Liz Truss. I'm not sure how involved all these politicians are because this idea of immigration is really old. Like Germany was already doing it like 5 years after World War II, where they took in like millions of Turkish people to rebuild the country. And to be fair to the Germans, that was a genius political move, and it worked perfectly. Like most of the Turks, they went back to Turkey with a lot of money, helped industrialize Turkey,
Say
and
that
Germany
again.
was rebuilt, and then some stayed and integrated into German culture. But that's also one of the best studies of what happens to an immigrant kind of lineage, because the first parent, the ones who first arrived, and if they got a job, and the job they were competent at, so this was usually manual labor, they worked completely fine in the country. They were a massive boost to the country, but their children almost always rebelled and became much more patriotic than their fathers and were a negative to the country. But then their children again became a positive, and then kind of flipped back and forth until it kind of mellowed out into the modern days. Like that's an image of how immigration impacts a nation long term, in that you have this flip. It's flipping back and forth between negative and positive until they're completely integrated. But since we're in the early stages, like we just have like a millions of young kids and the kids of immigrants to come, it will most likely be a bit more difficult. But Germany shows, at least in the early period, that if done right, immigration is a massive boon. It's just that we haven't done it right. That's the big issue. We've kind of closed off any discussion of culture as racist, because it's not. But that's one of the things I'm most annoyed at, is that racism, that's what race, that's biology, or appearance, you know? You judge people based on how they look or something in their traits, like, oh, they have these eyes, those have their eyes, you know? But culture is different because it's actually malleable and it's kind of individual. It's very annoying that they make culture and discussion of cultural differences into a racist thing, because racism has always been a bad thing to argue about because you can't do anything about it. So even if in a fantasy world there is a difference between quote-unquote races, you can't do anything about it. So why worry? It's useless to worry about. But with culture, there are differences, very observable. Like, I've even tested them myself, which is funny. But you can actually do stuff about it. Like, culture is you could say the programming of the people. Yes, Jeff, I am
Careful
using
with
that
that
word
word.
because programming is a good word to use. It works
You're
perfectly.
gonna have to explain it to me, the mechanism by which this program, because I
Programming
must not
is-
have had it. And
Okay,
I don't think
Please
my
don't.
siblings got much
it's
of
the
it
building
either.
blocks you have. Like, it's not necessarily,
Like
at
the
least for me,
Pledge
it's
of
not necessarily
Allegiance
the
was
final
what
pattern
came up
method,
as an
but it's
example, but that didn't feel like
Your
programming.
example.
No, that I see you're gaslighting. I brought it
No.
up.
Yeah,
You
it was your
decided it
example.
made a good example.
Okay, let's not get into
And I was like,
now.
sure, I'll take that one.
Right. Okay. So there
Fellow
we go.
man, let's not
It
get
was
into
our
this. Let's be
example.
civilized around this round table, okay? We shall be civilized knights, not
I
bubbling.
came up with other examples, though, and gave them to you. You didn't like them. Education,
Would you
institutions, the healthcare
listen
system.
to the 18-year-old and follow his wisdom, please,
The
sir?
only
I'm just
programming
correcting what we're
I
talking
care
about here.
The kid is
is
talking.
language, and let's stop at that. Language is the ultimate programming because it programs our perception of the world in
Well,
addition
that's
to our
a
perception of self.
very odd.
I just
Like
know
Jeff,
where this
I am
goes.
odd.
Stand on,
My
stand on
perceptions are
the
odd.
notion of programming.
Your ego is
That's not
projecting.
one of the connotations that comes to mind. It's
What is
Fuck
the
me.
meaning of a word, Jeff? What is the meaning
Oh,
of a
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
Okay,
So,
take
like,
an
first of
example.
all, I don't know how I learned language. Nobody specifically taught it to me because I was reading probably before I was speaking, and I don't even
Yeah,
remember learning how to speak. So
you pick it up.
language just was, but it didn't consciously tell me anything. I still
No.
had to like put my own twist on it and decide what to do with it and what
For
it
sure.
meant for me.
But the words you use have a meaning, and the only purpose of language is cross communication between humans. And language is deeply
Is it
interconnected
the only
with collective.
purpose? I use
Well,
it to
it's a way
talk
of
to
thinking
myself
too.
a lot.
That's the purpose it evolved for. Like, language evolved probably 800,000 years ago in what was it, Homo antecessor? At least one of the early hominids, not hominids, one of the early homos. It evolved in them to communicate, and most likely on hunts. An ability for two humans on a hunt together to be able to transmit ideas like deer, far up, shoot, throw a spear, you know, that kind of thing. And it slowly evolved into a lot of other use cases. But the foundation of it all is to communicate and connect humans. Like, of course, today
That's
one of the
that's
biggest
your
uses of language
One
is to
perspective.
think. Yes, it is one perspective, but I
mean, it could also
usually
be
consider the
expressive.
evolutionary perspective as more valid than most other
But
perspectives.
regardless, I don't know how if any of that's relevant to the actual
to programming.
like the issue of programming, language
It
being
is.
the
It
programming.
is, Jeff. It is, Jeff. Okay, so a really good example. The English word for legacy, if you translate it to Norwegian, you get ærefrykt. So on the surface level, they are the same, but if you go down, it's not. Legacy, I meant ettermæle, not ærefrykt. My bad. I said the wrong word, but that won't really matter because none of you are
None of us
Norwegian,
are
so I
gonna
shouldn't have said anything. But at least the point is that these words are on surface level the same, but they are different deep down. Or for example, envy and jealousy. People use these interchangeably, but they are different. They have different meanings. And if we translate them to other languages, they again have different meanings, even if they're a direct translation. And like, words have meanings that
But
are
what's the
collectively
programming?
decided.
part. That's what
Because
I
these words
understand
have-
language.
Yes, but the way you perceive reality and explain reality is in a language.
When
If
I
I
hear
describe a
programming,
red car,
I envision two things essential to that concept to me, and that's some kind of intent. There's an outcome they're trying to achieve, and a programmer, somebody doing the programming for a specific purpose to achieve a specific outcome. Nobody did that to me with language.
okay,
It just
well,
kind of like
red light.
it got
if you want to stretch
absorbed.
the definition of a programmer, there's basically like I basically have I'm not religious, but you could see the religious side that there's some deterministic force, some god up there that's deciding the programming, or what I prefer, evolution. Like evolution.
huge
Evolution
impact,
didn't
yeah.
teach me language. People taught me
didn't
language,
teach-
but they didn't program
Jeff,
anything.
how do you learn language? Why does your brain
Repetition.
manage and learn language and not the brain of a monkey? Because evolution has taught humanity or trained humanity, programmed humanity to be able to use language. Or you could even say
that makes him
language
special.
is a product
That's
of
what this is a
humanity.
very
That gives him free
evolution
willies
is a
and all
very
the
odd
feelings.
use of the concept of programming.
He's in
Sure.
complete control.
It may be
And
an odd use of
I
programming.
doubt
but
it's the use that did and people using it.
Okay, but let's move on from that because I
I've
don't
been
think we're
trying
going to go
to.
into.
Please,
Yeah, man, he is smarter than me. Holy shit. That is proof right there. A man wise beyond his years.
Okay, where are we going with this? Where
Yeah, so
should
this
we
is
go
why
and
we had
not?
you up here, I think, is
because
to
I
break
keep
down
getting stalled
It's icky.
at the programming thing.
He doesn't
I
like
don't
it,
have anything of my
Dolbez.
experience I could draw.
You really,
to match
you
it
know?
to understand what
the
they're talking about.
emergence.
Well,
I
to be
don't.
fair,
I'm
I
not conscious
understand.
of having been programmed. And
It's
the
like
Pledge of Allegiance was the one little nugget that it seemed like they had.
that
to
is not.
illustrate.
That's not what happened.
Okay, I understand
You were
your
given
point.
other
I understand your
examples,
position, Jeff. I really
institutional
understand
examples.
Like what?
Again, like education, like the healthcare
How do you
system,
know what I was?
like the
talking-
military,
What was the program? Science.
Guys,
Taught me stuff.
come on, please.
whatever it
Programming is
was.
not a fitting
That's
word,
your
okay?
programming.
Let's just
I wasn't
accept that
there.
programming is not.
Go ahead,
Not
Dolbez.
necessarily
Go ahead.
bad. I mean,
No,
stuff at
but-
red light, right?
Am I correct in supposing, Jeff, that it's not exactly the concept behind it that you disagree with, but the usage of the word programming that is your main disagreement?
Well, it's all one thing to me. To me, it implies that somebody intentionally put something in me to get my brain to operate a certain way to produce
Hell
a
yeah.
certain outcome.
Is
Yes. Yes.
programming?
No,
Is evolution
that
programming?
never. I don't know what that thing would be. Like potty training? Are you talking about like that? That word?
You had to be programmed to stop shitting yourself
Yeah,
all over the place.
I was successful programmed, but that-
Jeff,
I doubt that's
Jeff,
what people are talking
Jeff
about.
Alpha,
Let
the like Jeff version 0.020, like before Jeff 1.0 came out, he just shit all over himself whenever the fuck he felt like it.
Well, yeah, that's what babies do. We hit the diaper. We hit the cloth ones too that they hit to
Yeah,
wash.
you have to be programmed to quit doing that shit.
Yeah,
Real quick, like.
that's not like this societal programming. Is that all you were talking about this whole time? Potty training? We could have.
Okay, but
We could have
we can
taken
all-
shaved days off of this conversation.
we can
I
all
don't
accept that
believe you.
there are differences in morals and what is right and wrong between cultures.
Right, I
And-
was taught stuff
yes.
like that. We had catechism. They taught.
And okay,
you know,
let's
it was
not
basic, like don't lie, don't steal, don't hit
Yeah.
people. Like
but let's not call that programming because that is seemingly a bit of an icky term. And I
And
agree. It's a
I
bit
was
of
And
a-
here's
still
what the
in
word
control and
world
had
means, and here's
agency
what the
on
word
how
love
much
means.
I
And here's what the
internalized
word
it, adopted it,
agency
et
means.
cetera.
Denizen, please
They
let
could
him
teach it to
speak.
me, but it didn't automatically ensure that it would produce.
I'm sorry, every once in a while I'm just going to try to get a word in, Dolbez. You'll have to forgive me.
No, that's completely fine. Just let Jeff
And
finish
I'll
what
move
he's saying.
on. I'll stop and move on. See, like, if you notice,
So-
you
so I'm
complaining
trying to
about me
explain to-
talking
to
lasted longer than
Dolbez
my actual talk.
why it doesn't feel like programming, because I had a role in an agency in the process. They could teach me whatever they wanted, but it was up to me how much weight I gave it, how much I internalized it, how much I put it into practice, how much I was indifferent to it, etc. So it didn't. It was just. It was not like input output.
Where did you get output without input?
From the idea that programming suggests to me as a word in my mind.
No, I'm saying where.
Otherwise,
where
I
did
would
you
call
get?
it education.
What are the source?
Indoctrination.
What are the source did you get in order to create an output that created in a sum which was greater than the whole of the input?
A lot of them I saw it on my own. I was an autodidact. I was constantly reading.
You
books.
saw things.
TV
you
shows,
read books,
like everywhere.
So
I had
you
all
programmed
these
yourself with TV and books.
that I, on my own, with my own intrinsic motivation, exposed myself to. And then I had like things like school, church. I had family.
Programming.
More programming. That's what I'm saying. When you say programming, that's not what it felt like, because it was a collaborative.
No, I understand. It feels different.
Intersubjective process. It wasn't this one way.
You feel like you're the master of your own destiny and you're in control. And it's a powerful feeling, and it's very difficult to let go of. I know.
Control and mastery over my circumstances.
There's a difference between choices and consciousness and NPC testimony.
And I don't. If you don't, we could explore that, but I don't think that's universal.
There's a lot of social programming going on this decade. I gotta say,
like with social media.
Yeah, I think you're just noticing it now.
In societal social programming.
Like,
it's heightened.
I sure wish I had an example like George Floyd or BLM.
That's right.
And we're more interconnected now, but this is how it's always been.
Well, it's not necessarily good programming. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on?
If I'm getting programmed from anything, it's from you guys on these streams, because this is what I'm.
That's a large part of your programming right now.
This is the largest vector.
You're rejecting this programming, though.
Come from.
It's incompatible with your current operating system.
There's this very funny quote that I don't agree fully, but it's kind of fitting to this conversation, that you are the average of your 5 closest friends. And
stop.
It's kind of, if what you always do, Jeff, is surround yourself with these people who you disagree with.
I got it unintentionally. They come to me. I wanted a conversation. I made a stream originally with people like you and Paul and Anton and John, and I realized early it's going to be way too niche. There's not enough of that type.
Well, I think it's funny, Jeff, that you, for some reason, your stream seems to attract like both extremes. Like you have had like extreme anarchists and like free will is the foundation of the universe, and then you'll have like other side where like everything is deterministic. There is no such thing as free will, and I love it. It's really good that you have this wide range, and it's very funny to see you be annoyed, maybe not annoyed, but confused. Have fun with both sides. That
confused and annoyed.
I've never felt more normal in my life.
How can a determinist say that there's no God or intelligent designer?
You are definitely a normie.
I would not consider Jeff a normie, but in this context, in this group, he is. Yes.
So in what context is he not then?
Well, that's because this is called niche building.
Normal people,
and it's an excellent strategy for the neurodivergent. I am building a niche to where my norm becomes the norm. Instead of having to adapt myself to some external norm, I'm taking my natural norm and building around that to where it gets normalized. So I guess I should feel normal, because that's been the goal all along.
Yeah, and you strike me as very mainstream.
And so in my environment that I create for myself and the people that it draws, that is my normal. I am in my center there, and my norm, the center of my norm there.
I just would like to remind you, though, that the difference between Dolbez and I is that he was smart enough to know that it was time to drop it.
I wouldn't say that's smart, just wise.
Drop the free will conversation that
yes,
you've been
wisdom is the more. Wisdom is the more.
So what to drop from you?
Yes, Jeff. Everything you just said, correct. Yes, and wisdom is a more correct term than smart.
Okay, we'll lead the way to the next topic. I'm willing.
I leave it to Dolbez.
Why am I placed with this burden?
You've already shown a propensity for greater wisdom.
Watching this street, you're effective. Whatever you're doing is working.
Well, that's a very good thing you say, Jeff, because almost everything I do is procrastinated, late, and almost always just enough, but never actually good, because I have oh damn, that's a That's
Well,
one of a
that's your
hell of a
shadow.
PFP.
See, well then it's working for you too, because you're even becoming normal here.
Okay, that PFP, you know, there's just something about it that
I like the slogan. The little logo is dumb. I never got. I'm not a meme. Memes are way beyond my generation. I don't understand memes at all.
What do you mean?
I'm
Memes are as
Gen X.
old as the universe. Don't you know? Richard Dawkins, he said
get
his memetics are as
you get
old as
memes?
humanity.
They don't work
Yeah, I
on me. My
love
meme is like
memes.
the dialogue of Plato. I get that. I don't get a little comic face with.
Well, the thing is, a
Which
meme
one
is
are we talking about right now?
Let's
We're
see. He has
talking
a
about
QR code on his head,
Bus-
a mask, some
Oh, yeah.
jabs. So it's something. COVID control, the government, the technocracy, etc. I kind of get the general gist,
scan
of
on
it, but
his
it
forehead.
doesn't communicate anything
It kind
specific.
of makes a
or move me
point.
to anything.
It makes a point, dude.
Govern me harder, Daddy. South that I relate to. That I get.
Yeah,
Of course, that's the thing you get.
the jabs and the QR code and the masks and shit that goes along with it.
You
So,
know what's
like,
funny
Smith,
is Jeff
you're-
has
you're-
had 3
you're a
shots total.
submissive cook to the government.
Well, to be
That's
fair, I
what's
am-
extra funny about
guess-
that avatar right now.
No,
That
I
is
decoded a
the
meme.
perfect
Wow.
number of jabs for
Oh,
Jeff.
here.
Well, I have 3 too. I'm also 3.
And they're
I'll just say.
asymmetrical.
What the fuck
So,
did
to
you
be
do
fair, I'm
that for,
18.
Dolbez? I take what I said about wisdom back, son.
Well, bro, I
I'm
was
still
like
voting for
15, 16
president.
during COVID. I'm just 18 now. I never cared
Fair,
about the
fair.
jabs. I just, okay, the world is sick. Mom and dad are gonna take it. Let me take it too. So,
How many people did you lose people to COVID?
oh no, not at all.
Yeah, me
None.
neither.
I don't know a single
I
person in
did.
the entire country who died from it. Sweden,
right.
though, Sweden again is genius. They have a problem with too many old people. So you know what they do during COVID? The worst place, the one with least restrictions and least masks and least everything, that is the elderly homes. And so basically, 50% of the entire elderly
Oh, they did
population
it
of
well.
Sweden just died. And suddenly, you don't have to pay as much in elder care. It's a genius strategy.
Am I
for
evil
Sweden.
for laughing at that? That's
That kind of
hilarious.
mirrors what happened in America and probably Canada too.
Total Como.
And some
Nah,
of you
there's
probably
no
think it was
evidence for that.
intentional. Like, haha, here's a chance to get rid of all
No,
these old
it's not
fuckers.
intentional at all. Well, Sweden did a kind of radical strategy where they are probably the most radical strategy of most of the world because they did not really lock down. They kind of tried to just, okay, this is a disease. It's more dangerous than influenza, and it's deadly for like the really young toddlers and really old people, but it's not really dangerous for normal people. So let's just not close society that much.
Yeah,
And
but
Kind of worked
Sweden had the right
until
idea.
it got into the elderly homes. That's when it kind of fucked up because when
Well,
you
you're
get
supposed
the
to
people-
protect the vulnerable.
Yeah, they even
Yeah, but
knew
they
that.
didn't.
You said it only affects the toddlers and elderly.
Yeah, well,
When you
to be
say
fair, I got
elder
it
care,
too, and
does
I
that
got
It
mean
really
that's
did
not
only
never
affect
close to
like
death.
this people with multiple comorbidities.
Yeah,
Totally.
and well,
Vast majority
course.
of people are unaffected by COVID.
That's right.
to them it's just a normal, if a bit, a difficult disease to have, but it's not deadly at all. So
Like
I
a
had
really,
it,
really
I was-
shitty flu. You know,
Yeah,
like a
I
new
had
one
it.
that you
I was
haven't had
out
before.
for like a week, but then I was back completely. No side effects, no nothing. Just that
When you say
1
elderly
week
care-
ruined my summer vacation. But
Hey,
When you say
Dolbez.
elder care, are you talking about a pay-in like Social Security system in Sweden?
pay-in. It's not pay-in if it's already included in taxes, though. So it's just part of the system, you know. You're just part of that. But
Right.
you were saying something, Busker.
Oh, I was gonna ask. In Sweden, I've heard that there's a bigger kind of suicide rate. Is it the same in Norway?
Usually, if something is happening in one Scandinavian country, it's most likely the same in the other countries because
The
Scandinavia
depressed
is.
goth kids.
Yeah, well, funny thing. You know which country has the highest suicide rate of the Western world? That's Finland. You know which country also ranks as the happiest country on earth? Finland. All the sad people are dying, and so all that's left
That's
is happy
programming.
people.
That's programming.
Yeah.
Finland does have this weird social, or what is the Danish? The like what's it called? Don't stand out. Don't think you're special.
Janteloven. That's all of Scandinavia. All of Scandinavia. Don't
Yeah,
think
that
that you're
sounds like
anything. Don't think you're
programming. If people
incapable.
actually start living their life that way and responding to it, and I do know
Yeah.
that different
Actually,
areas
it's-
have cultures that can be very opposite and extreme, and the people can act so differently from one area to the other. So there's got to be some kind of what y'all are calling programming.
You can
involved in
see
that.
the programming when it's the other
Cultural
people.
influence.
When
Jeff-
you're inside your own
But
programming, it
I
feels
see
normal.
it as more collaborative and intersubjective than top
Right,
down, which
so
programming
Sure.
suggests.
Everybody in China is programmed like a motherfucker, but over here we're free. We got free will.
I think way more free than China.
We are free, but we're not free from being part of a wider group. Goodbye, freak. I don't
Oh,
like
bye,
that
freak.
the name
Good-
is freak because it's very
Yeah,
doesn't
he
feel
freak.
like just saying goodbye, freak. But it works. It works. You know.
I'm gonna start calling him Neo. Actually, I like that name for him.
Neo. But is it really one to break the Matrix? Is it really our little Andrew Tate? Is it
I mean-
really?
Man,
He's
that
pretty
movie must
badass.
have had- I saw it. It was okay. And it must have had way big of an influence on everybody else than I realized.
Oh, yeah.
Because everything is Matrix nowadays.
But it's the modern day. What's it called? It's the modern day Plato's Cave.
That's what I thought when I saw it. I'm like, oh, this is like Philosophy 101 out of Plato. It's like a modern version of.
Okay. Two funny things about
I think it's more like Sean Baudrillard's Samaculum.
two funny things about that movie. The ones who directed it, I think that's two brothers or something.
The trans.
Yes, trans, and they made it to show that how it is to be trans in a modern society. It's like crap. But the funny thing is, my teacher used that video. My teacher used used that movie when we had about free will and determinism and dogma and stuff, and like he lectured about Plato's cave, and then we just went and watched The Matrix and discussed that, and he somehow managed to turn that into a discussion about Hitler and Kanye West, which is very funny. I'm not exactly sure how he came there, but it was very intelligent, very lucid. So it did something right. But I'm still confused how he managed
who
to
realized
lecture
how
on the Matrix
fertile
to that.
it would turn out to be.
Yeah, but he's the best teacher I've ever had. Like, if any of you are familiar with Jordan Peterson, he's kind of that same level of competence. I would say.
What same
Although
This is a high school
competence?
teacher?
Talking about the
yes.
writers of the Matrix.
Man, y'all are getting some kind of education. in
Hey,
Norway.
hello. That's just one person. Most of them are good, but the average, and then there's some that are bad. But he is. Okay, so he lectured in Norwegian and history, and he is 63. Like he was going to retire. Like he has
Who
lived
is
through all
he?
of this. So when he lectured about Yugoslavia, he just, oh yeah, I was on that protest, sitting in a bus here, and I went down here, and I know this guy who worked down there for peace and like Serbia, and then we just invite there and go listen to a lecture on that, and then he is probably the most intelligent person I know, except probably my dad or grandpa.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
Oh no, he's way too old for that. Sadly, but if he recorded his lectures, it would be so good because there's just I am really in awe of his ability to control a classroom because he always came late. He like on purpose came 5 minutes late. So when he came, all the kids would like settle down. And then when he lectured, he had these. He walks in a dress suit. It's like a really proper dress suit where most people just have t-shirts and jeans. So, like it's really proper clothes, and he has these shoes that make a little click, a clack when he walks. So like he's walking around the classroom, he just click, 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 and like he times his speaking to those clicks, like they echo throughout the room, and like everybody is silent. Nobody's on their phone, and if someone talks, he just stops, turns them, and looks them in the eye, and they just quit immediately. And he is a genius. Like the way he talked about the fall of Rome and connected that to everything, and like we did a whole assignment where we were going to learn a Norse myth. So we were going to learn it and then present it. But instead of just presenting it in front of the classroom, like being normal and a normie, because he isn't that. So we just walked from the school down to a very special place in our city. And as you walked, you're like, oh yeah, this road, you see this downtrodden path. Yeah, this has been the main trade route through this area since the Bronze Age. And like just randomly, we're walking there as he's lecturing, and then we arrive at this massive Viking grave. It's like it's the biggest Viking grave in all of, I think, all of the world, honestly. And as we're sitting there, we just light the fire, and around the fire we just sit and tell these old Norse stories. And like, he is amazing, and I
This
know I'm
is high
gushing.
school.
Yes, I know I'm gushing for a 60-year-old, but don't take it the wrong way. But he is amazing. I wish to be like him one day if I ever become a teacher. It'll
I
be like
think
him.
I think you're well on your way.
I think I'm a bit too rambly just now to be a good teacher because I don't think everyone will be able to
Have you tried to watch a Jordan Peterson lecture? I would.
Oh
wear
yeah,
one
I watch a
on
lot.
it. Oh my
I'm
God, that is pain. That if you want to ever like torture me as a prisoner and get information out of me, force me to sit through a Jordan Peterson lecture.
What do you mean? It's amazing.
Oh my
He
God.
misses his tangents. I love it. I
His
love it.
digressions, like the whole lecture is digression.
Yes, but he connects it all, at least in the good ones. Like that's the thing. He goes and he digresses
You
and he
don't
connects
need
them.
all of it.
Yes, you do. That's the point. He
I
shows how
don't.
this is relevant. Then you are abnormal, and that's
It's like he's
completely
talking
fine
to
thing.
someone that's hearing everything for the first time.
Well, to be fair, this is
He
a
takes you
college
down
class.
every little path and track and road and leaf and rock and
Don't you love it when he
there's
is
no
talking about
road.
psychopathy and he goes on a 30-minute tangent about Pinocchio? Don't you love that? That's amazing. Or
I
when
do.
yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
It's frustrated expectations.
Your homie Jeff
It
here,
sets
he does not.
expectations that don't get fulfilled. The experience is so unpleasant for me. I can't focus on the content.
That is okay. That is completely fine. I just radically disagree.
I mean, I want to get. I tried to read his book. I watched his Camille Paglia debate, and because she's so spastic, she kind of overshadowed him and kind of normalized. And so
She
I
did
really
like keep
enjoyed
it.
that. I was able to get through that one.
She
which book,
grounded
by the
him a
way?
little bit. That's so fucking true, dude. She like
Which
just
book?
a little bit of
Can you
cat bat.
believe what's happening in these universities today? The whole lecture, like her energy did not stop. She was nuclear powered.
I love Camille.
I do too.
Love,
Which
love.
book did you try to read, Jeff?
The maps of meaning. In fact, in the
Oh,
book,
yeah!
he
Woo!
says
That's
go
the correct
through
one.
and read the little introductions first, and then come back and try to read it. So I did exactly that. And each little introduction I read was torturous to get through, and then I tried to go back. And plus, it was not anything I hadn't seen before in Jung or Campbell or Fry or anybody like that. And then when I tried to
Not like you,
actually
really?
go read the passages, it was just tedious.
Well,
Like
to be
for the
fair,
summaries, for what he set up in the summary to it, as in his lectures, to get there, he took me through a very tedious route.
to your comment, Denizen, there is of course, he is, and he has inherited a lot from Jung, but he is radically different too. Like he is an evolution upon both Nietzsche, Jung, and the rest of psychology. So, when I read the Maps of Meaning, of course, I can recognize a lot from Jung, but
It's
there's also
heavy.
so much
Heavily.
that's like
Well,
really independent.
Let me ask you this:
For sure, but it's heavy. You would say.
What is it
afterwards,
that
right?
Peterson himself contributed? What is original with Peterson? That's what I haven't been able to notice.
The view and how, like, he connected the Russian psychology with it, which is a bit more biological, with the Western ones, and basically elaborated on how it is we actually view the world. Like, what is the structure in the how does the brain structure reality? And from that, the most important things are basically three concepts. It's his dichotomy of chaos and order and valence. And chaos and order, that's the unknown
That's
or
like
rather the predictable and unpredictable. And valence, in that everything and the way you view things and the way things are is literally dependent on their value, or as he said it, their motivational significance in accordance with your ideal goal or
none of that sounds new to me. That's just recasting basic psychology.
Well, everything is
combining it.
recast.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's
no, but
combining it
sometimes
in a novel way.
people add, like, they innovate in the process, or like I don't like what you just described is my experience of Peterson. It's like, yeah, that's interesting, but it's nothing I haven't encountered in some other form in Freud or some other psychologist or philosopher somewhere else.
Sure, but he explained it in a way that connects it with the fundamental structure of
Contemporary.
reality too, with the narratives and how, it's back to this programming again. Like, how does it's back to this
It's
again,
not
Jeff, because
working on me. Can somebody can someone go tech support and get
yeah,
me
but it's like
programmed?
this narrative structure of the world and how myth
I would
and
say
culture
you're the most
carries on
successfully
this.
programmed person here.
Yes, you would say that. What Dolbez?
Well,
We're witnessing the like the antivirus
Well, then if
software
I'm
on
so
your operating
programmed,
system
how
is
come
strong as
nothing
fuck.
any of you are saying to me makes sense? It seems like my programming would match, and we'd all be on the same page.
Your firewall is powerful. It's a heavily upgraded firewall.
Wait, Denizen, where are you from? Are you American?
Unfortunately, I'm geographically American.
It's a disappointment that you cannot reach Jen. I'm Norwegian, I can blame that cultural differences that we can't reach each other, but you are a disappointment. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I would agree with you, sir.
Well, you were you said three things that he introduced, and then you named the first one.
Oh
What
yeah,
were the other two?
that was I named the two first, and then I kind of forgot. But then I added a narrative. It's basically how myth and culture and religion all relate to this, and that the myth and religion is just a way of, you could say, ossifying the view of the reality so it can be transmitted across generations. It's like, for example, the Greek origin story from chaos into first Gaia, and then Uranus, and then they have children, and then Kronos kills his father, and then Zeus kills his father. All that structure. He kind of explained how this is just an ossification of how the brain works and sees the reality. It's like, of course, from the original chaos, the original mother chaos comes,
which is
Gaia.
a bit anti-feminist. Which is how it's kind of
sure,
contemporary.
So the symbolic is a projection or epiphenomenon of the brain.
And opposite.
But that's so basic. I'm like, I don't need Peterson to learn.
Well, to be fair, Jeff, he is one of the most cited psychologists of the modern age. So since he published and began working on maps of meaning, basically all psychology after is in some way, shape, or form related and sourced from Peterson. So what is today seen as obvious is often traced from his combination. And his genius is not from creating something completely new, although him placing it in a narrative structure and connecting that's kind of new to him. But his main genius is that he connected all these different areas. He connected all this to totalitarian ideology, from Freud, Jung, Nietzsche, the Russian psychologist,
postmodernism,
his synthesis.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
in addition
so
to some
dense.
stuff.
I guess I've seen other syntheses and they've been connected in ways that make more sense to me and are less.
Well, Jeff, it's no wonder that it's dense. He spent 15 years writing that book.
And he's a Spurg.
2 hours every day for 15 years. It's no wonder that it's dense. Probably spent an hour each sentence.
Well, now for what I do understand, and I don't have the capacity to evaluate, but for people that haven't read Jung or Fry or any of the people I get it from, he is a good starting point or introduction into that field.
I'm going to be radical. I think Peterson is an evolution upon Jung, and I think he's much better. I love Jung, I love Nietzsche, I love Freud, I love all these. They are wonderful, but I think Peterson is a better.
Are you a theist?
Evolutionary. No, but I see the value of religion and how necessary it is. On an individualistic level, religion or cultural beliefs are not necessarily needed, but on a collective level, it is a requirement to functional systems. And so, I am not the atheist that says tear down religion, because religious beliefs are necessary. So you will never find me say that tear down all religion, fuck the priest. No, I love I love religions. I love Christianity. I like dabbling in theology, and I have a really Christian friend, a Protestant, who is reading a lot of theology. So we argue a lot and debate a lot. So I have nothing against religion. I just don't find myself believing in it, but I see its necessity on a grander scale. So
I have a
that's my
problem
answer.
with magical thinking, but I don't know that we can escape it.
Magical, yeah, depends on how you view it.
I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like,
Yes.
I recognize the value. I don't think we need the emotional relationship we have with our literature. Right? I don't think we lose what's value about it if we admit that it's, for example, not the all perfect divine word of God.
You know, about the Bible? Well, then don't use it or don't read it. But you sound like you have strong opinions.
Here we go. He sounds going to tell me things about myself personally again.
No, I'm not. I'm going to
Fuck
stop.
me,
No,
Jesus Christ.
You guys continue. I'm not going to. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think. Let me just mute this Discord server because it's pinging me a lot. Wait a second. There. Okay, where was it going? Yes, I am my main opposition. I don't like calling myself an atheist because I really dislike the kind of atheist tradition we have currently. Like, I would rather be an atheist like Pascal or the old Enlightenment atheists than the modern atheist, because the modern atheist is. Okay, I'm gonna elaborate, but I think the shortest way of saying is that they are overly autistic. Okay, let me explain. Okay,
you don't have to. I know
but Pascal was an idiot, though.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm saying is, one way of thinking about autism is that there's an over reliance on the left hemisphere, which is generally very, very detail oriented, and very logical and straightforward, not seeing the wider picture or the underlying stuff, and is very dependent on logic and things making coherent sense.
Yeah,
and I think the brain, yes, but there is a reason that we have two hemispheres of the brains with different functions. And I think that modern atheists, by trying to remove quote unquote magical thinking and the meaning of stuff, it is abandoning half of our brain. And there's a reason we evolved both sides, because both are necessary. And that's my main opposition to modern atheists, is that they are overly reliant on the left hemisphere and overlook the right. So very, very.
I would admit they're very needed for people who are right brain kind of fantastical, mouth breathers.
Yeah, like you can have an over reliance on both stuff. Like what's it called, the hippie culture of the 60s and 70s. That's probably an example of an over reliance on the right brain. Like, everything is so wonderful,
and it's also
it
seems like
this lay in the sun.
I don't know if it's gendered either, but like logic and reason seem more male, and reliance on vibes and emotion, and it seems more. And we're seeing it now in the way that things are becoming so feminized and less rational.
He said it live, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff said it live.
I want to go back to Peterson because he has touched on that, and that in the symbolic, it's very, very usual. The most common thing is that the male god represents order, the logical, the knowable, the coherent, the structured, whilst the feminine is the chaos, the unknowable. It's the random, the kind of more wishy-washy feeling. But both are necessary for the production of the next generation, for the functioning of the world. But you are correct in that, at least in myth and the human brain, there is a higher proportion of men who lean towards the logic and structure side, and a high proportion of women who lean towards that. That you can see even on babies. So there's a study in Aarhus, the hospital I was born in fact. I don't think I was a part of that study, but who knows, maybe I was. As a baby, I don't remember. But anyways, there was a study where you took a baby just born before it was basically like 3-4 days old, and it has not been quote unquote programmed by anything. So when you're testing a baby, you're just looking at it how is biology, and they basically measured how long that baby looked at mechanical things if you held it up to their face, and how long they looked at human faces if you held it up before them. And women looked much longer on faces, and men looked much longer at the mechanical faces things. Then, of course, you also have a subset of each gender that is more akin to the other side. So tomboys, femboys, there's a small subset of the population that lean more to one side than the other, and but like the general gist of it is that men tend towards the more mechanical, more structure, whilst women tend towards the more human, the more
That's what I've
emotive.
always thought, and that's what always seemed true to me.
Yeah,
bigotry,
your
misogyny.
logic is correct. Who cares? Who cares if it's misogyny as long as it's the truth? They just have to accept it, or not. This doesn't mean that we have to force that. Oh, all men has to be mechanical, or all women has to be biological. But it's just that if that's the natural tendency, we should not try to force the opposite. Like, let people choose,
Yeah,
and it doesn't
makes
matter if
sense to me.
the majority of men then choose something mechanical, and the majority of women.
So then the
choose
truth of it
something.
isn't what's important. Then it's the propensity for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Interesting.
I think we're taking the natural as the true.
There was some consistent. Well, yeah, but that was my point about things like the Bible, right? There's a far more people have much more of a propensity to be religious and to believe in ridiculous things. And I would
but
agree
I
with
don't
Dolbez that it's
necessarily
necessary.
think that's a
And-
negative. Just because they're ridiculous, I don't think that invalidates them.
Right.
We
Or
so
invalidates the
truth is
utility
far
of
less
them as a belief.
whether or not something is true is not as important as to whether or not we're likely to do with it.
Yes, and also what is useful. So I like Darwinistic logic. I like thinking about things in the sense that if this kind of thing has survived for like a few thousand years or even a few hundred years, there's most likely some sort of benefit to it.
Yeah, I would argue it's way more useful if we start aligning ourselves with reality instead of how we
That's
feel.
what science attempts to do. We get
I
it
don't
there.
think
Look
that's
at all our
especially when it
progress.
comes to decision-making processes.
When
right?
it comes to aligning ourselves with
institutionally.
I think you'll quickly go
because human beings are going to be human beings, right? So when you create things,
right, and one of the things we've developed to align ourselves to the reality you talk about is science, and in the modern world, that is the dominant means that we rely on to do that.
Oh, that is definitely not the dominant thing that we rely on for decision-making processes.
For intellectual universes right now. That I don't know where you're coming from.
I'm coming from the world where a majority of people believe in angels.
The method, the process,
where 70% of Congress are Protestant, and they make decisions about abortion based upon whether or not sperm cells have souls. That's the reality I live in, buddy. I don't know which one you live in. That's the one I live in. Embryo technology was banned because clusters of cells have souls, and it's offensive to baby Jesus. That's the reality I live in.
Hey, that's not science.
That's what I'm saying. We need a little bit more objectivity in our institutions and our decision-making process. That means a lot less magical thinking, a lot less projection of these so-called Western values that are ultimately just meaningless bumper stickers like freedom and free will. We have a big girls pull your panties up moment, as you put it earlier, right? And take a good look in the mirror and make some new decisions about how we want to move forward for the next 1,000 years.
Decisions, but I have no freedom to make decisions.
Don't need freedom to make decisions.
The decisions
you don't need freedom to make
I don't have
decisions.
to make them.
You don't need freedom to make decisions.
They're made. They're there.
They're not made.
Find out what they are.
They haven't been made. There's plenty of decisions still to be made. They're not made already. These are things I've never said, so I'm just gonna repeat that I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
But I'm not free to make them.
Your freedom is irrelevant. Don't need it.
Okay.
Your individual freedom is irrelevant as to whether or not humans can choose to operate another way.
Okay. So what time is it there, Dolbez?
It's 11:30.
A.M.
Wait, which direction does it go?
PM?
Yes, a.m.
Morning, like noon,
Yeah, morning.
noonish. Okay.
Yeah, soon. So, and I just want to say thank you for having so diverse guests, Jeff, because it
You're
makes for
very
very
diplomatic.
funny content.
Well, good. We're doing something right. Something's working. We'll keep. It's all an experimental project to begin with, so we'll keep experimenting.
And who knows when? Imagine any one of your guests become famous, and then people are gonna have to look through all of this to try to find that one moment where they said something controversial. Imagine.
Yeah, I hope you were keeping all that in mind when you were on the streams.
Women are more emotional than men. Jeff's been
Oh,
canceled.
I know.
no.
I'm already I fucked Eddie. Like I might have to go look for a part-time job, and I might have even fucked that. Like I might not even be able to serve coffee.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because I'm internet famous. Like if you Google my name, my actual name, I'm on all kind of podcasts, video, like all kind of shit comes up.
Uh
So I'm very hard. It's very hard to hide anything about me
oh.
to strangers that want to look me up.
Damn, I am not internet famous at all. Not yet, at least. Well, I've been to some of your podcasts, but not much. But I will show up if you search my name, though.
Yeah, if
to be
you
fair.
go to my channel and type Dolbez, he in fact he was my very first actual guest. That's back when I was doing it on Zoom, and we had some really good conversations about psychology and what is it, the terror threat theory, terror management.
Terror management theory.
Yeah,
I
and
was such an
death and
idiot
mortality.
back then. I was such an idiot back then. That was
like a
close
year
to
ago.
a year ago, I think.
Oh.
I was 17. Yeah, I think I was 17 back then. So it's.
And we were supposed to. I remember the conversation we were supposed to have one time on archetypes, but also ego. We talked about our egos and our sense
Oh,
of.
I'm glad we never had that conversation, but because I've learned so much more about that and realized how fucking stupid I was before. But that's fine, you know.
I
love
know
that.
it
I
too
love seeing myself
intellectually,
being
but
stupid.
subjectively, that ego is still
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And I know it's a bubble waiting to be popped, but that doesn't dispel the experience of it.
Fear.
I kind of like the experience of looking back at myself and like, fucking hell, that's a stupid man. It's a very comforting experience because you realize that, oh, I'm actually growing. Even though I feel stuck in the moment, like I am actually growing. I'm
Yeah, it's
improving
like a
so
little
much.
measuring tape on the wall.
Yeah. Although maybe it would have been better if it wasn't public, but who knows? It'll be funny either way. And
I like
that's more
having that
important.
record for myself, and then also like it's like, well, maybe it'll help. So if it's maybe it'll be helpful to that one person. So that's motivation enough for me to have it happen transparently. But you have like I have no future or career or professional prospects to worry about at all. You have your whole professional future ahead of you.
That's
So
true.
you have reason to be more aware of this kind of stuff.
And I'm even worse because I know I'll want to enter politics at some point in my life. So
Oh
this
no!
is
Now
probably
you're
going to come
attached
and
to all of
bite me.
us already.
Become unemployable.
This is going to be horrible. But I love it. I love it. It's good. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Well, we might have arrived at completion energy.
Yeah. And before we end, I just want to, Denizen, who is that in your profile picture?
Tim Robbins.
Okay.
What movie?
Director and actor.
That's just him, not a particular movie.
Yeah, that's not him from a movie. It's from an interview.
He
He
was
starred
married
in
to Susan
Shawshank
Sarandon,
Redemption.
right? Is he still
He
married?
was. I believe they got divorced.
I thought so. I got in a fight one time at a party because I thought that was true, and the lady was arguing with me like, "Don't you tell me about Tim Robbins, I am an expert on him. And I'm like, that's just what I heard. I have to fight about it.
Is that really how you people talk in America? Don't you talk to him?
But that's
Yep.
this long story, but this is a crazy lady. It's
Eh, eh,
they're very touchy up here. If they can find a reason to react or have conflict, they take it.
yeah,
So
drama.
check this out.
Drop, yeah.
Drama is the fucking key.
The fake AI says, as of April 7th, 2024, it's unclear whether Tim Robbins is still married to Susan Sarandon.
What?
In-
This is some drama.
In 2009, the actress and actor announced their separation after 23 years together.
Still married.
Yeah,
to
but I
Susan.
think this is a good point to leave it off because I'll have to go now soon. So
It's been a pleasure as always.
Good
Drop
time.
in again when you can.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, I have to leave now. So goodbye and
Yeah,
good
good
night,
meeting
you
you,
Americanos.
Take
See ya.
care. We all
See
wish
you
you well.
later.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I've been going
All
for-
right, my man. Thanks for
The
having
night stream was like dope.
Oh, it was? Okay, well we'll try to do more of them. I'll have to take more naps and wake up late. And we'll be there tomorrow too in a few hours, so I got to get some rest for that.
Awesome. Yeah,
It
man.
was good just listening to you, actually, but I came up because I wanted to talk about Kurt Cobain.
Oh, yeah. You remember the day?
Yeah.
You were around
Yeah.
for
90s, early 90s.
that? 94.
April 94.
Yeah.
That's when he died. Is that?
Yeah. We found out when we were getting out of school.
And it was just
I
one of
know.
those moments, like everybody gets the news at the same time, and everybody
Yeah.
feels the same emotions at the same time.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't extremely a fan of his because I wasn't into that like sect of punk rock kind of shit. Like that's more grunge kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's my favorite.
I still liked it though. Like even it was on the radio though all the time, man. That fucking Smells Like Teen Spirit just played over and over and over all the time, man. Da, 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 da. Yeah, man, fucking yeah, and but like, do you really know? Do they really figure out really what happened to Kurt Cobain? Did he really kill himself?
I'm confident we're not going to figure it out from here.
Yeah.
The stream tonight.
I think we can do it, Jeff. 5 more hours.
Well, you
Good
know what?
time.
Y'all could attempt it on the Sunday stream. Y'all have a few hours to Google and research and pull some evidence, and come and we could go through what you find.
Dun, dun. Yeah, dude. Good times.
All right, it was fun, guys. I'll
Nighty night, or it's morning. Oh shit.
catch you at the next one.
See ya.
See you in a few hours. Thanks, everybody. This was an experiment. It looked like it worked. It about the same number and people and feel like this story. I don't know if this is a good thing, but this is starting to feel like home. I just come on stream and I'm like, oh, there's Freak and Dahlia and Auntie and oh, I'm home. And this is I'm in my little space, my little comfort spot. And so the same feeling happened in the evening as any other time. So I think this was a success, and we'll try to do more. So that being said, we'll see you in, let's see, 12 noon, about 10 hours, 9 hours or so. So I'm sure there's other streams to go watch and then come visit us. Hopefully we'll be recharged and refreshed and relocked and reloaded with new topics. Oh, cool. Yeah, I just happened. I've said this before, and I'm very serious about it. If I can get some kind of funding for this, I would keep this going all day, so that we'd have a team, so there'd be somebody around to keep it going. to have people to have a space for people to drop. That's what we did during COVID with Zoom. So I don't mind. I've done it before. I don't mind doing it with StreamYard. It would just be finding the right people to keep it going, and then getting it funded so that it could sustain itself. But I would definitely invest. The COVID one, I probably put in 10 to 12 hours a day, keeping that thing going. So I would definitely invest some time in keeping this running all day if it were ever to get off the ground. I know. I like the organic growth. I like that it's just kind of growing at its own pace, and the right people just seem to be finding us at the right time. I like all that, and I feel like if I hit the gas pedal, that's going to get thrown off. But at the same time, we do want to try to get monetized pretty quickly, because that's what's going to help us do the kind of growth that I'm talking about. So I think if enough people tell their friends, like, well, actually, we have what, 200 and something. If each one of those people tells one person and they come and subscribe, we're almost at 500 right there. So I'm using the like word of mouth network effect for now, and it seems to be working. So yeah, we'll keep streaming. We'll be there tomorrow at 2 Central, and see what happens from there. I never know. I just show up. I'm like the donut man? Time to make the donuts. I just show up, and y'all take it from there. So thank you. For better or worse. Okay, I can feel myself winding down, so I'll say adieu.